Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the British Hillclimb Championship meeting here at Wiscombe Park, brought to you by the Woolbridge Motor Club. Now, those of you who follow Premier Hill Climbing Series in GB will know that this season has seen some simply electrifying hill climbing with increasing intensity as we make our way into the last of 8 runoffs in the month of July alone. Now, here at Wiscombe Park yesterday, the 7th of those runoffs provided a cliffhanger of a shootout with Matt Ryder, the joint championship leader, and Will Hall battling it out. Unfortunately, Ryder sidelined with a drive shaft failure on his way down to the start line for the qualifying run, so he'll have unfinished business today. Hall was only too aware, though, that that was an opportunity, but was forced to give out to 4-time champion Wallace Mingy in the runoff, with the Scotsman claiming victory by just under a quarter of a second. So we look forward to an equally enthralling battle later today after we've gone through the remaining practice and qualifying runs. Therefore, there's much in prospect today. We've got that aforementioned qualifying and the top 10 runoffs for the Tin Top Challenge and top 12 runoffs for the British Hillclimb Championship contenders. That's the big, powerful single-seaters. Also here at Wiscombe today, we have the Porsche Centre of Exeter staging their Porsche paddock just in front of Wiscombe House on the forecourt there, where a display of these superb German machines are all available for inspection, and have a chat to the staff from Porsche Centre Exeter and find out a little bit more about their machines. So it's buckle up for day 2 of top quality speed hill climbing here at Wiscombe Park. Having said that, at the moment you're all too aware it's a little bit quiet with regard to on-track action, as we've been plagued this morning with pheasants being where they shouldn't be. I think we've probably resolved that, and we're now looking at a communication little problem, but once that's been cured, we'll be up and running. We've got Andrew Russell on the start line with his G15 Genetta waiting to take his second practice run of the morning. So basically, to put you in the picture, and if you've got a program that will help, we've got the British Championship classes, which run from A all the way through pick up class M, which is the sports racing and racing cars, up to 1971. Now those classes will be taking 2 practice runs, and they're actually on that second practice run now, and then after lunch there will be a timed run or a qualifying run, and it'll be from that run that we determine the 12 that are going forward to the British Hillclimb Championship presented by Nova Motorsport, and also the 10 for the British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top 10 Challenge presented by AET Turbos. So that's the process of that. But then we'll swing round to Class W, that of the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship, and they're on a slightly different program. They will be taking 1 practice run, which I think they've all basically completed. So when that class comes back to the track, that'll be the first of 2 timed runs, and then results will be calculated from the faster of those 2 timed runs. So a slightly different approach for those 2 types of event, the national and then the Downton Motor Club class. So as we said yesterday, some really enthralling speed hill climbing. The British Championship very finely being decided at the moment by, I think, unofficially 5 points from Will Hall. Was tying with Matthew Ryder on 158 points before this weekend, but as we mentioned, Matthew's mechanical yesterday scuppered his chances of improving on that point score, but Will Hall went on to take second place with a climb of 32.34, just shy of Wallace Mingy's with his 3.3 Cosworth powered GR59. Gould on 32.10. One thing is possibly worth bearing in mind, though, the early morning rain might have hindered the chances of a new record. We're looking at the times that the big boys are going to record today, and as we said, yesterday's fastest 32.10, and we look to compare that with the outright hill record here, 31.77. That stands to Matthew Ryder in the GR59 he'll be competing with today, powered by a 4-litre Judd V8 engine, and that record was set a couple of years ago at this particular meeting. So 31.77 is that benchmark. Now, you know, those of you who travelled here today might have come through a bit of early morning rain. Certainly we had some light rain here. How that's affected the track, certainly on the exposed portions of this 915-metre hill, then things will dry quite quickly, but sometimes it takes a little longer under the trees. So the main drivers came out early this morning, equipped most of them with wet weather tyres, treaded tyres, and we'll see a little bit later whether they feel the conditions have improved and they've gone to slicks. But course vehicle back on station adjacent to Wiscombe, and hopefully that's an indication that we're going to get Andrew Russell up and running very quickly. Andrew, long-time competitor, following the British Championship trail, shall we say, with this Ginetta G15 Hillman Imp engine, of course, so rear engine. That's going to help him get away off the line, as he does now in 2.8 seconds, and that indicates we've got two timing points other than the start and the finish on the hill. One of them is that 2.8 measurement in this instance, and that's positioned just after the bridge, and then we're looking at the top of the S's, and Andrew clocks a 25.15 there on his way up to Saul Bench. So those are 2 points where we can monitor the progress of the competitors, and when it comes down to qualifying and the top 10 and top 12 runoffs for the Tin Tops and the British Hillclimb Championship, that's always an interesting factor to see how people are progressing. So on the start line now, Mike Green from Class C2 modified series production cars with his 206 GTI, way off the line in 3.26 seconds. Time for Andrew Russell, and at the top, car 47, it's a 51.57. First time out in practice this morning, Andrew posted a 59.45. So that suggests that the track conditions are going in the right direction, as we see Rob Toon moving us into Class C3. Time for Paul Talbot with the BL Mini 1275 GT, car 49, it's a 45.86. Paul was one of the qualifiers yesterday for the Tin Top Challenge runoffs. They got the 1275 machine up amongst all the big, very powerful Subarus, Mitsubishis and Porsches. So no doubt he'll be looking to see if he can replicate that form later in the day. Mike Green with the Peugeot car 51 stops the clocks on 50.40, 50.40 for Mike Green. Waiting on the line now for the green light, Jonathan Williamson, final runner in modified series production. Jonathan, multiple Southwest, 3 times Association of Southwestern Motor Club's Hillclimb champion, sharing the driving with Laura Elliott. I've been teamed with this car for over 40 years now, 41 plus years. Jonathan clearly S's in 21.42, and as one would expect for an experienced campaigner, saw bench right hand hairpin provides no problems as he now uses all that Germanic power along Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill here. Then it's another hairpin, a left-hander this time, and then lots of power over the finish line. So 56, it's a time of 44.83, 44.83. Paul Howells in the green and yellow RSR Porsche, car number 55, clocked a 47.75. 54, Nigel Elliott with his 4.5 litre turbocharged Triumph V8 is in the top paddock on a 53.20, and Morgan man Rob Toone clocked a 47.82. That's car number 53. So now we're picking up some of the double drivers, and Andrew Norris with the Radical from Class F Sports Libra cars running as 779. Stop the clocks on 46.59. And in the same class, Robin Nicholson with the Mallock Mark 20 780. Again, a 46-second time, this time 46.98. 46.98 for Robin Nicholson in the 1700 Mallock Clubman's car he shares with Samuel. So that has completed what we call a batch of cars, and we now have those machines in the car park, in the paddock for the hill. So they need to be retrieved down the hill, hence the course vehicle going to the top. And once he's there, which has just occurred, then we'll be ferrying those cars back down the hill. The next batch of cars are already at paddock exit. So we'll be looking on resumption at Class C4, Modified Series production cars. Any capacity but four-wheel drive machines, so we've got a plethora of Subaru and Pretzel in various engine sizes, an Audi TT Quattro in the hands of Einan Price, although I can't see the car in the paddock at the moment. Einan was one of those who qualified for the Tin Top Challenge runoff yesterday afternoon. And then the mighty Subarus, got Damien Bradley with Legacy, sort of 800 brake horsepower machine, and the Impreza in the hands of Stephen Darley. It's a Type RB, not quite so powerful, but posted times down in the 41-second bracket yesterday afternoon, but in comparison, the Legacy of Bradley was clocking times of 38.76. He was, in fact, the fastest qualifier for the AET Turbo's Tin Top Challenge runoff. Fastest qualifier, and then qualifying 38.76, went on to bring that time down to 38.21 during the actual runoff. And whether you're Tin Tops or whether you're British Hillclimb Championship contenders, there's nothing like the competition, the edge of the runoffs to extract that extra little bit and that special performance. So we look forward to those runoffs this afternoon, which will be the climax of today's meeting.
Jeff, can you hear me?
I do.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if they can hear me.
I can hear you.
Ah, you can hear me.
I can.
Unfortunately, my headset's not talking to me. Matt Ryder, broken drive shaft, was it?
Yeah, really frustrating afternoon yesterday when the drive shaft went in the qualifying run for us. But these things happen, so time to give it another go today.
I did notice, and I did comment, and I thought it was very good of you. You got out the car. You didn't kick the car or anything. You didn't look frustrated. You went straight over and took your
It was just the one actually, because we have one spare, but we'll have to get through today and then probably put a couple of brand new ones on for next round at Chelsea in a couple of weeks. Fingers crossed we get through today and yeah, give it our best shot, I guess.
Just don't know, do we?
Nope, that's the fun.
It's fun. I'm glad you see it as fun. I think I'd be in the opposite, and I'd be quite, frustrated with it all. But yeah, anyway, great that you got it back together and you're out again today. So good, mate. And I'll catch up with you again at lunchtime. We'll do a bit of live stream, which will go out to everybody in the world instead of just this paddock.
No problem at all. Sounds great. See you later.
See you later. So my hearing aid headset's not really picking up. It's back now. It could be arranged. It could be just a bit arranged.
We can hear you fine now.
Oh, good. The car's back now. Whether we're going to... are we still waiting on something?
We're still awaiting the horse vehicle, which is coming down. Just come through the gate. So
I was just going to go and talk to Dean, because Dean's doing so well with his gold. He's there scrubbing his tyres at the moment. He said this morning it's the first... Or no, was it... I'm not sure it's the first time he's ever driven on wets, but because they don't get rain in Australia, do they? Was that the first time you've driven on wets, Dean?
No, it worked out it was the third. The last two times were here last year.
And that's it. So what that means is we are wetter than Australia.
Considerably. But we run our hill climbs a different way. Over weekend, we only need one run that counts to be competitive, where here, the way you run the top 12, you must run no matter weather conditions. And normally in Australia, over a 2-day weekend, you can normally get a good enough dry run for slicks.
Yeah, that would be the thing to do, but yeah, it's much more fun what we do, isn't it?
I do enjoy the layout. The way around the events is very good, yeah, I do like it.
So we'll have a chat a bit later on, but adapting to the car?
Yeah, slowly. It's a bit more turny than what I'm used to, and obviously it's got a bit more go, but I'm getting it.
That's it, isn't it? That's what it's about. So anyway, we'll catch up a bit later on. And he's busy scrubbing up his wets, because he's going to put them away, because we know that it's going to stay dry for the rest of the day. So that'll be good.
Yes, that's an interesting point, isn't it? The tyre management is not only a matter of choosing the tyres, whether you're on slicks or wets, but if people visit the paddock during the day, they might well see the drivers cleaning the tyres, particularly the slicks, with a bit of assistance of a bit of heat, something that looks like a wallpaper heater, and cleaning the tyres up, taking the debris off, preparing them, making them good to go for the next run.
That's it. I just up by catering, I have to say, there's a nice little queue forming up here. People getting their lunch, or mid-morning coffee, I suppose. What is the time?
11s, David. 11s.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's quite nice to see all these people getting 11s.
Thinking back to Dean going out in the wet earlier on with the new car in the wet. That was
yes, a bit brave, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. But anyway, sorry, you were talking about the catering.
Oh yeah. You know, the usual fare. Rupert Barker from Torby Motor Club. He stood here. He's buying. What are you buying, Rupert? 2 cappuccinos. But you need 3, because I'm thirsty. Jeff needs one as well, so that's 4.
Unfortunately, you're a bit late.
Oh dear.
But anyway, they got the cappuccinos, the lattes, and all that on the first van, and on the second van we have all the hot food. So come on down. There's a man over there getting hot food now called Chris Ponsford. Now anybody who's around hill climbing will know Chris. He's a commentator in the Midlands, so I will chat with him later on just to see, you know, if I'm up to the mark today. Anyway, I'll hand back to you. We've got cars on the hill.
We most certainly have, David. Thank you very much. Road going specialist production cars, Class B. Richard Price, in fact, on the hill with his Caterham car number 44 out of the S's in 20.41. So Richard very much involved in the British Hillclimb Cup. Currently before this weekend in 5th place, behind the likes of Matthew Ryder, Will Hall, Richard Snow with Porsche GT4 RS, and Jonathan Varley with his GWR Predator. Time for 44 then. Richard Price is a 41.73. That's his compared to his first visit to the hill this morning, 48.71. So the track is going in the right direction, condition-wise, speed-wise, as we see Ian Milford on the hill with his Subaru Impreza. This is 2.35 litres. As Ian posted a 63.31 earlier in the morning, so we'll be looking to see if he can improve that. The Western Supermare driver, and the car with the engine built by Paul Finch. Now Stephen Darley with his impressive Impreza Type PB, known as the Red Baron, and you can see why. Striking maroony red, very rich colour, as looks good on the track. So we're looking at again 2.35 capacity with a turbocharger, with four-wheel drive, and an engine producing 700 brake horsepower. So just have a look at this when it goes up, when it gets the green light at the start. Now we have a light system at the start, red and green. Red obviously holds the drivers there. When it turns green, then drivers can depart in their own time. Don't have to react to the lights like on a racetrack. They go in their own time, and Stephen has that green light, builds up the revs, gets the point of clutch biting in 2.36 seconds. Now across the parkland, and for those on the stream, followed by the drone over Bunny's Leap, following it through, turning into and through the gate into the S's. So let's see what Stephen's time is there. 20.54 at the midpoint of this 900, roughly the midpoint of the 915 meter course, and he's tight on the exit to from Saul Bench, but neat and tidy, carrying as much speed as he can along Castle Straight, and then it's that final hairpin which he negotiates well at Martini to clock a time of 43.57. 43.57 for Stephen Darley. Yesterday he sort of peaked on a 41.15 during the actual event itself. So that's a second practice run. Finished third in the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge last year. Narrowly missed the top spot in 2023, the year of its inception, but his friend and Subaru enthusiast Dave Bradley runners then, and is looking to recapture leading the championship before this weekend here at Wiscombe Park. Leading it, but tying with Roger Moran with the Ford Fiesta. The time for 64, Stephen Moore with a Mitsubishi, that's a 46.60. Richard Hampstead with his 2-litre turbo Subaru Impreza running a 62, stop the clocks on 45.27. We go back to pick up Ian Milford's time, car 60, it was a 47.69, and Jeff Chalk from Dorset, 1 is to now coming down to the start line, moving us into Sports Libre Saloons is a very interesting machine, and I expect a lot of you who might be new to speed hill climbing here today, possibly not expecting a Volkswagen Beetle to be competing, but this is New South Wales in Australia, so the car was shipped over during the winter, but a little bit of a problem on the exit from Wiscombe, the first left-hander, out the red flag, but he's got it going on the way up. Perhaps a gear selection problem or something. He seems to be coasting on up without any trouble, so hopefully that was a glitch in this absolutely superb 4-cylinder water-cooled, running on methanol, producing about 540 brake horsepower. So Wayne, having sort of watched the European and the British Hillclimb Championship rounds on the worldwide streaming, he thought he needed to give it a go. So back in 2024, travelled to Germany and over here to the UK, had a look at the courses, got to talk to everybody in the paddock, and then shipped the car over back in February, with it arriving here in May, and got down to compete in this championship. Goes back
Hollier did a far more impressive
day
day
yesterday, does a few jobs, a few tuning jobs, gets the money
further up there,
goes back across to UK to do a bit of hill climbing, and has a number of Australian Hill Climb Championship wins to his name, Northwest sports sedan category 5 times, so an accomplished driver there, and an interesting bloke to chat to there. But we continue with the four-wheel drives. Qualifying for the AT Turbo's T-Top Challenge, but amongst all of that, the Mark II Ford Escort in the hands of George Harding. It's a bit like an RS 2000 with arches, 2-litre engine, but got a turbo on it. And as the sun comes out, George is away. Down to a best yesterday, 44 seconds dead. 44 seconds dead. Launches in 2.79 seconds up to the gate and safely through it. But a little bit of tail sliding there as he hits the first part of the S's, but no drama there. Clock's 21.49, and now under the bright sunlight as he goes into Storbench and shade on the way out. So 10 with as Roger Moran. His 2.3-litre turbo. Roger, of course, years and years of experience in hill climbing, single-seaters at the top end. Through the S's now, car 72, clocking a time of 23.17. As on the start line we have Damien Bradley with his hugely successful Subaru Legacy. Took the victory in the AET Turbo's Tin Top Challenge yesterday. Way off the line today, 2.27 seconds on his final practice run. The car went to America last year for the Pikes Peak. Originally a 1992 Subaru Impreza, and purchased for a princely sum of £500 from the proverbial little old lady who used it for shopping. Well, if she's still with us, she'd be amazed at what this car has turned out to be now in its current form. So Damien hustling it to the top. Car number 73 in a time of 40.78. So that's car number 73 at the top in a time of 40.78. Roger Moran's time car 42. Fiesta is a 48.22. The single seaters time for 71 George Harding, 44.75, and eventually the Penrose Superbug beating 37, but that's not fully a full representation of the car's potential, because yesterday Wayne was posting times in the order of 42.54. So off the line now and up the hill, Alan McDonald with the Force SR4, moving us into Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres. Will be followed by John McQuillan with his Radical SR1. Radical's very popular circuit racing machine. Now that's fed through into hill climbing. Mike Lee with his Force LM 1300 Suzuki supercharged machine, car 77, clocks 46.32. David Bickley, car 76, stop the clocks on 44.44. So Alan McDonald's now in the top paddock, and he's on another 44-second climb, 44.09. As John McQuillan is out of the S's in a 21.55, and heading up to that left hand that leads into right hand saw bench. He stays away from the curb, which might be the most effective way of navigating that hairpin. Keeps the car flat, gets the power down under acceleration, race through short bench and over the line. 45.92 for John McQuillan with the Radical SR1, and now Chrono 4.2 litre turbo machine, built originally R8 and again built originally as a sprint car, but Simon Bainbridge has made some modifications, particularly on the steering rack, be able to get the car to tight hairpins, such as we have here at Sawbridge and Martini. So this is powered by an Audi twin-turbo V8, which came from an old Audi RS6, 4.2 litres. The car weighs about 940 kilograms, and it produces something in the order of 750 brake horsepower, which is delivered via a Quaife 6-speed gearbox. S2 differential. So Simon's hustled the car to the top, no mean effort, in a time of 41.45. So Damien was sidelined from qualification yesterday afternoon for the AT Turbos, and considering he's got designs on the championship, he'll be back with a vengeance this afternoon, I'm sure. As 788 is away from the start line. Single seaters in a time of 2.83 is Richard Weaver with his Empire 3. Well, that's racing cars 600 to 1100 cc, class I in today's program, and he's followed up as one might expect by 7. This time OS 28 chassis. So Simon Bainbridge in the top paddock on 45. In the class he's up against the Pilbeam MB43 driven by Rod Thorne, 5-litre Rover V8 piece of kit, and Rod's time is a 41.25. So there's just 0.2 of a second between those two in the final practice run in Class G Sports Libra cars over 2 litres. So that bodes well for a good battle this afternoon when we get to the time run. The green light right and away off the line in 2.49 seconds for Liam Cooper from Exeter with the Force T8. Competing on class J2, 1100 to 1600 racing cars. And you see Liam's wife Olivia a little later. Very competitive division. 1100 to 1600 single-seaters. Looking at Alan Warburton with the GI59. We're seeing a number of these machines in different guises with different engine capacities, etc. throughout the racing car classes, and particularly in Class L, which is the low capacity division, racing cars over 2,000, and that will be where we'll see most, if not all, but most of the qualifiers for the championship runoffs. Andrew Colborne with his Van Diemen, launched in 2.72 seconds with his RFO2 FX 2-litre machine. Time for 7:02. That was Alan Warburton, class J2, just picking up some of the double drivers. And for those of you new to hill climbing, we should explain that some of the cars have two drivers during the course of the event. So number-wise, on the side of the car, we have, shall we say, in the case of Alan Warburton and David Warburton, Alan's just taken his running as 7:02, and David Warburton will come out at 1:02 a little bit later. Some numbers just have the prefix of the 7. So if we go to Class R racing cars, we there have Ben Hamer running a 7.89 and Will as simple, straightforward 8.9. So Andrew Colburn's time 7:10 was 46.76. 7:02 going back into class J2 is 42.47. 7:01 Liam Cooper with Force clocked 40.71. Peter Ascott and Will Ascott non-starting there in that division. Kirsten Ryder in the Formula Ford class 794. Are you about in the paddock, Dan?
I am indeed, yes. You can hear it. I'm just wandering around. What's the trick of putting away a pop-up tent? Anybody who doesn't know, John had a very unfortunate incident, I should call it, earlier this year, where his original went missing, didn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, the winter picked up by another.
Is there any advantages to the yes one? Because I don't think yes one's really smaller.
This way is about the same as the other one. Less power, but it's
seen you in Milan's, and it's always sort of quite nice. You stayed with the mark. But this particular one, was that already built as a hill climb car?
It turns out it was one of the first ever raced motorcycles back in 1997, I think, and, or 98. And it was a test car for leader suspension, which is still on it. Potentially not as good as some of them, but I quite like it. Feels quite good. So I'll stick with that.
That's the MMC brakes, is it?
No, these are the aluminium barrel ones. Yeah, I had originally, I would imagine.
So, and then it's once, right, you've got 190 on the top.
That's what it says, yeah. So it's a VHP at the end. And it's really quite good. It feels better than I expected.
See, that's good. So, we'll see you at this. Are you doing all the British Championship rounds, aren't you? You're not doing our West Country stuff so much.
I've limited it a bit this year because of the car I had, but so I do a few. Yeah, so I've done I can't get away as much as I like.
John, if anybody doesn't know, apart from being an epic tent folder, which is struggling a bit long up and everything, that's not my hand. I built the car and drove home and built the car, erected, because I couldn't put the thing down, you know. And then I then, when I got home, went out in the back garden where nobody could see me. But do you want to film John putting his tent away? I think that would be great fun, wouldn't it? But yeah, anyway, Jonathan, all right, we catch up. No, anybody doesn't know, his other job is he's a professional golfer and has the very nice Dawlish Warren golf course. So if you're into golfing, go down and have a word with Jonathan. He'll get you out there on the course. So you're about to be run over, young man. There's a car coming behind you. Very much like. So we've got an Exige here as well, which is quite nice. Again, it's the newer model, so it's slightly larger. There's young Harry Whitehead over there. He's got a problem with his car. Let's go and find out what the problem is. Come on, Harry. Come and tell us about your problem. The car problem. We're not worried about the rest of you, emotional and everything, you know. So what's actually happened with the Mazda?
I don't know what's wrong with it. It's a bit of a problem child lately, and it worked for one run fantastically yesterday, and then decided to break in the top paddock. Spent a good bit of the evening working on it, and this morning, but...
Is it just lack of power or something?
Is it just lack of power or something?
It's an EC sensor issue.
It's an EC sensor issue.
But I don't know how to solve
And
it.
I don't know.
You're not the only one.
No, you're not the only one. There's a
isn't it? I do like the nod to the Lotus with the UNOS badge on the front in the colours of the Lotus badge. So, you know, that's nice. There we are. So, yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get it sorted without too much expense, and be back with us in September for the Five Clubs meeting.
Yeah, books it away.
I know. I'm tricky. I've seen your money. I've got your money, mate. I've got your money. So, oh no, there's a handling fee. But yeah, so hopefully you get it all fixed anyway without too much expense. And we'll see you again. You surpassed today. You double driving now with the Clio, I understand.
It's a very different machine. Thank you very much to Matt for letting me at last moment to jump in. It's 30 seconds slower than yesterday, but it's a different challenge.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, you're still competing. You're still getting your day's motorsport. So that's what it's about at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day in the Clio. Yeah, it's all right. So, what else we got up here? There's a very rapid Mini over there, but there's nobody actually with it, which got itself into the top 10 Tin Top Challenge.
No, the 1275 GT. Yeah.
1275 GT. They were quite, I'd say, prolific. So, very rare now you see a Mini let in 1275 GT.
So presumably Harry Whitehead's going to sit into the Matthew Rodley Renault. Yep.
Yes, that's the one. So he's out. still getting it. It's good the way somebody's car breaks down and others chip in to help. You know, whether it's you know, you can borrow my car, or hang on, I'll get some spanners or whatever. I was overlooking this morning at Alex Coles's car, and they were busy getting that ready. And with Darren Bentley sat on the floor with the steering wheel, swapping his steering wheel stuff. It was just fantastic.
It was just
I'll hand back to you because I see you've got Wiscombe Hill again.
We're back in action indeed, and we're into racing cars, 600 to 1100 cc class I, and Stuart Bickley now up towards saw bench hairpin in this fluorescent yellow Force TA. Looking, of course, to see if he can improve on his time of 37.21. Yesterday, he's up to saw bench and around in 39.58. So it's about 39.58. So the conditions probably not quite this time yesterday, but we have to bear in mind that this is still practice for these British Championship classes, so they a lot of the drivers judge how the track's condition, check the car, but it will be that time around this afternoon that they really go 10/10ths, shall we say, to use a rallying expression. Ben Bonfield at 86, then out of the S's in 19.55. Straight, turning through saw bench, and it's 40.61, 40.61 for Ben Bonfield, the mega pin, and then waiting on the start line, or in fact away from the start line. We're moving into the Formula Fords. Swift, and he's just rattled the markers at Martini, but makes it over the finish line. Time 45.02. Double-driven single-seaters coming down to the start line for their final practice run, and then we'll adjourn for lunch once we've picked up the Motor Club Speed Championship classes, and then come out with what will be one-time run for the British Championship to qualify for the tin top and the top 12 runoffs, and the Donington class will be taking their second time run, their first time run before lunch. Just being changed, so an element of times, I think 91, 45, therefore 92 goes to 46.69. Across the parkland, over Bunny's Leap. Following it on the stream, got the aerial drone shot as Sam Wilson turns in away from the drone into the wooded S's area, through the S's in 20.88 with this M90 Jamoon. Off the line, the business 2.53, and now heading up towards Salt Benchmark, clocked 18.14 at the S's. So the OMS CFO4 heading up towards Martini, getting the braking light over the line in 37.68. 37.68 for number 96, Andrew Forsyth. Chica on the hill now, launched in 2.39 seconds with this 1 litre OS 3000M. So keep an eye on Darren Gumley's time. He's only off finish line time number 97 in 37.35, so just nipping ahead of the OMS enhanced Andrew Forsyth. Around Wisk Corner goes Tom Weaver with his 1 litre Empire Evo 3 from Class I. So we're talking machines here 600 to 1100 cc's. Archie makes it to the top, kind of at 87 in 40.04. Leap back again in Class I is Will Hamer. 1 litre machines, OMS 28. Tom Weaver's time, car number 88, is a 38.27. Good progress across the parkland, having launched in 2.27 seconds with his 1600 Force TA. We're now talking about Class J, racing cars 1100 to 1600 racing again. So we're going backwards and forwards a little bit between the 600 to 1100 and the 1100 to 1600, but just anxious to get everybody practiced this morning. 17.36 out of the S's for Mark Shankler. Waiting on the start line, Jason Tunnicliffe, qualified for the runoff yesterday, but sidelined by mechanical issues. So green light for the garage owner from Wedmore with this 998 Turbo Empire Evo 3. Jason qualified yesterday at a time of 35.47. Mark Shankler in the top paddock, then car number 98 on 36.99. So that's the first 36-second climb we've had from cars from J2 in this second practice run for the Caroline Ryder with the RF86 Van Diemen, so we're dropping back a class at J1 Formula Ford pre-1994. Earlier on we mentioned Liam Cooper, his run with the Force TA. It's Olivia way off the line, 101 in time of 2.28 seconds. So the Williams record holder here at Wiscombe Park got down to a 36.84 yesterday afternoon. Jason Tunnicliffe meanwhile has that striking blue Empire Evo in the top paddock, having recorded a time of 38.15. Caroline Ryder crosses the line in 44.46 for car number 94. Fast forward now into Class K1 racing cars. Capacities here 1600 to 2 litres. This particular class normally aspirated, and in a minute we'll get to Class K2, again 1600 to 2 litre, but then we're dealing with engines with forced induction. So Simon Ashley with this Rolt RT3, previously originally built for Formula 3 circuit racing, car which would have been driven by the likes of Ayrton Senna, Martin Brundle, Johnny Herbert along the line, Nigel Pitt now easing away off the line with his 2-litre Dallara F399. Let's see, Nigel's time away off the line was 2.83. Up through the S's, and he clocks a 20.46 on his way up to the hairpin at Saw Bench. Keeps away from the bank there as a strategically good move as Channel Islander Simon Carey comes to the hill with another Dallara, the F302, so another originally designed for circuit racing. Time for Simon Ashley with the RT3 then, 105 is a time of 38.15. Tricia and Terry Davis non-starting with their 2-litre Force TA. Nigel Pitt in the top paddock, that's car 106 in a time of 43.60. Distinctly different exhaust note. Jonathan Varley with the GWR Predator, looking to qualify for the top 12 runoffs this afternoon, as well as score some additional points for the British Hillclimb Cup, which he leads before this weekend. A handsome lead of 102 points over Richard Snow with his GT4 RS Porsche, who we'll see in action today, on a total of 89. So red flag at the moment. And we'll ask you, hello David.
Hello Jeff. This is an appeal. It's quite a serious appeal. Does anybody have one of those very small envelopes that you inflate with a like a little bulb on the side? There's a gentleman down under the trees at the bottom of the paddock whose keys are in his car and he's trying to get into it. So if you've got one of those inflatable, it's like an envelope, sort of a pouch sort of thing, and you slide it in the door and you inflate it and bring the door out a little bit. Would you be able to come down with it and see if you can give him a hand to get in his car? I know he'd be much appreciative of it. So that's at the bottom of the main car paddock, just under the trees. So always a difficult one when you get your keys stuck in your car. Self-locking cars, that may have been a good invention, but they can be a nightmare as well.
Yes, it brings a few problems with it.
Oh, doesn't it ever? So I just having a stroll up the racing car paddock, well, the smaller racing car paddock.
Or the racing car paddock for small racing cars.
Yes.
Yes. Small capacity racing.
Small
cars.
capacity.
Engine capacities we're talking. Yep.
So just walking past that lovely SBR Chrono. Just looking at Mike. Mike's working on his Force LM. The car's up for sale if anybody's interested in a car. Mike will be quite happy to chat to you about it. He's got for sale written on the front wing, so come on up and see Mike.
Yep.
I'm sure he'll be quite happy to have a chat to you about the car. Recently married, Mike. Congratulations, by the way. I see. Yeah, I'm me here. Yeah, but I didn't do it like you. I didn't tell everybody they were coming for a cream tea and then spring a wedding on them. That's a fantastic move. I like that. So, yeah. See the Beetle up here.
Wobbly wing.
So we've sorted the red flag situation and are ready to go again, and we're going to go into Class M, sports racing and racing cars up to 1971, and the terrific Gyson Hepworth Sandblaster with Tim Thompson at the wheel. This particular car has a huge history in hill climbing, having originally competed back here in 1969, May the 18th in fact, on what was then the third round of the Shell RAC British Hillclimb Championship in the hands of the designer and the constructor David Hepworth. So the car went on that year to win the British Championship. He scored a runner-up in 70 and then took the overall honour again in 71. So the car later became known as the Sandblaster Special, acknowledging the sponsorship of Gyson International, and that's where the Thompson family connection comes in. Car still in the Hepworth collection, looked after by David's sons Stephen and Andrew, who, along with Tim and Gyson International, have brought this car, built it back up again, got it fettled, got it running, and have brought it back onto the hills. And I think we're all very appreciative of all that effort, because it's great to see this 5-litre Chevrolet V8 machine back on the hills. Up to 1971, and the terrific Gyson Hepworth Sandblaster. He said that the time off the line was a 2.23, but the car hasn't recorded a time at the S's. It's the red flags, I fear.
Well, Jeff, I just had a quick chat with Wayne Penrose. He's up here just doing some repairs to his Beetle, because he
didn't quite go
excursion.
to plan. Yes, he didn't quite go to plan.
No, he showed me the video that somebody's already gave him. It's just quite
How very
amusing
kind of them.
yeah, they always do that, don't they?
Yes.
I'm a bit like that, mind. And he's telling me he rang home, and his girl's at home watching the live stream, and she was wetting herself laughing because the fact that he just done it. so live stream.
We better say hello to Australia again.
Hello, Australia.
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know her name. I didn't ask her name, but yeah. So quite nice that she's at home there supporting Wayne all these miles away. Oh.
Oh, what's that, David?
It's aliens. They're coming to abduct me.
Oh, well.
Yeah. People will be happy about that one, I'm sure. Damien, come on, let's have a quick chat. So, done well yesterday, didn't you, with the tin tops, Damien Bradley?
It was a great day, as it always is here at Wiscombe.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, you like it here, don't you? Thankfully.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. The welcome from the second I came through the gate yesterday was just phenomenal. Everybody's just so lovely. It was such a great venue.
Well, we do try to be, a happy bunch and enjoy ourselves. That's why they let me do this, because it's, mostly rubbish. Obviously the car, we didn't see it last year. We got it here again this year. Massive great wing. You must have trouble getting up there with that.
So apparently yesterday I took the thwackers out through the S's without touching them. Some kind of a suction from the underside of the rear wing, and they ended up on the floor. But no, it fits nicely. Obviously Simon's a little bit wider in that thing, so that's probably a tighter squeeze than this.
Yeah, just talking to Simon, just saying, like yesterday it all went wrong for him. So hopefully he'll be up there, give you a bit of keep you honest, keep a pair of you, keep you honest. It's great though, because there's all that camaraderie still, even though you're competing against each other, isn't it?
There certainly is. I was really disappointed yesterday. I was shouting. I was at the up at the finish in the top paddock. Saw Simon touch the bank on Martini corner. And I was shouting, just get it over the line, just get it over the line. I need you in the tin top runoff, because it's no good unless we're in it and doing battle. So hopefully today we'll go to plan and hopefully beat him if I can. See how we go.
Yeah. So moving back to, we had a very nice conversation last year after the event about your exploits in Pikes Peak, which you just returned from. Any plans to go back out there?
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely want to go back and get all the way to the top of the hill. It was such an incredible experience. It's just, we need a hefty sponsor. It's about 50k you'd have to find to go back out there and do it again. Everyone that came out with this last time covered all their own costs, and I'd like to be able to contribute towards helping get those people back out there and doing it again. So we'll see, not next year. There is talk of a possible Masters next year. So I'd want to be doing well in the British Hillclimb Championship to qualify for that and be part of the British team to go out to potentially Sardinia.
Oh, Sardinia. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? All that lovely food and wine.
Yeah, it'd be almost as nice as here at Wiscombe.
Oh, true. Yeah. So it may actually be hotter than I must admit, it was 19 degrees when I left home this morning. And I thought, oh, we're in for a nice day. And then a little bit grey, and I thought, but it soon dries.
Yeah, it does. I mean, yesterday, the conditions yesterday were the best I've ever had coming here. So through under the trees being dry. So I think the car's now the fastest in top to have ever climbed Wiscombe Hill. So 38.20 yesterday in the runoff. So which would be a nice title to have.
And many congratulations on taking the class yesterday as well, setting a new hill record for your class.
Yep. So and took that from the legend that is Scott Moran.
Who's not here, unfortunately. I said to Roger, where's Scotty? He said, he's gone camping with the family. That's just not on, is it?
Yeah, what I think I'm going to do even the rest of the season and next season is I'll pay for Scott to go to other events so that he doesn't make appearance in the British.
Yeah, it's worth a try, isn't it? But anyway, as I say, great to see you here. Always nice to have a chat with you. I'll go and have a chat with Steve again later when my nerves are, ready for it again. It's very traumatic talking to Steve. Yeah, so enjoy the rest of your weekend. And as I say, good luck this afternoon. And thank you for coming and supporting us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everything. And thanks for everybody here at Wiscombe, all the marshals and organisers and everything. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. So any idea timescale, Jeff?
I don't think we're too far away. We're still under the red flag, but course vehicles back down to Wist Corner, so hopefully we'll be away. It's possibly an ideal opportunity to talk about another book that's available.
A book? You're writing a book?
Not me, but who's a prolific book writer in the Southwest Hillclimb scene? Who comes to mind?
Hill climb scene. That's a difficult one.
That's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah. I do know some prolific writers. Hill climb scene. There used to be a guy up in North Devon who was a very prolific writer.
Did he do a bit of commentary?
He'd done a very good book on hill climbing, actually. He called it View from the Commentary Box or something like that.
I think it's that bloke, yeah. Well, that sold out, didn't it?
It did indeed.
And now there's another book, but not quite the same. This is a book that celebrates 80 years of the North Devon Motor Club.
It does indeed.
Pat Jennings is the man we're talking about, and he and his fellow collaborators.
He can see me heading in his direction.
Can he really? Is he?
Yeah.
But he's not running away from you.
Oh no, he never runs away.
He's a
if
good
you
chap.
give Matt, whoops, I've lost my hat. Oh dear, that's not good. Wind speed and all that.
Right, and Pat will tell you all. He's going to help you out. He's going to come to you.
We call him Pat the Hat. So here he is. He's going to take the microphone off me. I'm going to go off and have a whole full roast dinner.
Shall we put our feet up? Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. If I can just put in, if you don't mind. It's good of you, actually, because there's two things I want to do, actually, Dave.
Oh, dear.
No. The first one, and they're both motorsport related. The first one is marshals.
Yes.
In a fortnight's time, we've got a 2-day event in North Devon, the Chivener Sprint. We've got the competitors, we've got the track, we've got the infrastructure, we've got the officials, but we don't have yet enough marshals. So all the lovely marshals on the hill here, if you come down and see us, and we will do much the same as most clubs do. We'll feed you, we'll water you, we'll give you a couple of quid to help towards your expenses. That's the one thing. So that's the 8th and 9th of August, Chivener, North Devon Motor Club. Go on the website. Go on Facebook and have a look. Sign up, please, because we desperately need marshals. Like all motorsport events, without them, we don't run, do we?
We don't have an event, do we?
No, we don't. The second thing is my club, which I'm delighted to be the president of, has now...
Do I doff my forelock? Yeah.
You whatever. Don't doff anything in front of me, please, Dave. Thank you very much. But we have just completed 80 years in existence. The club was formed back in 1946, and don't you say a word, Mr. Pierce.
I'm not even thinking about your age, Patrick.
I was only 2 years old, so 1946. But the club was formed in 1946, and myself and the club historian have actually put together a little book.
If I know you, Pat, a little book is probably about 300 pages.
No, it's only 80 this time because of 80 years. It's an 80-page book. It's only a tenner. Anybody who's interested in the North Devon Motor Club and its history I'm in the paddock, as usual, close to the bar and catering. And if anybody wants a copy, I've got them, hid away in the boot, and cross my palm with the tenner and you can have one. So that's the two things. Thank you, David, for giving me 5 minutes on your wonderful PA. I'll hand you back to you or to Jeff.
Well, we go back to me to start with. So thank you for that, Pat. Yeah, I take it as exciting a book as your last book, and lots of information in it, lots of history.
Historical and not necessarily hysterical.
There we are. So that's from Pat. So the other thing we got here, of course, this weekend, Erin, don't run away, stand still. I can see you. We have the Porsche team here from Porsche at Exeter, and Erin, who deals with all their outdoor events and what have you. I'll just move that in that way so that I'm not actually got the speaker coming in and echoing. So, Erin, tell us a little bit about what you're doing here and how you're supporting us this weekend.
You caught me. That was very good from you.
Yeah, you obviously don't run fast enough.
Love it. So we are here again today with a stock of our vehicles. So we've got some new ones like the KN Electric, all the way through to our reinvent car, which is an older style KN that we have basically modified to be off-road. We are about to take that up the hill, so take a look. You'll hear us before you see us. It sounds amazing. But yeah, we do lots of events around Devon and Cornwall, and we're here for the first year and we're loving it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear that. And you've got a new building now, haven't you? Very posh, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big change for us. So we are one of the first centres in the UK to reach Destination Porsche, which is a brand new showroom concept. So anyone is welcome to the showroom. Pop in for a coffee, come and see us, yeah.
I was just going to say I'll be in for coffee. What's your biscuits like?
Very good. We've got Lotus biscoffs, yummy.
Lotuses. Now, I'm a Lotus person, you see. So a Lotus biscuit in a Porsche dealership, that's an achievement to me.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, so you're welcome in, whoever you are. Yeah, we've got great coffee, great team, and great facilities. 2 new workshops, beautiful showroom, and lots of lovely kids.
Do you have a creche there?
No, we don't. We have a mini coffee machine in the coffee area that children can use. So.
I'm just looking for something to do with the grandchildren. I could have left them there for a few hours. You could have looked after them for us.
Is that my job now?
Oh, you could have that job if you want. Anyway, thank you. I will come in a bit later on. Is Gareth here again today, who was your dealer main man yesterday? No? Okay. But oh, you got the workshop controller. They're a very important person. I used to be a service manager years ago. I know what it's like. It's, quite an intense job. So I'll pop over at lunchtime. We'll have a little chat and just get some info and a bit more on what we've got here. Lovely. Thank you very much, Erin.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I think are we about to restart?
I think we are. So you'll be going to Exeter for coffee quite regularly now then, I guess?
Well, I do go to Exeter once a week generally, so...
Right, so you could pop in.
I could detour around that way and have coffee.
Have a latte or an Americano, espresso or whatever?
I mean, they'll have to have... I do like the Lotus Biscoff biscuit, but a jammy Dodger.
You're an old-fashioned sort of guy, aren't you? Jammy Dodger.
I am old-fashioned.
who could turn down a jammy Dodger?
Exactly. I had one stolen off my plate by a seagull earlier this year. The waiter had just put this little plate of biscuits down in front of us, and suddenly, whoosh!
That's
and
an
it was the jammy Dodger gone.
An exciting life you lead there.
Oh, it was.
Indeed. Unfortunately, we've had to recover the Geisen Sandblaster Special, which has just come back on a suspended tow. So hopefully that can be sorted, ready for this afternoon. But
I will say that Tim Thompson, who's with the Geisen, very, very generously brought across a large bottle of champagne this morning for the marshals. And he acknowledged the fact that at the end of the day, even though there is a thank you quite often done by somebody who's got FTD or something like that to the marshals and all the organisers, they don't always hear it because they're quite often tidying up and they don't get to enjoy the prize giving. So he came down to Marshall's briefing this morning and thanked them all and donated a very nice bottle of champagne.
Excellent.
So very, very nice, generous gift.
First class gentleman.
Yeah. So what have we got on the line now?
We're looking again at single-seaters, and we're looking at 1600 to 2
And there
litre,
we go.
normally aspirin, which is Aaron Colburn with his Van Diemen. Took it off the line in 2.57 seconds. And then I think we're going to move into the same engine capacity, Class K2, but with forced induction. This is the Force TA coming down to the line in the hands of Kelvin Broad. He's sharing the driving duties of this 1300 supercharged car with Alex Coles. Alex will be running as car number 8 later on. Unfortunately had an off during qualifying yesterday, so didn't make the runoffs on that occasion, but he's now becoming a regular amongst all the big capacity machines, and Alex running as number 8, and that tells us that he finished 8th in the British Championships in 2025. So when we're looking at the main protagonists in the British Championship, we can see their finishing position if they were in the top 10 by the competition numbers on the flanks of the car. So Kelvin Broad through the S's in 19.69 seconds. All kitted out with a new nose cone following yesterday's little off-course discretion, but all looking good now as he's coming up to Martini hairpin and around in 40.32. 40.32 for Kelvin Broad. And in all likelihood, I think that was probably the last car in the batch, as we can see the course vehicle on its way to the top. The red flags are out, telling us that the course is not, shall we say, open. So once the course vehicle gets to the top, we'll be picking up those cars. They'll be returned down the course. The course vehicle will dally a little while, because for those of you who may be moving around, may be useful to understand there is a gate, a crossing from the bank that's above Castle Straight from Saw Bench to Martini. There is a way of crossing between the batches, and then you can come down into the S's and make your way across out into the parkland and down to the paddock area. So that's a way of negotiating the environs of Wiscombe Park. David?
Jeffrey?
What do you know about Thunderbird 4?
Ah, Thunderbird 4.
Because I understand you're an expert. Yes.
And all that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. I'm actually currently at this moment with Stuart Sampson. So you're going to tell us all about Thunderbird 4 that's here, not the one with Lady Penelope on the telly, and what you're doing. It's all for the Ben charity, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, David. We've been invited here, Woolbridge Club, thank you very much, and Wiscombe Park Limited. We're bunched with the Downton Motor Club, who give us a lot of support. We have traded in the Mini that we usually campaign for, an 850cc Reliant Robin, which we somewhat disguised as Thunderbird 4. We'll be attempting to take it down to the Pyrenees and back in October. 40 teams, cap price about £700. See if we can get them there back, and then raffle them off. Auction, all goes to charity for Ben.
And tell a bit about Ben, because a lot of people won't know what Ben is.
So Ben historically was the Motor and Allied Trades Benevolent Fund, shortened to Ben now, and they're looking to support any of the motor trades personnel, men and women, It's a male-dominated industry, and it has a high rate of illnesses and work loss that could be avoided because men are stubborn, don't go to the doctor, don't seek help, and they can help with physical health, mental health, and well-being in the trade. So much needed support.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from with that, because when you're working in the motor trade, if you sort of like knock your knuckle on something, you just clean it off with a rag and carry on, don't you? But that is the way men, I think that's the way men function, actually.
Yeah, and we're grateful for the charity having the support available. It's confidential and free. If you can't reach out to a GP, you can reach out to them, and hopefully they can help you navigate whatever challenge is occurring.
It's not just physical either, is it?
No, and without too many trigger words, there's a high rate of suicide in the industry behind farming and construction. It's up there. As a club, we lost a member a number of years ago, Pete and I. We've lost personally a colleague, an ex-apprentice, and there's help available. We want to make sure that people know it's there, and if we can raise a little bit of funds for the charity along with a couple of smiles while we attempt to get down to the Pyrenees and back, more for the best.
Yeah, I don't know that they're ready for Thunderbirds down there yet.
We just hope it was popular in France as it was in the UK, because otherwise no one's going to know what we are. We have a Thunderbird 2 supporting us as well, a Renault Coleos that's being disguised. They're going to carry some spares for us, so we will have 4 numpties dressed as Thunderbirds at least.
What about Lady Penelope? And I'm not volunteering here.
Well, you have the glasses, maybe you should be Brains.
Yeah, there's no hope of me having brains, mate. But yeah, it's great that you're coming along. And all seriously, if anybody would like to come and have a chat to you, you've got information, you would like support for the fundraising you're doing. I know you've got a collection bucket there. Little bit of small change, every little bit of small change helps, doesn't it?
Absolutely, any and all donations welcome, or there's a QR code and you can give to the whole charity pot.
That's lovely. And now, it's a bit of a bad question, this, but does it fly?
It's a submarine, it's supposed to swim.
See, that shows how much I know about Thunderbirds, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, at the moment, the biggest problem we've got is actually head gaskets. We're changing the engine next week.
So you're taking a few of those with you, are you?
We have accumulated some spares. It depends how much space we have in Thunderbird 2.
Thunderbird 2, by my reckoning, was the big green one. The body used to drop out the middle. Yeah, it's a Renault. It's old. Is it slightly rusty?
It did actually fail the MOT last week on suffering rust.
So it could still fall out the bottom?
It could be a very accurate depiction.
That's cruel. But anyway, seriously, best of luck with it. Anybody who's wandering around the paddock, come and have a look. It's great to have a chat to the guys. They will tell you more about the charity. If you've got any questions, they'll be able to tell you what direction you should be going in, basically.
Yeah, come see us. We're down by the refreshments and happy to talk to you.
Thank you very much. So that's Thunderbird Ford explained.
We have the whole history. Yeah. Incredible. All for a good cause, into the bargain.
It is indeed. I mean, I come across Ben many years ago working in the motor trade, and it was one of those charities that not a lot of people knew about. So it's quite nice to see that it's getting highlighted. If you remember Dennis Jenkinson, Dennis was a big advocate of Ben as well in the old days, I seem to remember.
Was Joy Rainey involved with them as well?
Do you know, I don't know.
I think it seems to...
I think there's a pretty good chance she would have been, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will tell me the answer to that. Just looking for the person who would know. No. No.
We can't add to the brains trust.
Yeah. So we got dispatch coming down. I believe one more batch before lunch.
Yeah, we got a largest batch, I think. We've got
Yeah.
to deal with, or possibly two. We've got to deal with all the large capacity racing cars, and then of course the Downton lads and,
Yes.
and lasses.
Yeah.
Yes, because there is a lass. Yes, lads and lasses.
So just basically a bit of an early reminder to people, if you're going to get your lunch, when we do break for lunch, all the marshals would be coming down off the hill, them and the officials who've had to stand out from their posts just to get a bite to eat. And once they've got that, they will need to be able to get back to post. So we always give them priority at the catering unit. So anybody who's coming down to have some lunch, please can you remember to give the marshals and the officials priority at the lunch queue, please. It just helps the meeting run that much more efficient.
But we have two outlets, don't we? We have the one
We do, yes.
over by Wiscombe as well, so people can
Yes.
stop off there if they
Yeah.
so wish.
Yeah, they've got all the basic hot foods over there as well. Ashley's over there doing the preparation and cooking, and he's able to give you the same hot food as you'll get here in the paddock.
It's quite a range, isn't it? I could see, iced coffees, and we did sample the ice creams yesterday.
It was very nice ice cream,
they
wasn't
are,
it?
yeah, well.
Planning.
Yeah.
May well finish the day with an ice cream again today.
It's always a good day, good way to finish the day.
It is actually, because we never actually get a chance to stop, do we?
Oh no, it's such a hard life.
Oh, terrible. And nobody gives us cups of tea, do they? No. We could do with those, couldn't we? But we don't want sticky buns because that makes you very difficult to talk.
Of course, we used to have lots of cake, but
we did indeed. We used to have our cake competition, which you were the one that started that, really.
You always blame that on me.
Oh, you said that you once won a cake competition with your Dorset apple cake.
Once, yes.
Well, once is enough. So we decided we'd have a cake competition to here, didn't we? It was done for a few years. A bit of fun, nothing too serious. Unless you made the cake and you wanted to win, and it became very
well, then
competitive.
I guess it was really, but it raised some money for a good cause.
It did, yeah. Yeah, it used to raise it for the West Country Ambulance.
Yep.
Sorry, West Country Rescue.
Rescue.
Who supply our medicals.
And as with all marshals, we wouldn't be here today without such services.
No. So we got the racing cars coming out. Dean is just coming out in his Gould.
Good.
So
fancy
all coming down.
Having to learn how to drive a 4-litre Judd powered
know.
Gould GR59 on the tight confines of Wiscombe Park.
And your first time out at Wiscombe?
Yes.
With it?
Well,
yeah. Only having been to Wiscombe once
with
before in your life.
Yeah. He did.
So I'll hand back to you.
Okay.
And
see you later.
we'll have a little catch up in a while. We got the recovery vehicle just coming down through the paddock. They're just going to get themselves back into a position that if they're needed, they can go and attend to any towing.
So yes, Dean Tye did have the opportunity of a test session to familiarise himself with this car, the ex-Graham Wynn GR59 Judd, but the wide aspect of a sprint course and the sort of more serpentine nature of the hill here at Wiscombe Park couldn't be more opposed. So yeah, quite a challenge to get abreast of such a powerful machine, but doing a good job, and it does look like Dean will be the next man down to the start line. 46.84 for the Brisbane resident. Dean, mechanical engineer by profession, and he's got a family company of Tye Cams, as in camshaft, and they produce kit for the Australian Collins class submarine. So if any of you are submariners or followers of that, the Collins class submarines used by the Royal Australian Navy. So they carry camshafts built by Dean's firm over in Brisbane. But business is not in Dean's mind at the moment, having made his debut last year with the Empire Wraith, sharing with William Luffbridge, who unfortunately is withdrawn from today's meeting, not feeling so good this morning, so opted to go home. But yep, that Empire Wraith gave him some experience of the British Hills. He then brought his own car across during the winter months, ready for this season, and embarked on the beginning of the tour with that machine. Had a bit of an accident, rebuilt it, and then along came the opportunity for this purchase of this GR59. And I guess the main thinking of Dean's in that purchase was to get him into a position where he can qualify for the prestigious top 12 runoffs of the British Hillclimb Championship. I'm sure once he's dialed himself into that particular car and that particular level of power, then he'll be knocking on the door with all of the other Gould GR59s with their various engines, the 4-litre V8 Judd that will be powering the likes of Will Horscott and Matthew Ryder. Wallace Mingies, who took fastest time of the day yesterday, yeah, again another GR59, but this time motivated by a 3.3 litre Cosworth. A lot of the top class machines over 2 litres also use Cosworth engines, the ex-IndyCar engine, which gives out about a capacity of around 2.65 litres. A number of drivers favour that particular engine because of its drivability and how well it revs, but Dean has just stalled on the start line, put it into gear, and decided it would knock off. But all is well, because the rules say that as long as the rear wheels don't cross the start line, and they certainly didn't there, then you get a restart. And he's got the green light, and he can depart in his own time, which he does. Split in 2.49, but once round the left-hander across the park and now into 18.02. Of the event of the bend now quickly through Martini to register 36.95. So the next time we see Dean out on the hill, he will be in the timed runs for the British Hillclimb Championship, and you'll be looking to qualify, if possible, for the top 12 runoff, of which the fastest 10 will score points for this Ultra Championship, which has really provided some scintillating speed hill climbing during the summer months. So 115, Richard Alexander from Blandford in Dorset with his 1300 turbocharged Force TA from class K2 on the hill through the S's in 18.6 seconds. And he'll be replaced on the start line by coming at the 10. Obviously finished 10th in last year's championship, and that will be Paul Hames with his Gould GR59. But quite an interesting piece of kit in many ways, with the Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo producing the power, and that's just about to be put into use as he very quietly, judiciously feeds the power in way off the line in 2.28 seconds, Now gathering momentum over Bunny's lead. Using his breaking point for the gate. Neat and tidy. 16.85. Paul Haynes, previous leaders champion. Then moved to Dallara single-seater with Vauxhall engine before getting involved with the Gould GR59. Around Martini and over the line in 35.23. 35.23. So the times are now moving down. The track conditions are coming back to the drivers, and also the drivers have to start assessing the levels of grip, etc., ready for this afternoon's qualifying runs. Alex Colton, a regular visitor to the top 12 runoffs this season, with the 1300 supercharged Force TA, 17.11 at the S's and 35.71 at the top of the hill. So after a little off-course indiscretion yesterday, all good with the Force TA, all good with Alex, back on the pace with a 35.71. And now we're moving on up around Saw Bench, 117, Gould DJ 55 XD in the hands of Terry Graves from Launceston in Cornwall, electrical contractor by profession. And he's followed up by Harry Pick. So Terry Graves stopped the clock, car 117 in 38.24. Harry Pick out of the S's in 17.25. 108 across the parkland, and that's Jonathan Varley from the normally aspirated 1600 to 2 litre class with his GWR Predator 2 litre powered machine. Time for 118, 35.59. 35.59 for 118. Warming up the tyres now as it becomes critical as the leading competitors coming to the line for their last practice run of the day. Coming to the start line, David Uren with his GR55B Gould, 3.5 litres, using all the torque to ease off the line in 2.27 seconds. Differential failure earlier in the month at Harewood, but hopefully all is good and repair made. Sometimes shares with Nicola Mingies, ex-Martin Groves car, full-time championship winning machine this. David is clear of the S's in 16.47 and completes the run in 33.72. So we're progressively moving down through the 35, through the 34, now into the 33s, with Trevor Willis on the hill with the OMS, the RPE engine of 3.2 litres, which is 2 Suzuki Hayabusa engines brought together into a V8 format. Trevor over the line in 34.77. Championship leader Will Hall with his Judd powered V8. 4 litres of Judd V8 just triples it away from the line in 2.13 seconds. But now the biggest power output of that V8 being put to good use across the parkland, and Will's skills up through the S's in 16.22, through the left-hand flick before the right-hand hairpin at Saul Bench. Smooth, neat exit there. Get the maximum power delivery along Castle Straight before getting on the brakes and hauling it around Martini to record 34.34. 34.34 for Will Hall. So Dave, you're with 33.72, the fastest at the moment. As to the line comes Wallace Mingies with the 3.3 litre Cosworth powered GR59. Wallace from Alloa in Fife, Scotland, of course. Quarry proprietor, Tillicoultry Quarries is his profession. And driving quickly in hill climb cars is his first love. Off the line in 2.08 seconds. Of course, with the exception of the white. Now, Wallace very quickly up through the S's, and it's a 16.03 as he now targets the right-hander at Saul Bench. And if he can get it neat and tidy there, and he certainly has, lays the power down, and this is a critical part of the hill. Get a good departure from Saul Bench, and that pays dividends, and it's a 33.76, 33.76 for Wallace Mingies as the reigning champion. Matt Ryder's now on the hill. Another GR59. This is a Judd-powered machine. 15.61. Now, bear in mind, because of his mechanical problem, dry shaft failure, sidelining him from yesterday's runoffs, Matthew is on has an agenda, on a mission at 32.69. 32.69 for Matthew Ryder's final practice run of the day.
I think that's a new hill record, because it was 32.96 with Alex Summers up until then.
Yeah, it might well be. Well, it's still practice. Second practice run, but it bodes well with the hill record of 31.77. We saw the top drivers getting very close yesterday. I mean, Wallace getting down to 32.1 in the runoffs, but we're back to the 32s in the practice runs. We got a qualifying run to come yet, let alone the runoff. So, boy, could we be looking at some fast motoring this afternoon. But we move away from the British Championship classes, pick up the Downton Motor Club, and we have 141, which won't be in your programme as a Renault. It'll be in Harry Whitehead with the Unos Roadster, but problems with the ECU there. I mean, he's accepted an invitation from Matthew Eardley to co-drive with the Renault, so bear in mind that Harry's not familiar with this car. 26.11 out of the S's, but as Dave was saying earlier on, this is the amicable side of speed hill climbing, and a little bit of a problem away from the start line there for Ruby Riggs, but she's got it all together. The R53 Cooper S faltered a little away from line, but all back under control. Time for 141, Harry Whitehead, on what is the first timed run for the Downton Motor Club is 53.22. So we'll have another run for them after the lunch break, and it'll be the faster of the two times that the drivers count for awards purposes. And a lot of people get very emotional about the Gulf colours, the blue and orange, and we can certainly see them on the 911 RS in the hands of Chris Stone. We'll see Dave Franklin driving the machine also during the course of the day. So the time for Ruby Riggs, car 750, is 52.40. So at the moment puts her just ahead of Harry Whitehead, sharing that Renault of Matthew Eardley. So they were the double-driven cars from Class W. and they bring the batch of competing cars to end, and it's time to bring those back from the top of the hill, and then we'll refettle and go again. But in the meanwhile, we'll see what Dave Pearce is up to. Will we see what Dave Pearce is? Will we hear what Dave Pearce is up to?
Well, just paddock announcement went out then, Jeff, so they went over the top of you. But I'm amongst greatness. There's no doubt about that. It's not anything to do with size or stature, it's all to do with power. Peter Isaac, the MD of Wiscombe Limited.
Oh, that sort of power.
That sort of power. Peter is a man who makes sure that the venue is all got up together, ready for this event, and on the other events throughout the year. But obviously this one is a particularly big commitment to get ready for. And Peter's going to tell us a little bit about what they've had to do this year to get the hill ready for this event this weekend.
You're talking
to the phone.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Let me just turn your radio down.
Oh yeah, turn that down.
Yeah,
we've got radios going off here, there, and everywhere. Well, yes, it's been always quite a challenge to get Wiscombe into shape prior, particularly to this, the most important weekend of the year, of course, Dave. Yeah, and it's we've got there. We've got there in the end. Yeah, difficult, but we made it. We always like to present Wiscombe in its best possible condition for this event, and for, of course, all the wonderful drivers for the British Hillclimb Championship that come down, and it's so nice to see them all. It's such a great spectacle for everybody, for us even, and of course hopefully all the spectators.
It is one of those things. I mean, I'm very fortunate enough to come down and help on some of the working days, and there's a lot of work, isn't there? There's footpaths, there's rails, there's the drainage, all sorts of things, you know. Obviously drainage today is not much of a problem because it's not that wet, but you know, all sorts of things like that have to be sorted, as well as the actual beautifying of the venue, like the hedges, the grass, you know, all that sort of trimming, isn't there?
Yes, that's always a particular challenge. We try to be sympathetic to the whole estate, which is obviously a beautiful East Devon estate in a lovely deep valley, and we have to balance, you know, keeping it looking like a nice rural estate against all the requirements required for running a top-line motorsport event. So it can be interesting at times.
Yeah, very. And I know that you've done some hill modifications this year to the banking and things like that to improve the banking and make it far more, shall we say, driver friendly, because the drivers actually like very square upright banks, don't they, rather than have anything that could create them to sort of drive up a bank. Though Wayne Penrose did drive up around the corner at Wiscombe this morning, and there's one of your sponsors, isn't it, just going past? Wallace? Yeah. No, I have had a chat with him earlier. So Wallace, Mingies and Tillicoultry Corries, very much involved here at Wiscombe, aren't they, in supporting us throughout the year? You couldn't hear, could you? Do you want to borrow my deaf aid? No. I said Wallace supports you throughout the year, dear.
Yes, he does. He's a wonderful, almost philanthropist to us. He's very kindly donated brand new finish banner, the start banner, and he provides us a little sponsorship for our annual Wiscombe Championship, which we are very, very grateful for. Yes, we're just sorry this weekend is seeming a little bit uncomfortable for him. He's not terribly well enough to drive the Gould, but and that might be a little moment of bliss for him for 35 seconds, and he'd forget all his ailments.
Yeah, it's true. And of course Will Hall as well is another supporter of the British Hillclimb, the Wiscombe Hillclimb photo competition, which he gladly supports each year, doesn't he? Very generous at that, isn't he?
He was, and he's got an affinity with this area as well. who's sort of quite closely connected with the Mansell family, and
Does it fly?
he's got quite a lot of friends down here, and a lot of them have come along today, of course.
Yes, he paid them well. And no, I don't mean that. But no, I know Will has spent some holiday time down here, not far from here, near Exmouth, and thoroughly enjoys the area, doesn't he? Yes. So yeah, it's very good. But going back to the original thing, the actual work that goes in down here, it's all unpaid volunteers. They give up, you know, I don't know how many days throughout the year to come along and trim the edges and cut the bushes back and just generally maintain the place. How many days is it? Do you know?
In a year, David, I don't know. It's got to be somewhere up 30, 35 days a year, easily.
A donut each day you come as well, isn't it?
Oh,
of course.
yes, the donuts keep us going. Yes, all the volunteers.
Yes. So anyway, a big big thank you to all the volunteers. A big thank you to you, Peter, for trying to keep us all under control on those days when we're down here. You don't always succeed, but
you're the worst of the lot, Dave.
Oh, thank you. I've not won the trophy yet. I can't be that bad. But yeah, and it's lovely to see the venue turned out in its immaculate sense again.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it is lovely. It's very satisfying to reach this stage, and the very, very kind comments from a variety of people. And I believe, and Dave you would agree. Yeah, the competitors, the top British Hillclimb Championship competitors, I think they all enjoy coming down to see us, don't they?
They do seem to. I think they say it's the warmth of the welcome quite often.
Yes, it is. Yes, we do our best, don't we?
We do, yes. Yeah, well, thank you, Peter.
Great pleasure, David.
What time is Matron coming to get you?
She'll be along very shortly.
Oh,
yes.
that's okay. I don't want you to,
take me back to the home.
Yeah, good. That's good. So, thank you, Peter. So, I think we just got the one group to go, one batch before lunch now, haven't we, Jeff?
I think so. Talking of lunch, I think the gents of Wiscombe Limited are going to replenish supplies at the catering unit at Wis Corner. They're all in procession carrying their boxes. So there'll be plenty of food there as well as in the paddock, but we have an arrangement, don't we, for
we do.
marshals, etc. So,
right. So
they must take priority at the main catering unit at lunchtime.
Yeah,
we're coming up to 1 o'clock, and then we've got to get everybody back on the hill and get cracking.
We need to get them fed and watered and
Indeed.
back into position. I'm probably going to be wandering around the paddock chatting to the drivers over lunch, but it will be available on the live stream. But I don't think it's going to come out over the PA because there's a clash in the microphones, and we get lots and lots of feedback, and it's not
good to have clashing microphones.
No, it's not great to listen to, sort of thing. But when we get it, Jason, there's a car behind you. Oh, he missed it.
And actually, if you're here today, you can always, of course, pick up the stream, not live, but the stream online, I guess.
You can indeed, yes. Yeah, pick up a live stream.
So you can watch the meeting here today and then savour it again.
You can indeed. I'm just going to talk to Andy from the live stream, actually, because he's standing in front of me. He's looking at me as I say, I should have run. So, Andy, you're obviously, the live stream guys behind it. Many hits today, do you know?
Yeah, we had about 4,000 yesterday. I think we got about 250 watching.
Yeah. So when we go and do the live stream at lunchtime, obviously that will pop up again even higher, won't it?
Oh well, yeah, of course. When you're on it, Dave, it always gets better.
Yeah, rubbish. But yeah, it's quite an involved thing to set up that live stream, though, isn't it? Because you have to come down here for a couple of days before, getting all the cameras in, getting all the infrastructure in. It's quite a commitment.
Yeah, it's a fair commitment. We started about 10:30 on Friday. Yeah.
He was late on parade.
I was, yeah. Mike started at
8 o'clock.
I started at 11:30. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, so We worked through till about 8 o'clock on Friday, and then we were back here at 7 yesterday morning. Same again this morning. It's busy.
Very, very busy. So, obviously, anybody who's watching at home, we've already had comments that there's people in Australia watching.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've been responding sometimes.
Can you actually see from what part of the world people are actually watching from?
We can, but I don't, because we're a bit busy normally.
Yeah, but anyway, it's great that you come and you provide the live stream. Thank you very much for that. Anybody who's watching at home, or wherever you are on your device, hopefully that you're enjoying the efforts of Speed on Screen, who they can find on YouTube and many other places.
Many other places, yeah. Thanks, Dave.
You're welcome. So, that's embarrassed Andy. So now, back to you, Jeff, because I see the cars are lining up.
Yep, indeed. We've seen all the supplies going out to the catering units. Now we're seeing the cardboard boxes coming back, and they're about to be recycled, which is an ideal opportunity to remind me about the sustainability and recycling profile here at Wiscombe Park. And it's something that I believe MS UK are encouraging throughout the realms of motorsport. So please either take your waste home or ensure that you put it into the appropriate labelled containers here at Wiscombe Park. But away from recycling, back to motorsport, and it's Peter Smith from Kingsbridge out on the hill with his Mazda MX-5. Peter, retired ex-Aston Martin factory maintenance manager, who purchased this car, I think, last year via eBay, and did the deal without an inspector car because it looked as it satisfied his request for a budget machine for which to go hill climbing. Not that hill climbing was a completely new phenomenon for him, because he'd been coming to Wiscombe and other southwest venues for a number of years with Peter Eade, his friend, who will see Peter at the wheel of his Dunhill powered Westfield in the British Hillclimb Championship classes. So we have that time for Pete Smith, 1:31 in a time of 49.68, as Beer Regis in Dorchester, resident Dominic Bishop now on the hill with the latest of his competition powered Radical SR4, but we may, if you've been following hill climbing over recent years, you will recall then he went into historics with a Mark 6 Cooper, 1952 Mark 6 Cooper, and now on to this car which was previously owned by a Hardy Street dentist who purchased it new from the factory, but now equipped with some new slicks. Dominic is getting to grips with it, and I think he was probably the fastest man in the class yesterday by a tad from Derek Kessel with the Maguire Mini. Lee Kessel now around Wiss Corner with his 1300 Austin Mini. So let's look at the time for 1:32. It's 43.71 for Toby Bishop. That puts him fastest at the moment in front of Dominic Bishop with the Radical by 0.05 of a second. Derek Kessel then with the Maguire Mini, the space frame chassis with a fiberglass body, replica Mini body clothing said chassis. Derek's time 1:35 is a 42.99, so he goes to the head of the list in the Downton Motor Club Championship. Now there's that Renault again, this time with its owner Matthew Eardley at the wheel. 1390cc for Matthew, who's in his first season of speed hill climbing, and very much by his own admission a budget season. So we have a set of coilover shock absorbers, a half cage for safety, and a bucket seat also for safety, full harness seat belts and that. He's upgraded the tyres, but other than that, very much a road-going car. Currently lying third in the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship, and Matthew says he built the car up to a budget just to give hill climbing a go, and he's loving it, so that's good. And he's also got the grace to share the car for the unfortunate Harry Whitehead with the ailments on his Eunice Roadster. So let's see if we have a time for Kieran Stevens, car 133, that's a 47.26. Dominic Bishop, as we said, lying now in third place on 43.76. Derek Kessel leading the way still, 42.99. Lee Kessel running as 136, stopped the clocks on 46.28. Rapidly followed up by the turbocharged 1 litre Ford Fiesta in the hands of retired farmer John White, running as 137. He's in the 48 second bracket, 48.53. Matthew Eardley with the Renault then, 51.84 for car 138, as Graham Gonzalez is around West Corner in his pristine Mini, but not a Mini as we may know it, because basically he's powered by a Hayabusa motorcycle engine. Zach Cobb then 139, clocked 44.29 in his R53 Mini Cooper S. Steve Jarrett 140, clocked a time of 44.93 as Alan Dyke pedals his 1400 turbo Fiat Abarth over Bunny's Deep towards the gate. Robbie King in the top paddock with his Audi TT car 142 on 46.22 as around West Corner, having launched in 3.09 seconds, goes John Wales with his Cooper S. Chris Bryant 143 with the MGZR at the top in 46.01. Graham Gonzalez, he's at the top with that Hayabusa powered Mini car 144 in 44.56. And Alan Dyke made it over the finish line with the Fiat Abarth in a time of 50.55. And now that resplendent Golf liveried Porsche 911 RS, this time in the hands of David Franklin, former British Sprint champion and a former British Hillclimb champion, and the Bristolian did that all in the same season. Remembered by many for his Wendy Wool sponsored march. So the time for 149 is a 45.86. 45.86 for John Wells. And 150 David Lord with the BMW R53 shared with Ruby Riggs. Car 150 at the top on 48.07. And the last to run there, David Franklin, getting under 50 seconds with the Porsche 49.67. So that's the first timed runs for the Downton Motor Club. They will come out again later this afternoon to take their second runs. The British Hillclimb Championship classes will take their timed runs, because all their activity on the hill up to now has been practice runs. So they've tested and sorted their cars and themselves, and they're ready to give their utmost on their time runs, and that will provide the qualifying for the AET Turbo's Top 10 Tip Top Challenge for the saloons and sports cars. and the top 12 runoffs for the British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Motorsport, Nova tyres, in fact. So it's lunchtime, David.
Well, Jeff, it's just approaching lunchtime now.
Indeed.
And, I know I've already mentioned it twice, but just to reiterate, could we make sure the marshals have priority? They're having a shorter lunch break today than we'd ideally like to give them. I'm waiting for Jason to give me indication what time we'll be restarting. If he knows yet, he's probably calculating that in his mind at the moment.
Marshals and officials back on post for 10 to 2 for a 2 o'clock start.
Yeah, it does. He just said to me it's 2 o'clock restart. So they've got to get down off of the hill, have their lunch, and back into position, ready for the first car to be on the hill for 2 o'clock. So they need to be back in position for about 1:45. So it effectively gives them about half an hour to come down and get fed, watered, have a quick relax, go and use the facilities. And I know they all like to have a quick walk around the paddock to see the cars, given the chance, but unfortunately they're not going to have a huge chance on that. So
yesterday
again,
wasn't too bad though.
Just to reiterate, you know, if we could let the marshals have priority, that would be much appreciated. Thank you all.
And then we can get them back. So thank you very much, David. We'll leave you to do your interviews, etc. And if you've not yet made it down into the paddock area, then please do. No additional charge, no paddock transfer fee or anything like that. Come in, look at the cars at close quarters, talk to the drivers if they're not busy fettling their machines or whatever. They're always happy to have a chat and tell you more about hill climbing and their cars. There's the Porsche paddock provided by Porsche Centre Exeter in front of the house. We've got not only what you would call the typical Porsche, the 911 shape type thing, but we've also got the electric vehicle, the Cayenne, and an older Cayenne, which has all been fitted out with lights, spotlights and tyres, etc. So come and have a look at that, talk to the Porsche personnel. And in the main paddock area, of course, we got the licence bar. Now that the sun's come out, nice way to spend the lunch break, and full catering facilities both in the paddock, with the bearing in mind the procedure that David's been outlining, but also another catering outlet at Wiscombe, just adjacent to the start line. So take a relaxed lunch break, and as we said, Marshall's back on post at 10 to 2, and we'll be back with track action from 2 o'clock.
Oh, I think we've got to start at top, come back down. Okay. All right. Cool. We may struggle to get Wallace straight away because he's got a bit of a tummy issue. Right. Yeah, we start at the top down. Is that working?
We're not live though. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, let me know when you want to go live. Yeah. I've only got another one.
I was going to tickle you with it. Take the hat on, shall I?
Visually see the antenna from there. Especially
Okay. This is just going to be total live stream. It's not going out over the speakers here. It's just going out to the rest of the world. Right. That's yours.
Okay.
Okay. I got
clip on?
Yes, it's already on.
Just hold it.
Yeah, just hold it. Ready? Good afternoon. Welcome here to the Woolwich Motor Club Wiscombe British National Championship Hillclimb. I've got with me here Mr. Wallace Mingies. Wallace is all the way down from Scotland to compete here this weekend. Currently got number 2 on the mark. Very good result yesterday. Got the championship runoff win, didn't you?
Yeah, yesterday was a good day. It was dry all day, and we managed to kind of put it together just ahead of Will and no more. But it was unfortunate. Matt had a drive shaft issue and couldn't qualify, but yeah, we managed to sneak a win ahead of Will just in the more yesterday.
Yeah.
So really pleased with that.
Tiny little bit, and that's improved the championship. It's made it even more intense at the top, which is great because you want that competition, don't you?
Yeah, I think for everybody's benefit, I don't suppose Matt and Will have been definitely had me for the first half of the season all the way up to Doon. We've come back with a little bit of pace in the Channel Islands and at Harewood and win yesterday, so we're chasing them. They're fairly well ahead, but we'll keep going and have fun and just keep nipping at their heels and see what they have to keep them honest.
2 hill records in the Channel Islands as well.
Yeah, that was it was on record. The car was going really, really well there. We put the other engine in, setup's good, and Lee did a lot of work in the mapping. So it's pulling the best it's ever pulled, that second engine, because the first one obviously let go a little bit in Harewood. So I'm really pleased with that engine.
So when you do like bed it in, or is it all bedded in on the dyno before you fit it?
Yeah, it got bedded in the first run up. That was
Yeah, thank you, boss. I great to have you down. Great that yours. Give us a little bit of time, and we'll have a little. What's he going to do? Thank you, boss. I great to have you down. Great that yours. Give us a little bit of time, and we'll have a little. What's he going to do?
Good bits. Yeah. Well, you found them, Jersey.
Yeah, if you look at the back of his car, he's got a really big gurney in the bottom of it. He's moved his wishbones.
Good bits. Yeah. Well, you found them, Jersey.
Yeah, if you look at the back of his car, he's got a really big gurney in the bottom of it. He's moved his wishbones.
So, what's going to happen this afternoon? You were streets ahead of us in practice in the wet. Fantastic there. What's happening?
If he's all right, Dave, I'll let you take.
What's going to happen? We'll have a proper little chat, Will.
You don't want that, Dave.
If he's all right, I'll let you take.
We'll have a proper little chat, Will.
You don't want that, Dave.
After almost a year of redevelopment, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our brand new showroom, you will be welcomed by our new layout and our lovely showroom host.
He will guide you to the most appropriate colleague and make your visit to our showroom as seamless as possible.
Throughout the building, you'll find inviting spaces designed for comfort and connection, perfect for relaxing while we take care of you and your Porsche.
We've reimagined the experience with an updated, tech-focused configuration lounge, where you can spec your Porsche in detail. We also have dedicated breakout rooms for your appointments, creating a more private and relaxed environment. And when it's time to collect your new Porsche, our 2 state-of-the-art handover bays allow us to deliver a truly personalised experience, making your handover moment unforgettable. Let's take a look upstairs.
Welcome to our Work One Lounge, a spacious and inviting area open to all customers, whether you're visiting with your Porsche or simply stopping by.
When you arrive on site, you'll notice a few changes. Parking has moved and you'll now park to the left instead of the right. We currently have 2 fast chargers, but when we complete, we will have 7 with 1 available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together. Whether you are here to explore, connect, or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Gear selection problem or something. It seems to be coasting on without any trouble. So hopefully that wasn't a glitch because absolutely superb. 4-cylinder water cooled, running on methanol, producing about 540 brake horsepower. Wayne, having sort of watched the European British Hillclimb, 23.17 on the Damien Bradley is hugely successful. Subaru Legacy took the victory in the A2 Turbos Tinton Challenge yesterday.
can talk. Is that okay?
After almost a year of redevelopment, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our brand new showroom, you will be welcomed by our new layout and our lovely showroom host.
Who will guide you to the most appropriate colleague and make your visit to our showroom as seamless as possible.
Throughout the building, you'll find inviting spaces designed for comfort and connection, perfect for relaxing while we take care of you and your Porsche.
We've reimagined the experience with an updated, tech-focused configuration lounge, where you can spec your Porsche in detail. We also have dedicated breakout rooms for your appointments, creating a more private and relaxed environment. And when it's time to collect your new Porsche, our 2 state-of-the-art handover bays allow us to deliver a truly personalised experience, making your handover moment unforgettable. Let's take a look upstairs.
Welcome to our Work One Lounge, a spacious and inviting area open to all customers, whether you're visiting with your Porsche or simply stopping by.
When you arrive on site, you'll notice a few changes. Parking has moved and you'll now park to the left instead of the right. We currently have 2 fast chargers, but when we complete, we will have 7 with 1 available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together. Whether you are here to explore, connect, or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're just making the final preparations before we can kick off with this afternoon's timed runs and qualifying runs. And just to remind you, if your recent arrival from lunchtime going forward, we have one run for the contenders or followers of the British Hillclimb Championship classes, which basically runs from Class A through to Class M, and they will take their timed run, their qualifying run this afternoon, and that will give them the opportunity, or some of the competitors the opportunity, to qualify for the British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top Challenge. So there'll be the 10 fastest cars with a roof, basically. So that could be a saloon car, obviously, could be a sports car, and then there will be 12 registered contenders of the British Hillclimb Championship. The fastest of 12 will qualify for the runoffs for the Premier Hillclimb series in the country, and the fastest 10 of that 12 will score points in the championship, which has been fiercely contested throughout the season, but particularly in the last month, with Will Hall and Matthew Ryder being the main protagonists. But Wallace Mingies has been closing the gap of late. Prior to this weekend, he was 6 points adrift. I think narrowly, unofficially yesterday, he brought that down to 5. So he's on a quest. An update on yesterday, Matthew Ryder, as we say, joint leader of the championship prior to this weekend, failed to make the qualifying run with a broken drive shaft as he was on his way down to the start line. Well, those of you who've been here for a while have seen Matthew out on the hill this morning, and it looks like he's in good form. The car's all fettled, and he's looking, no doubt, for retribution. He wants to make good on that situation yesterday. So we have 3 drivers certainly at the top of the championship who are well and truly fired up. Their teams have been fettling their cars in the paddock area during the lunchtime, and you know, amongst those, Alex Summers AFS team, they're working away trying to optimize every little aspect of the performance prior to this one qualifying run and then the subsequent runoffs. Now this morning the times were coming down. We got down into the 32 second bracket, 32.69 posted by Matthew Ryder, the current record holder, outright record holder here at Wiscombe Park, on a time of 31.77. So we're just about a second shy of that this morning, but that was only practice. Now we get to the business end of the meeting, the qualifying run and the top 12 runoffs. So if conditions allow and the drivers are on form, well, the question is, how close can we get to that 31.77 mark? Or can we surpass it? Time to tell. In the next couple of hours, for those here at Wiscombe Park and those that are following the event on the World Wide Web, then it's all for you to follow this afternoon. Is that you out in there, out in the big wide world, David?
It is indeed. I just had a wander up and chatted to a lot of the drivers over lunch.
Oh, well, you sat down and had a knife and fork?
Oh, if only.
If only.
Yeah, to eat, yeah. But Alex Summers was explaining that he's had a temperature issue on that last run, and it was the temperature was peaking. It was going up and down.
This is on the car, is it, rather than
yes,
his
on the car rather than him
temperature?
personally.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So he's sort of been busy over lunch sorting that out. He said it's like bleeding a house radiator. They had to bleed the radiators out. They've done that. Hopefully that will overcome that issue for him. So that should be quite good. Give him a reliable run later this afternoon. Yesterday, because this is a home-built car, of course. Yesterday he finished 3rd in the top 12 runoff. So that was very, very good because, as he said, 3rd. Built it.
Yeah, I think that was his first top 3 finish, wasn't it?
It is his first top 3 finish with it. Yeah, yeah. So very, very pleased with that. So he's all up there sorted out.
That was with on a time of 33.19. So yep, that's where we're time-wise. That's where we're already at in the 32s and 33s. So,
so something I succeeded in doing up there, Jeff.
Oh, yes.
It will be coming out on Speed on Screen. Everybody watch Speed on Screen, and you'll see it later this week. I succeeded in getting Wallace to interview Will Hall. And it was quite amusing. So something not to be missed, something definitely slightly different.
When will that, do we know when that will be released? When should people be looking out for that?
The guys think about Wednesday.
Wednesday, midweek.
Bit of editing. Unfortunately, it didn't have enough signal strength to be able to put it out straight away, but it's all recorded, so it will come out. They might even be able to edit out the little bit where I got it wrong and succeeded in calling Trevor Willis Will Hall, which Trevor is never going to let me forget, I'm sure.
That's the problem with being a commentator. It happens, though.
It does, happens. Yeah, it does happen, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, very, very interesting sort of hour wandering around there, chatting to them. So all the drivers are very, very pleased to chat. No, never any of this, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy, or none of that. They always make time for a little chat, a little bit of live stream content to go out, and things like that. So I've now got Pat Jennings heading in my direction. I know. He's waving a £10 note about. Is that for me, Patrick? You're taking money there.
Dave, when I'm taking money, even I can stop talking.
Well, there's a first. I don't believe it, actually, but there we are. So Pat's selling his book, The 80 Years of North Devon. His book, it's not just him, it's a collaboration. 80 Years of North Devon Motor Club. So if anybody's interested in the history of North Devon Motor Club, if you're down here today from the Bideford, Barnstable area, and come and see Pat. He's down at the bottom of the paddock, got a silver car with a sticker on it, and selling a limited edition anniversary book, only £9.99. I'll put money on the fact there's no pennies in Pat's pocket, so I give the penny back. Anyway, looks like we're away.
We're away.
So back to you.
At the top of the order, Dave. Yes, indeed. Road-going series production cars up to 2 litres, Class A1. Zoe Sherman sharing the Lotus Exige with Michael Thompson, so she's out on the hill. Posted a 59.30 on her first run this morning, and another double-driven car. And as we mentioned before, you can identify these by largely by the fact that they've got a 7 in front of the competition number. So the car leaving the start line at the moment is that of Laura Elliott in the 911 Carrera, running as 7.56, and later we'll see Jonathan Williamson drive the same car with the number 56. So that's a way of distinguishing the cars that are driven by more than one driver. So Zoe clear of the S's in 23.93 and completes her climb on 49.61. 49.61 for 725 Zoe Sherman. So that's our first time for the British Hillclimb Championship classes, the national classes. And we'll go through the whole entry, as we say, from A to W, picking those up. Then before we go to the top 10 runoff, we'll do the Downton Motor Club, Class W, and their contenders, who this afternoon will be taking their second time run, having already completed the first prior to lunch. And for results purposes, they will decide which is the faster time, time one, run one, or time run two. So that will determine that. And let's see, Laura's time is car 7.56 in Class C3, the 911 Carrera, 7.56 in 48.27, 48.27 for Laura Elliott. Almost got the surname wrong there. Recently married to Nigel, who's competing in the same class with his Triumph TR7 V8, 4.6 litre turbocharged Triumph T.
It's going to take us a long time to get used to calling Laura a different surname, isn't it?
It is. I'm still on Keane, let alone Wardle and Elliott.
Yes.
But that's over a great number of years.
It is indeed.
It is over. We must state that for,
Yes.
for Laura's well-being.
There we are. Let me just drop this in here a moment. Just dropping something off in the caravan. Yes, Laura has been a supporter here for a long, long time with Jonathan. I think that they've been sharing the car over 40 years now, haven't they?
Yes, 41 plus. I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Quite an achievement actually. And she said she probably really gets on with Jonathan so well because they're not married.
Yes, yes. And that's why the relationship has lasted that long.
Yeah.
Quite.
So there we are.
But still enjoys driving the Porsche as much now as she
indeed.
did then. So that's good.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So
did spend a lot of time yesterday in the Porsche paddock talking to the Exeter Porsche Centre Exeter people. So
I did chat to Erin there earlier.
Did she make a sell? Did they make a sell?
Pardon?
Did they make a sell? I mean,
I don't know. I haven't found out yet. I could actually wander across there now because I probably get a lot of feedback as I walk past you. So I'll pop my bike off a minute and I'll turn it back on when I'm over there.
So I guess that's feedback in an electrical sense rather than a lot of people applauding. It's Zoe Sherman returning downhill along with Laura Elliott. Their cars back into the main paddock area, and then will be fettled ready for the co-drivers to jump in and have their go in the running of the classes as in program order. So we just deal with those double drivers in advance. You're back live.
I'm back live now. I'm back live amongst the Porsches. I'm here. Erin's looking the other way and running away. She's going to introduce me to their workshop controller. Workshop controller, that must be you. Yeah. And what's your workshop controller called? But his name, not what you call him when he's at work.
This is Nathan, and he's an absolute legend.
Nathan, the legend. So, obviously, workshop controller, very stressful job. I mean, I know what you have to go through, and the salespeople, they always want it by yesterday, and the customer the day before. And the lady who deals with all your external affairs, I would imagine she wants it a week before, doesn't she?
2 weeks normally. 2 weeks, but yeah, 2 weeks before normally.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you've got here, because this older Cayenne, you've actually put that through the workshop and turned that into something more fun, haven't you?
Yeah, that's correct. So basically what we did was we bought that originally about 4 years ago, and then what we've done is we put a lift kit on it, exhaust, lights. We took it to Wales this year, competed against 15 other centres, and had a really great weekend. It's actually been off the air. All four wheels have actually been off the air. Managed to get some good lift on it as well. So it's always been fun.
So you enjoy that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it must be a very demanding job being in a Porsche workshop, because the level of sports car that you're repairing and the level of customer are going to be quite high.
Yeah, that's correct. But what we've got to remember, what we think about is every car, if we think it's like ours, we just have a great time with it. So we look after them like they're our own. And I mean, they're just incredible cars to work on. So all of my technicians are complete car nuts and love Porsches through and through. So it's not a job for them.
No, that's it. See, it's a joy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, we're just about to set the next batch of cars off up the hill. Yeah. So we'll do that, and then I'll hang around over here. Okay. And when the next batch come down, you can talk me through the range of cars you've got here. Yeah. Okay? Is that right?
To do that.
Yeah, lovely. That's great. So back to you, Jeff.
Thank you both. And yeah, we're on the hill with Julian Rinaldi, local man from Lyme Regis, owner of Musbury Garage, just up the road. He's at the wheel of his 1 litre Eco Boost Ford Fiesta, but no ordinary 3-cylinder Fiesta. Got lots of kit, including a hybrid turbo, which is combines a traditional turbocharger and enhances the assistance with electric performance. That reduces the turbo lag and improves the fuel efficiency, though I think it's probably the former rather than the latter that's of most interest to Julian, as he's out at the S's in 21.93. Completes his climb in 45.4 45.46. So I think that's Julian's fastest climb of the weekend. Around Wiscombe and across the parkland goes James Kerr. Launched in 3.36 seconds. David Hemming with his Renault Clio running his car 22 over the finish line in 48.18. So that's faster than he was yesterday. And now the class leader, Jonathan Langmead, with the Lotus Elise Sport, the replacement car, as he was telling Dave earlier in the day, after his original Elise was stolen whilst at the engine tuners. And now it's Michael Thompson at the wheel of the Exige. Time for car number 23, that's a 51.05. Jonathan Langmead, car 24, and out of the S's in 20.85, and over the finish line to clock a 43.18. So that's about a third of a second, just under a third of a second faster than his time yesterday, as into Wiscombe, and taking us into class A2 goes Peter Herbert with his Alpine A110. Peter, a retired chartered town and country planner living in Moulton in North Yorkshire. Minimal modifications on this car. The engine remap, of course, that's basically a given, producing about 315 brake horsepower. Adjustable coilover suspension, wider tyres and wheels and things, as you well expect. As across the parkland goes the 2.7 RS replica in the hands of Ross MacDonald. Cirencester. This is a lightweight replica. Had a 2014 nuts and bolts rebuild, and that included this blood red paint job replicating the iconic 1973 2.7 RS, producing about 282 brake horsepower. Time for car 25, then the final runner in class A1, that's Michael Thompson, car 25, on 43.21, so got within 300ths of a second of John Langmead. As into Wiscombe now we have Richard Snow with the GT4 RS. Richard currently in second place in class A2. Tony Adams making the way there. Time for Peter Herbert with the Alpine car number 28 is a 47.22. Ross MacDonald also in the top paddock, having completed his run on 48.28. That's car 29, 48.28. Tony Adams with his Cayman also over the finish line, number 30 in 44.57. So Richard Andrews with his GT4 RS, a non-starter, so it's all up to car 32, and he's over the line in 43.83. 43.83 for Richard Snow. Now I would suggest that that might well be enough to put him into the lead, and that is so. Richard heading up, Tony Adams with the Cayman, James Hudson with the Subaru Impreza in third place, on a time from yesterday of 5.18. Now into class A3, road going four-wheel drive cars, any capacity. So we've had Simon Neve, car number 36, out of the S's now with the GSR Mitsubishi, and he clocked there 22.46 at the S's. John Simpson on the hill at the moment with the Toyota Yaris GR circuit car. John, former factory driver for Ford and Subaru, with this road-going but up-rated GR Yaris with a circuit pack. So Simon Neve's time car number 36, the Oval Avionics engineer, setting it to a 46.32. John Simpson, car 38, over the finish line in 45.49. 45.49 for John Simpson. So Rod Isles in control of the class with his Porsche 911 Turbo on the hill at the moment. Leads on a time from yesterday, 42.73. Can he make an improvement on that? The answer is yes. 42, yes. 42.36 is his best today. So that puts the Tiverton driver at the head of Class A3. Road going specialist production cars, that's Class B in today's programme, as we see Rob Brodie head off towards Bunny's Leap with his 893cc Fisher Fury up against the 2-litre car of Johnny Toon. Johnny's in the top paddock. Car 42, time of 44.18. As squealing tyres away off the start line goes the class leader, Richard Price. There did to the time of 40.73, so that will be his target if possible. So car Rob Brodie with the Fisher Fury 43 on a time of 43.36. That's he's there in second place on a time of 42.72 from yesterday, as Andrew Russell takes us into the 1400 split of modified series production cars, Class C1. He was up with the Hillman Imp of Eric Morey, but a drive shaft failure yesterday. He sidelined the turbocharged Imp, so it'll be the 1120 Imp engine in the back of Andrew Russell that'll be propelling him up the hill at the moment. Out of the S's in 23.04. He's around sore bench hairpin as Paul Talbot gets onto the hill with the 1275 GT Mini. Paul made it through qualifying into the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge runoffs yesterday, amongst the might of the Subarus, the Porsches, etc., and Mitsubishis. So he'll be anxious to see if he can achieve the same today. Car 47 at the top in 47.57. That's for Andrew Russell with the G15 Giannetta, as Mike Green takes his Peugeot 206 GTI 180 into the right-hander at the gate. Mike, the sole runner in modified series production cars. Rob Toon then follows him up the hill, moving into Class C3. Rob at the wheel of his 3-litre Morgan Plus 8. And then the mighty 4.6 turbocharged Triumph TR7 V8 in the hands of Nigel Elliott. Time for Paul Talbot with the 1275 GT is a 42.28. So that compares with the 42.76 time that he posted yesterday to qualify in. So the pace on the hill with the drivers seems to be very good at the moment, and it's a 48.70 for car 51 Mike Green in Class C2. Mike running there on his own, of course. So now off the line is the mighty 3.8 litre Porsche 911 RSR in the hands of Paul Howells. Paul from Coalfield. Another of the qualifiers for the Tin Top Challenge yesterday. We've got a time for Nigel Elliott in the TR7 car 54. It's a 47.60. That's his best climb of the weekend as he gets used to Wiscombe. And car 53, the Morgan of Rob Toon, clocks a 44.99. So that's 14 hundredths of a second to the good of his time yesterday. 42.37 is the time for Paul Howells with the yellow and green RSR, car number 55. Jonathan Williamson on the hill with the Carrera out of the S's in 20.74 as across the Parkland we now have one of the double drivers, Andrew Norris from the Sports Libra class 779 with the Radical SR1. Andrew will be looking to do better, is 46.59 from practice, and now Robin Nicholson takes the Malak Mark 20 off towards Bunny's Leap, pursued by a rapidly chasing drone, expertly piloted, and then the Malak through the gate into the S's. So we look to Jonathan Williamson's time back in class C3, car 56. It's 42.70 for the 911 Carrera man. Puts him at the top of the order. Paul Howells in second place, Rob Toon in third. And the last car in the batch was in fact the Robin Nicholson Malak, and he's completed his climb in 42.96, 42.96 for car 780, and 779 the Radical SR1 of Andrew Norris. Stopped the clocks on 44.29. So that completes that run, and we've still got David in the Porsche paddock, but he's got his microphone in his back pocket and he's busy chatting away, so we'll give him a little while and then he'll pick up on where we're at. So class situations at the moment, having got through the early classes in today's running order. You're with us, Dave?
Yeah? I am indeed, Jeff.
Okay.
Sorry. I have selective hearing, shall we say. I don't hear you every time. Yes, but back to looking around the cars here. And Nathan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right, yeah.
I remembered that bit. I got your name right. So we start over here. Everybody loves a red 911, even though they're not called 911s in your world, I don't suppose, are they?
Well, this one's actually still called a 911. This is the older, should we say, generation, which is 911.2, which is Carrera T. Fantastic car. Quite a limited edition, but a proper hardcore daily driver. Really nice car to drive.
So you're going to get somewhere A to B in a hurry. This is the one, is it?
And with the sound as well. Yeah, good soundtrack to this one.
Yeah, you want a little bit of noise, don't you? I mean, I'm not going to diss the electric one yet, but it hasn't quite got the same noise, has it?
No, definitely not. The actual KN that we've brought along today, which is the electric one, has got a V6 soundtrack in the back, which we'll talk about in a second. So we're still trying to get the noise for you.
Yeah, it's a sort of ethereal feel, isn't it? But yeah, so that's the 911 Carrera T. This is one of your approved used cars, obviously.
Right, yeah, so this is actually for sale at Porsche Centre Extra at the moment in time. Really nice example, and not so clean today because the dust has been there, but a really nice clean example of a Carrera T, to be fair.
Yeah. So that's that one. Then moving next to that, this is this a Targa because it's got an opening roof?
No,
or what do you call this?
So this is just a standard sunroof. So this is the 992.2, our latest variant of a 911. Once again, lovely car. I think it's just done over 10,000 miles. It's an approved used vehicle through Porsche Centre Extra, and it's just a lovely vehicle to look at. Sunroof. What more could you ask for on a day like today?
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really. So this is it. So what sort of? I mean, this is obviously we've gone water cooled now, away from the earlier type of Porsches. What sort of power are we getting out of something like this?
I believe roughly about 400 to 500 horsepower between all of our 911 models.
That's a lot, isn't it? I mean, I used to get excited at anything over 100 horsepower in my old days.
I mean, for the roads as well, so the road conditions, but for the roads around the UK, you do not need any more horsepower than this. The way the steering handles, the acceleration of these things are incredible. You can lose your license very, very quickly in these cars, but for B-road bashing, anything like that, and for, you know, you can drive all the way to Scotland, I've always said this, and get out the other side, you know, comfortable, get to some A road, get some B roads, and you're absolutely fine. Nothing will catch you on one of these.
Now, I'd like the sound of that, because I've got to drive to Scotland, sure.
You can take this one.
Oh, that's you're a gent, you're on. I'll shake your hand on that one. Yeah, until I get there to take it. Right, now this is your 70th anniversary car, I believe, this Porsche 70. With little gold badges. It's got Porsche exclusive manufacturer. Tell us a bit about this, because this has got centre lock wheels on as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, and that's why I sort of had the idea to take the wheel off. We see a lot of cars normally with the normal 5 sort of wheel bolts, but with the centre lock I've decided to take the wheel off to show everybody a bit about it today. And you can see the tool there, 600 newton meters. So 600 newton meters to tighten that main bolt up, which is an absolutely incredible amount of torque to hold one. If you think a normal wheel bolt's 140, 150, that's 600. So just to show a bit more about it.
Is that because I'm looking at that, and is that a retrofit thing that you can fit to any of the range, or is it only unique to this?
No, so it's optioned from factory, can't be fitted afterwards, but anything like centre lock with the 911 range can have centre locks on there.
That's lovely. So obviously it's got Porsche 70 on it.
Yep.
Hang on, I don't know if I get that. 70 years anniversary of being in the UK, I believe.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. And this one's the Spirit Edition, so it's got a livery on there. It's a lovely green, lovely gold accents, and this is actually a 992.2. With a hybrid turbo, so it's our first one with a hybrid turbo. It's got a small Rimac battery in the front of it. There's no turbo lag. It is just give it everything you've got. It's incredible.
Instant power.
Instant power, definitely instant power. Maybe a bit too fast for the hill.
Yeah. Right. Moving on now.
Yep.
This is the one that some people would be controversial about, but it's not an ugly car or anything. And as I said to your man Gareth yesterday, you've had, you know, as a manufacturer, to change to match what the public want these days. And I quite like the Macan and things like that. So it's basically an electric SUV, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. So what we've actually managed to do is we've brought the oldest level of Cayenne to the left of it, and our latest Cayenne, which is fully electric. It's actually my first time driving it today. I picked it up from the work this morning. You know, a lot of our people here today don't like electric. These are the reason why we do the hill climb, to hear the noises and hear the atmosphere, shall we say. But driving this one here today was absolutely incredible. If you had the music up, you wouldn't be able to tell you're an electric vehicle. It drives absolutely phenomenal. I would recommend that you come to the centre and test drive this vehicle.
I'm on my way. So are we live again now then, Jeff? So I'll come back a bit later on.
Yep.
I'm going to come back over across there now.
You can't turn that down, can you, Dave? A test drive, coffee, biscuits, all at the Porsche Centre in Exeter. Well,
I know.
That's a day out
and
for you.
I'm just down the road. But you know, I did inquire if they had a crash, because we're babysitting this week, because the grandkids go on holiday, and apparently they haven't.
Oh.
But they got Lotus biscuits, so they got something which has got my Lotus.
So
you know.
yes, that satisfies your Lotus urges.
It does, yeah.
Right.
But it's beautiful. I mean, there's a lovely Club Sport over here, which is a slightly more retro kind of Porsche, but lovely as well. And being in yellow, I love yellow cars. You know.
Okay. So Jeff Chalk, on the hill from Dorchester with his Impreza 2.5 litre. Jeff is head of quality for Kingfisher Group, which includes B&Q, Screwfix, Castorama, and the Brico depots. That's the latter two, of course, domiciled in France. So let's see how Jeff has fared on his final run of the weekend. 46.72 for the Subaru car number 59. 60 we got on the hill. That's Ian Milford from Western Supermare, previous 1/8 scale on-road radio car national and European competitor before he turned to driving the real things. And Ian is in the top paddock, having posted a time of 44.66. That's in Class C4, Modified Series Production cars, which is any capacity with four-wheel drive. And of course, there's another such machine, that of Richard Hampstead, the 2-litre turbo Impreza, car number 62, off the line in 2.65 seconds. Now through the gate and into the S's. And he'll be storming up to Saw Bench. And now, of course, the Red Baron, the impressive Subaru Impreza in the hands of Stephen Darley, who rapidly departed the start line in 2.38 seconds. And now we have Hampstead finishes his run, car number 62, in 42.83. Einan Price non-starting today, having qualified for the Tin Top Challenge yesterday afternoon. Stephen Moore away off the line out with his Mitsubishi Evo. Got down to a best time yesterday of 42.96 as he's over Bunny's Leap. Now on the brakes for that tricky gate and then into the S's, accomplishing that all very well, and post a time of 20.30 as he heads up through the left-hand kink into the right hairpin at Saw Bench, where Dave will be delivering the excitement of the runoffs a little later. 40.21 for Stephen Darley, car number 63 in the Red Baron. So Stephen Moore, last to run in that class, and he posts a 41.84. 41.84. So Stephen Darley at the top of the order there. I think actually with a time of 39.91. 41.19 for Stephen Moore. So that's the 1-2. I think there might be a question mark on those times, so I'll go back to what I originally gave you. Stephen Moore 41.84 and 63 40.2. Hopefully that'll get them both qualified into the AET Turbos Tin Top Top 10 Challenge. And we've got Messrs Eade and Reynolds, Peter against Paul, Westfield against Caterham. Eade with his 2-litre Dunhill powered machine in Class D made it to the top in 42.24, with former Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park champion Paul Reynolds following up the line in a 38.84 to take the class win there. So now we move to the Sports Libra Saloon class, and these guys will certainly be looking to get into this Tin Top Top 10 Challenge. 70, Wayne Penrose, after that little bit of an off-course excursion this morning, looks like he has problems this afternoon. The red flags are out and the time is still counting for the Australian. Roger Moran held on the start line and George Harding flagged out on the hill, and I can see the back end of the Volkswagen at an angle one wouldn't expect it to be. So I think Wayne, it got away from Wayne under braking for Martini hairpin. Marshall's just tidying up. I would venture the possibility that the car touched the bank on the left-hand side. That's the inside on the approach to the hairpin at Martini. because that's where the marshals are doing the bulk of their tidying at the moment, and then the car spun round through 180, at least 180 degrees. So a lot of tidying up going there. The front end of the car is out of shot, so can't give a prognosis on any damage, but that was the final run. Wayne is out of the car and having a look around, and they're probably coming to a conclusion whether they need the recovery vehicle. And yep, recovery vehicle's on its way from its station at the top of the S's. So he's now making a flat out run up Castle Straight, and will hopefully be able to give the VW a light pull to extricate it from the bank on the outside of Martini, the approach to Martini. So whilst we do that, we'll go over to David.
Yes, I'm just going to wander into the normal paddock and have a little look round. I mean, all these the tin tops are lining up, and the single seaters, the Formula Ford types. Caroline Ryder sat there on the back wheel, looking all comfortable. Yeah, it was quite nice yesterday to see Matt get out and take your tyre warmers off. Yeah. Hello, we're back in outer space or somewhere again, aren't we? I'll walk a bit further up the hill out the way.
Sounds like the BBC radiophonics workshops and the Doctor Who.
I don't know about such things.
Well, take your mind back, Dave. Take your mind back.
Take my mind back. Oh.
That's all right. You're sounding good now.
Pardon?
You're sounding good now. That's all right.
I sound good now, do I?
Yeah.
There's nobody near me now, that's why.
Well, there you are.
There's Paul Parker sat there leisurely enjoying the sunshine. Paul, who runs the British Sprint Championship. Andrew Mathis just got in his car, getting ready to warm it all up, ready to have a run out.
We could say to people what the difference is. Hill climb is going up the hills, and sprint is the same sort of thing, but on basically on a level. Might be a racetrack, mightn't it? Might be.
It could be anywhere, couldn't it?
Yeah, an old military base or something. Yeah, yeah.
So.
And that's where, of course, you know the cars like the Kronos, the SBR Kronos.
Andrew's getting ready to go out, so I'm not going to disturb him too much.
No.
Or am I? Yeah. So you had more modern cars before, and you've come to this much more classic Formula Ford type thing. I've just been told that number 70 is off. The driver's all okay, but it's being recovered for a Martini or something. Oh no, at Martini. Sorry.
No, that's right. That's okay.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about this. I mean, how old is it? And all that sort of thing. All the things. It's a Van Diemen, isn't it?
Yeah, a Van Diemen RF89. So built in 1989. It's the same car David Coulthard still owns and drove at the Formula Ford Festival. But the attraction with Formula Ford, we've got hundreds of different models out there, but they're all on the same tyres, same engine, similar gearboxes, all got to be a minimum weight. So it's much more about the driver and, sort of bit of bravery with places like this.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously they were normally circuit cars, and while they were out there, you had your Royales and your Van Diemens and all these different names. They were very, very competitive and great fun to watch on the circuits, aren't they? Because, they're, as you say, they're they're so closely matched in power, and the tyres are limited to what you can use, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, very much so. If you want to watch a race with overtaking, go and watch a Formula Ford race. The lead will change 4 or 5 times every lap, and it's all about a little bit of skill, bravery, how well the car's set up. Because you've got very limited performance modifications you can do, so it's all about making everything optimised. And they're not perfect for hill climb because they're a bit stiff, and we've got circuit tyres which don't really get warm, so when you see any of us going through the S's looking a bit ragged, that's kind of how the way are.
There's quite a good following now, isn't there?
Yeah, huge following. We've I've got a Formula Ford pre-93 championship, which at Kerbera last year we had 33 entries in the class. We've got 21 entries at Gersten next weekend. But nationally, in the BHC, there's 12, 14 registered, so, you know.
So a goodly number. So you say Gersten, and anybody who's never been to Gersten, it's worth a trip up there, isn't it? It's a much more exposed hill than here, and viewing is, I would say, better because you can see a lot more of the hill. It's a much faster hill as well, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing about sort of 90 there, but the top guys are doing 160 over the finish. It's a very spectacular hill to watch, and you can see more than you can here. But, you know, Wiscombe on a summer's day, there's something a bit more about this place, isn't there?
You just sort of like, I come down here on the working parties, and you just want to sit somewhere quiet with a flask of tea and a sandwich, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, and only to be broken up with the noise of a racing engine.
Yeah, we can throw them out. So you're obviously getting ready now, you're warming it up.
Yeah.
Have you got much of a cooling system on it, or is it very, very limited?
2 radiators, but it's a very sort of basic road engine. It's a Ford Escort 1600 motor. So, but there's no forced cooling or anything like that. So got to make sure it doesn't get too hot.
All right. Well, I'll take the hint. You go and check your temperature. That's right. You turned it off. Is that the temperature now? Is it? Yeah, so, how long before you're out? Well, I suppose it depends on how long it takes to get the red flags back in, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're beginning of batch 3, but we've got Sam to watch out for. Yesterday, his first time he'd ever been here, on his 3rd trip up the hill, he broke the class record by quite a good margin. And I was trying to do the same, but had a bit of an error going into saw bench, left the braking too late, and paid the price.
I can remember Sam when he used to come along and help Trevor Willis, and this young lad who would be rolling tyres around, helping change wheels, all that sort of stuff for Trevor, because obviously he came along with Tim and Jackie, his parents, Tim being the British Hillclimb Championship coordinator, and I got him into helping with the cake competition several years. He was judged the cake competition, and I think you rather enjoyed that.
Well, I think if he'd have done the cake competition this year, we could have force-fed him some and slowed him down a bit.
I don't know. Size of the grin on his face yesterday was phenomenal. It was wonderful to see. Yeah, but again, it's nice to see a family input, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I started hill climbing with my dad, and you talk to a load of people around the paddock, and it's always been dad and lad, or mum and daughter, like we got here, and it's just.
So I can hear the engines again. Are we live again, Jeffrey?
Not yet. Not yet.
I could hear an engine revving.
Yeah. No, I think we're getting close. We're getting close.
Yeah.
We're having to sort out a car on the hill, which I think is going to go to the top, and George Harding will take a rerun a little later as he goes up Castle Straight. But Roger Moran's all lined up, ready to go as soon as we get the
I wonder what
the AOK.
how many clicks Roger's running.
What was he talking about yesterday? 7 clicks, wasn't it?
Well, no, he said he's only on 3.
Only on, right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 700 brake horsepower. 3 clicks, 700 brake horsepower.
Yeah, and he's got a couple more clicks left to go, which he said will take it up to about 900.
But he wasn't looking to do that necessarily.
Andrew's looking to say, I'm not sure I want to do 900.
Well, I've got 103. And that's enough for this.
It's the power to weight ratio, see, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not doing any favours with that.
I'm saying nothing. Yeah. So, yeah, but it is, but when Roger goes up, he will, because he's spent many years rallying and hill climbing and single seaters here and everything else. He's a very experienced competitor, but he did say, I'm sure I'm brave enough to go for another couple of clicks yet. He said,
Because Roger,
not here anyway.
Roger, like I think they were chatting yesterday. Einan Price is an ex-Motoring News road rally man.
He is indeed. Yeah.
For people who might not have a motorsport knowledge back that long, that was a road rally series back in the 70s.
70s, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It all really ended in the 80s because we were getting.
It wasn't socially acceptable, was it? Really?
Well, it got to the point where The Tavern Moonraker, which ran from, I think, Taunton Dean Services last year, it ran as a motor news round, and it used all the hills up around the Black Downs and all that. And Neil Jones was out in his X-Works Triumph TR7 V8, and the police couldn't catch him. So it all got a little bit out of hand, and then it all got curtailed, unfortunately.
We'd like to think that motorsport is a lot more responsible in this day and age. Yeah.
But yeah, it did get, as you say, it did get slightly out of hand with things like that. But we had things like the Chevette HSR, which Bill Gwynn was driving, which was an ex, I think, Tony Pond or somebody like that car. Then you like I say, the David Appleby, who's at Wellington these days preparing very nice Aston Martin work he does up there. He was out in a X-Works TR7, and you know, lots of stuff like that. And it was I say, it was just getting a little bit too out of hand. So then it was decided to make it more socially acceptable, to bring it down to a smaller engine capacity, limited number of spotlights and all that sort of thing, which improved it, but still didn't totally cure the issue. You know,
there are still rallies on the road, but,
yes,
but they're not the flat out blacks that there used to be, and now it's all average speeds, navigational emphasis.
Exactly,
a lot
more of a navigational skill,
and you get double the penalties for arriving early than late, to just make sure that nobody breaks the law. Yes.
So it's a changed face. I mean, I think all sports and motorsport is something that will constantly be reviewed and changed to fit in with you know, environmental and social disciplines, I should say.
So Pat Jennings waved a £10 note at you. So the books are flying out the door. Good
But he's not waving
Pat
any
there.
pennies anyway. Andrew, thank you, by the way. I'm going to wander on now. It's been nice to chat to you.
Wander on.
Yeah.
Now that's a rural term, isn't it?
Wander on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, Roger Moran is wandering on with his ex-Greek Hillclimb Ford Fiesta with 3 clicks and 700 brake horsepower. This is Roger 3 clicks Moran on the line, and he gets the green light. 4-wheel drive, of course, 2.3 turbocharged, 2.39 off the line, and now you can hear it as it goes across the parkland very quickly up towards the gate. And Roger, of course, mindful of getting qualified for the AET Turbos Tin Top 10 Challenge. This is the one and only chance to qualify. Ditto those who are looking to get in the top 12 run after the British Hillclimb Championship. 19.64 for the Ludlow Motorhome dealer with the Fiesta, as the mighty legacy, Subaru legacy of Damien Bradley is away off the line. Damien competed in the European Masters tournament in Portugal back in 2021, and you heard him talking that there may well be a similar contest in Sardinia or somewhere similar next year. Damien, the first winner of the Tin Top Challenge with this mighty 800 brake horsepower, 2.3 turbocharged Subaru Legacy. So let's see what Moran's time was at the top. Car 72, 40.41. So that's a good half a second faster than he was yesterday, and faster is another description of Damien Bradley's time, 38.63 for car number 73. Off the line then, Mike Lee with the Force LM, taking us into Sports Libra cars over 2 litres. Mike, previous Leaders Champion, which the Leaders Championship was a forerunner of today's British Hillclimb Cup. First competed at a sprint in Whitecross back in 1982. But since then he's travelled far and wide to Doon and Fintray in Scotland, and then south to Jersey and Guernsey, Bouley Bay and Val de Terre. So now with this car that was built for Jonathan Gates and Peter Sexton by Ian Dyson of Force Racing Cars. So let's see what Mike's time is. 77 is a 39.71. 39.71. We pick up David Bickley's time, car 76, 43.51 with the Radical SR1. Now it's the Malak in the hands of Samuel Nicholson, I would imagine. Alan MacDonald at the top, 41.81 for number 78, the Force SR, the 1300 supercharged machine. Now Rod Thorne, who's doing battle with Simon Bainbridge in the over 2 litre Sports Libra class. Now in practice, Rod, garage proprietor living in Sherborne, was 0.2 of a second to the good. So it's basically Rover V8 Pilbeam MP43 against 4.2 turbocharged in Audi engine in the SBR Chrono. Now Thorne is 19.15 at the S's, having launched in 2.46 seconds. Bainbridge at the wheel of the mighty SBR Chrono is off the line in 2.64. So Thorne completes his climb down to 38.75. Now that's a case in point. The final practice time 41.25, and then a leap forward to 38.75 when it matters. Away off the line, Jensen Kerr then from the racing cars 600 to 1100cc, running a 787, a double driver there, and we'll see Archie at the wheel a little later. Let's pick up the time for Simon Bainbridge back in Class G. Car number 83 is a 39.46. So Simon has to give way to Rod Thorne in the class. For Sports Libra, but he'll be anxious that that's now, I would have thought, got him qualified for the top 10 tin top runoff, which he missed yesterday with a slight problem. So now steaming up the hill, we have Richard Weaver with his Empire Evo 3. Richard's best yesterday was a 39.69. He's out of the S's in 18.64, as across the parkland goes Ben Hamer with the 1 litre OMS 28. And quickly coming down to the start line, Kirsten Ryder with the Van Diemen RF 86, moving us into Formula Ford. And of course, some very close competition and motoring, as Andrew Mathis was just relating to Dave Pearce. 7.88 then, time of 38.57. And 7.89, Ben Hamer also in the top paddock on a 36-second climb, 36.29. So we're just picking up these double drivers in Class I. Tony Bonfield non-starting across the weekend, leaving the car free for Ben to drive. Now around Wisk Corner, having launched in 2.31 seconds, goes Liam Cooper, double driving with wife Olivia in Class J2, the Exeter duo. Looking to see if they can just make their way into this top 12 runoff. Hard work for the lesser capacity machines, but it does happen. Virtuoso performance by the drivers can achieve that sort of thing every now and then. Liam Cooper in the top paddock on 37.28. Car 701, 37.28. 702. Alan Warburton is out of Saul Bench, powering along Castle Straight, and that means away off the start line is 710. Andrew Colburn from Class K, racing car 1600 2 litres, normally aspirated. Andrew at the wheel of the RF02 FX Van Diemen, 2 litre motor there. So the time for Alan Warburton with the Gould GR59 is a 38.93. 38.93. And the final car on the hill then, Andrew Colburn over the line in 43.71. 43.71. So that's almost 2.5 seconds better than Andrew was at this time yesterday afternoon. So a better day on the hill here at Wiscombe Park. Generally, the times are on a downward trend, becoming quicker when compared with those for yesterday. And as we mentioned earlier on, the fastest time in the runoffs was a 32.1 from Wallace Mingy's. So we'll be looking to see if that can be improved upon today, either by Wallace himself or Will Hall and Matt Ryder, and anybody else for that matter, and their target will be of course 31.77. Now David.
Jeff.
Hello.
I am surrounded, I say surrounded, by, I say, journalism and photography and all sorts of things. And I got good looks, that's me. Anyway, I got Keith Soom on one side of me, who we know as a competitor here. He had a very, very exciting birthday earlier this week. He's now 70, he tells me, but oh, you're going to admit to being 72? Yeah, he's looking well on it, isn't he? And on my left, I got a gentleman that anybody who's been in the Midlands will recognise the voice.
Well, probably, yes. I've come down for a jolly today, actually, because you told me it was going to be a lovely day, and it is, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. Mr. Chris Ponsford,
well,
or Pons as they call it.
Yeah, the Pons, that's right. Well, I've come down with my film camera today.
Film?
A couple of rolls already, so happy days. And I've been chatting to all our lovely drivers and all the teams. What could be better?
It must be good when you can actually come to an event and not actually have to do something and have that. I don't get the option to do this very often. Not have that sort of need to be doing something or something, and just being able to actually relax amongst all these people who you spend a lot of time very eloquently speaking about throughout the year.
Well, it's a doddle, isn't it, really? This is what we love doing, isn't it? So talking, that's what I think I've always done, actually, all my life.
I've noticed that by my phone bill. So that's the Clark's calling out the next batch. I'm going to have to go up to Saw Bench in a while and commentate from Saw Bench, which we'd be quite happy with. Yesterday, unfortunately, my link didn't work, so Jeff had to put up with me in there. I mean, you have to feel sorry for him, don't you?
Is that working today, then? Have you been up already?
No, but the public address company do assure me that it's working, so I'll be able to go up there. So I've just introduced these two gentlemen to each other, and Chris, like myself, was a very young boy when he bought his copies of Hot Car and Custom Car, because neither of us are, quite so senior as Mr. Soom here with us. He's lost for words. Got him!
Totally lost for words. I joined Hot Cars in Hot Car magazine in July '77. So this year is my 49th anniversary there, and next year is 50 years for me becoming a journalist. So I think it's probably the time then that you can go and buy me a decent drink for once.
Oh, that's not till next year though. I got time to save up, haven't I?
Oh yeah, you better start saving. Do a few Saturday jobs, earn some pennies.
I could get a paper round, couldn't I?
I thought you still did one. I swore I saw you on a bike last week, but obviously not.
Go away. Anyway, nice to talk to you, Keith. Keith not competing this weekend, but normally we see him here in his Porsche 914, and always a good bit of. Oh, you brought it with you? Oh, it got here. Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Chris. So, Chris, going back to it, you had a nice day today. I mean, you've gone back to using your film camera, as you say, getting a load of film images. So it'd be good when you get them back because they'll have a nice feel to them, won't they?
Do you know what? It's been great. I've been taking pictures of the drivers all chatting to each other while there was that little incident just now. And it's been fabulous, actually. And it's nice not to be rushing about and getting all hot and sweaty in the box, you know, like on a hot day. Today, it's been great to see you again, and I'll hopefully meet Jeff before I go. So I've never met Jeff, actually.
I'll take you in and introduce you to him, and then you can catch up at the end of the day. So we're going to pop over to you, Jeff, just very quickly, so that you can meet Chris.
Okie dokie.
And then, like I said, we could have a get-together at the end of the day over an ice cream, couldn't we?
What's the collective noun for commentators, then? A clutch? Clutch of commentators?
I don't know. I can think of a few collective nouns, but I'm not sure I can say them out loud.
Not in public, at least.
No.
Right, so course vehicle just on its way down, having a little ponder, or the crew there are. So then once that's back down, we'll have a little bit more action for you. Right, so it's a rerun now for the Ford Escort, having been flagged. So that means we're going back a class or two, so that George Harding can get a time on the board, so to speak. George competing with the 2-litre turbocharged Mark II Escort in Class E, Sports Libra Saloons. And then we're going to be back to single-seater action. And we got at paddock exit, we got some rapid up to 1100cc single-seaters. Lots around about 1000cc. The 1050 Force HC of Ed Hollier. Now, Ed made the top 12's runoff in this Fleet Force HC and scored a point, if my memory serves me correctly. So he might well be looking to at least replicate that and possibly go better. Local champion here at Wiscombe and in the southwest, been competing for a number of years, and has a habit of embarrassing far more powerful cars. So that's all in the offing as we get to these critical qualifying runs. One has to say, as we make our way through the single-seater capacity classes, then we're getting into the thick of those who are likely to qualify for today's Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Motorsport. Nova Motorsport took over from Avon Motorsport, so they're tyre people, and you see what they did there. Avon transpose it Nova, so Nova now manufacturing tyres, I believe, in Portugal for motorsport. But we have contenders here on Hoosier. I mean, other brands are available and all that. Pirelli, certainly Wallace Mingues has been running Pirellis of late. Pirelli made a big bid for Hillclimb business a few seasons ago, and I hear they produced another batch of Trick compound tyres. When I say Trick, Hillclimb slicks are of a softer rubber, softer compound than you will find on the circuits, because they don't have to be so durable, but they have to heat up a lot quicker, as you can appreciate. So specialist slick tyres on all the single seaters. Without doubt, I would think all the treaded wet weather tyres from this morning have now been put back into the trailers and the transporters, and we're out on slicks of one description or another. As 84, Stuart Bickley hits the track 2.34 away off the start line, making a good line through the gate into the S's, where he clocks a 17.38. Through the sun at Saul Bench, and as the time goes by and the sun moves around, of course the light moves around, so actually Saul Bench now quite well illuminated and not quite so patchy, intermittent as it was earlier in the day when it's bright sunshine and shadow. So that's probably better for the drivers. So 84 then at the top in the paddock with a time to his name, Stuart Bickley on 36.36. So Class I, our focus of attention at the moment. Ed Hollier made his climb then with the force on a 35.28. 35.28 for Columpton driver. So that's 4/10 faster than his qualifying time yesterday. We'll wait to see whether today that's going to get him into the top 12 runoff. 18.86 at the S's for Archie Kerr with the 3000 MOMS. 91 at the top. That's Andrew Mathis, who was chatting today a little bit earlier on with the RF 89 Van Diemen. Car number 91, 43.79. And making good progress across the parkland goes Tom Weaver with the 1 litre Empire Evo 3. Time for Archie Kerr, number 87, is 39.24. Out of the S is in 17.41. Tom Weaver. As over Bunny's Leap goes Will Hamer, the last to run in Class I with the OMS 28. Time for Tom Weaver, 88, is 35.41. So Ed Hollier the fastest at the moment with 35.28 ahead of Tom Weaver. Ben Hamer in third on 36.29. As off up towards Bunny's Leap goes Stuart Lugger with the Swift SC93F, so we're very much into pre-1994 Formula Fords. Time for Will Hamer back in Class I. Car 89 is a 35.56, into 5th place. as another Formula Ford out on the track, off the line in 2.71 seconds, and that's the Jamoon M90 in the hands of Sam Wilson. And Sam's qualifying run, the timed run yesterday, was a 43.06, which represented a new record. The benchmark was the 43.19 of Sarah Bosworth with her RF85. And so let's see if Simon can push it on a little further. 93 out of the S's in 20.55. He's now up and braking for Martini, and over the line in 43.03. So yet another record for young Sam Wilson. He's just shaved 0.03 of a second off of his own record there in Class J1. So well done to him, and perhaps you might want to give a bit of applause if you're trackside when he makes his way back down to acknowledge that feat. So now Caroline Ryder with her RF86, 21.29 at the S's, and she's now made it over the finish line in 44.24. 44.24 is Caroline's best of the day. So let's look and see what the order is in Formula Ford. Sam Wilson then at the top, 43.03. Stuart Lugger taking second place with Andrew Mathis third. So it's Jamin M90 ahead of the Swift and then the Van Diemen. So our attention now goes into Class J2. Racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's. Away off the line in 0.24 seconds and goes Mark Shankler. Time run yesterday 37.02. With Jason Tunnicliffe next to run, and he's away off the line. Jason qualified for the runoffs yesterday, 2.38 off the start line, as Schlanker is 18.66 in the S's and 39.19 over the finish line, 39.19 for car number 98. Darren Gumley 97 clocked 35.99, and Andrew Forsyth with the OMS CF03 running at 96 clocked a time of 36.31. So that's 0.08 of a second faster than his time run yesterday. So Jason with this 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo 3. Car number 99 at the top in 35.17. So it's become a regular thing that drivers are improving, and we see Exeter's Olivia Cooper over the finish line in 36.57 compared to yesterday 36.84. So waiting for the green light on the start line may well be Simon Ashley with the Rolt RT3, but the red flags are out on the hill. We've got marshals up at Martini replacing the markers, or the flippy flops as they're colloquially known. So marshals out on the track doing a bit of track cleaning whilst they have this opportunity. So eventually car 102, David Warburton gets to the top, but received the red flag, I believe. So all is not lost for David. There will be a rerun for the GR59 driver in due course. Yep, 102 red flagged. So he still has the chance to make a qualifying run. Simon Ashley fires up the Rolt RT3 X circuit racing car. Now with a 2-litre engine. Garage proprietor for Paynton in Torbay, and gets a bit of squeal from the tyres as he departs the start line in 2.42 seconds. Son and daughter both following into hill climbing and autocross type events. Simon Carey, sorry, no, it's Nigel Pitt first with the Delara, and then we have another Delara in the hands of Simon Carey. First of all, it's the F399 2-litre in the hands of Nigel Pitt, 2.39 away from the start line for the Bromyard driver. Up through the S's and out in 18.97. Woo, but Sawbench hairpin provides a problem, not enough lock on, and Nigel has to bail out, put the brakes on and let the car reverse, drop back down the gradient, and now he selects first and moves away up Castle Straight. So not the time that Nigel would have wanted, as he goes over the line in 53.04. And I would wager that probably has brought about a red flag for Simon Carey. I'll get that confirmed in due course. The Delara F302. So Simon Ashley's time car 105. 37.22, 11 hundredths quicker than he posted yesterday afternoon. So the improvement in time seems to be quite widespread across the classes.
The flags are coming in up the hill there, the single been sent on up, Jeff.
Yep, we've got the light panels are out. It's just the red flags that are now coming cascading down.
Yeah, Marshall's almost back on bunny, back in place. I think they can.
Yeah, so we've got Simon Carey making his way up the hill now.
Yeah.
And once he makes the top paddock, then we'll be good to go to crack on.
Well, they assure me that my link is working from Sawbench, so
I'm
going to go up and give it a try.
Yeah.
If not, you'll oh, you'll enjoy it.
I have confidence, David.
I think it'd be all right.
It brings so much more excitement to the meeting, to our offering, as they say these days.
I try not to get too overexcited. There we are. Flags are in, so that's good.
Yeah.
We can.
It's good for somebody in your physical state
so
not to get too excited. Yeah.
I'm at my age as well.
Yeah.
I'm down on Wiz Corner at the moment, and I won't be going up on this run, but we'll go up on the next run up to get myself into position. So as this batch is coming down, I'll see if I can find somebody to chat to down here, and then
why not?
We'll be ready.
Good indeed.
Yes.
Jonathan Varley then is in your sight as he's on the start line with the GWR Predator 2-litre machine. In fact, 2 Yamaha R1 engines all together working on a common crankshaft, and that's powering the Telford driver off the line in 2.24 seconds. Neatly through the gate, quite a nimble chassis this, 16.64 at the S's, so he's there or thereabouts. A tight line out on the exit from Saw Bench, carrying the speed along Castle Straight, and then moving across to optimise the line through Martini, the left-hand hairpin, to score 34.91. 34.91 for Jonathan Varley in Class K1. That, I would think, will put him at the top of the order at the moment. Yes, indeed, ahead of Simon Ashley. So on the hill, Aaron Colburn with the Van Diemen, 18 seconds dead at the S's. Coming down to the start line, we have the final couple of cars in this batch. I think the final car might be the Megapin in the hands of Ben Bomfield from Class I, but waiting for the green light, 7:08. Easing away off the line in 2.4 seconds. Kelvin Broad then taking us into Class K3, racing cars, again 1600 to 2 litres, but this time with forced induction. So this 1300 power plant in the back of the Force T8 is supercharged. Kelvin was a 40.32 in his final practice run, compared to co-driver Alex Cole's 35.71. And Alex will certainly have aspirations to make the cut for the top 12 runoffs. So 7:08, Kelvin Broad clocks a time of 38.27. 38.27 for Kelvin Broad. And back into Class K1, Aaron Colburn with the Van Diemen clocks a time of 37.49. So just as Dave was saying, now at the end of the batch, and time to return the cars from the top of the paddock, from the top paddock, so to speak. So at the moment, early days with regard to qualifying for today's Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Motorsport. Top 12 runoff, Jonathan Varley 34.91, Jason Tunnicliffe on 35.17, Ed Hollier third fastest qualifier with a 10.50, Force HC on 35.28, and at the moment the final qualifier, Aaron Coleman on 37.49. So that'll be the target time for anybody with aspirations to get into today's runoff.
Jeff, minis, X-Works minis.
Oh, yes.
They were nice, weren't they?
Yeah, red with the white
I got
roof.
somebody here who used to compete here in an X-Works car, one of the GRX number-plated cars. In those days, Natalie Gilbert, now these days Natalie Puddy, here with her husband Chris and children. Natalie, great to see you down here. Do you miss competing?
I do. When I come down on a day like today, and the weather's like it is, and the people, it's such a great atmosphere. I really miss it.
So you were very fortunate to have custodianship, I'll call it, of a couple of the X-Works cars, ATMO being one of them, wasn't it?
Yeah. They've all passed on to new homes now, but we were struggling to get the use out of them, and the old cars, they just like to be used. So it's good to see them out and about, but a shame we don't have them anymore.
No, that's right. I mean, Natalie's father David spent a lot of time restoring these cars and bringing them back up to the specification they were when they were worked. And your other works car, the GRX car, 310D, I believe it was.
Yeah, the GRX 310D, yeah, that was a great car. It never actually got a result in any of the events that it competed in, but it was the most used rally car. by the BMC group. But it's now being used by a gentleman over in Sussex, and he does tours over in France with it. He's part of the Mini Cooper Register, and yeah, he does a lot with the car, which is really good to see.
Now, there was a history to that car. Of, was it? I think it was. I forgot his name. Bill Price. Bill Price, that was it. Who worked at BMC in those days, and Bill bought the car rather expensive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he paid. They were just trying to get rid of it. I think he paid a small sum of money for it, and his wife used it as her shopping car. And then Dad worked out what it was, and he bought it for not a great deal of money either. And it's just, he loved it for what it was. He didn't know the value or anything that they were going to come. But yeah, he just loved the history, and having seen them as a kid, he just wanted to own one.
And I believe Bill said it was £25 he paid for it, if I'm right.
I think Bill paid £25, and I think Dad paid $250, something like that. So.
Oh, Bill made a lot of profit there, didn't he? Really. So obviously, as I say, you've competed here. You've got the little white and black Mini Mark 1 Mini Cooper. You still got that?
Yeah, we still got the car. It's just these two small people have taken over for a while, but hopefully we'll get back out there competing too.
Oh, we do hope so. And Chris there, your husband, I mean, he's competed here in his Mark II Escort at different times and done clay pigeon sprint and other things. So it's still, I mean, the family are still very motorsport orientated, aren't you, between you?
Yeah, in the family we are. We're very integral to Burnham-on-Sea Motor Club. We've just helped run the Classic Tour last weekend, and we had our two children helping, Isabel aged 8 and Monty aged 4. So yeah, we're trying to keep them in the business, as it were, and keep the motor club going.
That's good. We need younger people in the motor club. I mean, as a member of Burnham-on-Sea Motor Club for many, many years, I do know that a lot of us are, we are actually moving on in years. But it's great to see you both here, the children. And you've been here long?
Yeah, we got here about 10:15. So yeah, we've had a lovely day. Just going to make our way back up the hill now.
And then I caught you.
And then you caught us. Yeah, I tried to run.
Yeah, most people do. Yeah, but let's say, lovely to see you, and it's nice that you had the opportunity to have those cars and use them. As you say, they needed to be used. You can't just keep them as museum pieces. That's one of the worst things you can do. And I will say, I was extremely envious when you had them.
Yeah, it was a great shame, but we couldn't use them with the children. People don't like to see you modify them, so we just couldn't get the use out of them. So it's great to see them being used again. But yeah, it was a lovely thing to have, and an amazing collection that my dad acquired. So yeah, he did a great job, bless him.
He did indeed. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy your stroll back up the hill. Don't go too fast. It's a bit strenuous. You got plenty of water on board, Chris?
So I didn't actually hear that.
Yeah, Chris has got plenty of water on board. Yeah, he's okay with that. So yeah, well, have a lovely stroll back up. Lovely to see you here, and see you again later on in the year down here, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dave.
No problem. So I'm just going to have a quick look around, see if there's anybody else.
Whilst you've been talking, I've been chattering.
Spectators as the cars are queuing up to come back.
I've been nattering as well to Mr. Jennings, of course, Pat Jennings. Commentator of this previous commentator of this parish, and the collective noun, of course, is a chatter of commentators.
A chatter.
A chatter.
It could well be.
Yes. Well, that's
yes.
Can understand that.
It could be a clatter.
A chatter and a clatter.
It depends how many clangers you drop. Like me earlier, calling Trevor Willis Will Hall. I mean, that was quite a big clanger actually, and he's never going to let me forget it, obviously.
No, never mind.
No,
never mind.
So,
okie dokie.
Have you had the list of the top 10
No, not yet.
Oh.
Have you got them on your phone?
I believe I have.
Do you want to sing them out then?
Oh, I will. I've got to find them.
But we're not there yet.
Okay.
We're nowhere near the definitive, because we've got the big boys to come, yeah.
But they've sent me a list.
Have you got? Is that the top 10? Tin tops.
Tin tops, yes.
Yes.
Tin tops,
okay.
yes. Tin tops.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's very small writing, and I'm very old. So, there we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, starting with the slowest.
Yep.
We got Richard Hampstead
with the
Subaru. Unfortunately, we only got cars against these. Then Jonathan Williamson with a time of 42.70.
Yeah.
Paul Howells, a time of 42.37.
Third qualifier, yeah.
Yeah. Rodney Isles of 42.36.
Sorry, what time? 30?
42.36. He'd be very happy with 32.36.
He would, wouldn't he? He'd be chuffed.
Yeah. Paul Talbot with a time of the Mini.
He made it.
Yeah, 42.28.
Yeah.
Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi on a time of 41.84. Roger Moran in the Fiesta on a time of 40.41.
Roger 3 clicks Moran.
He says he's on 2 clicks, by the way.
Oh, 2 clicks.
Yes.
Oh, right. What time was that? Just to
40.41.
Yeah.
Stephen Darley.
Yeah. Red Baron.
40.21, the red Subaru.
And
Simon Bainbridge.
Got
the
there.
SBR Chrono.
Got there today.
39.46.
Yep.
And Damien Bradley with a time of 38.63. So that would be the top 10 tin tops and the order that they're running in.
And just for interest, he qualified on 38.76, Damien Bradley, last year. So yesterday. So found a bit more pace. So we got 10 hard chargers there.
Yes.
And good to see the diminutive little 1275 GT in amongst all that.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Supercars.
Yeah. It sort of goes to show you, like you can actually put it down to driving ability, really, can't you?
Yes, yeah, made the difference, so to speak.
The power loss between that and the Porsches and things like that, and the Mitsubishi that's up there as well with it, Roger Moran. And there it is, just sort of ahead of Rodney Isles and behind Stephen Moore in the lovely little Mini. So, really, really good.
So that, it tended to be a bit of a dust up yesterday, so we hope that's going to be the same today. Competitive top 10 runoff for the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge. The Tin Top 10 Challenge.
One day we will say that without having to think about it.
4Ts Challenge. We could call it the 4Ts Challenge, couldn't we?
Yeah, it could do. It'd be easier for us, wouldn't it?
It would help us, wouldn't it? Oh. Interesting to hear about the Gilbert minis.
Yes, Dave Gilbert, he put a lot of effort into bringing those minis back together. ATMO was bought by James Martin, the chef. I don't think he's still got it now, but he had it after Natalie. In the GRX 310D car. Started out as a Mark 1 rally car. Then I believe it done some circuit racing. And it then sort of was modified into looking like a Mark II with the different grille and the rear lights,
with the shaped grille.
And still carried on used by BMC's works department in those days. I think there was another one, if I recall correctly, as well, which I think was something like GRX 55D. I should have asked Natalie about that. But that was one of the Monty cars with the headlamp issues.
So we're back to the Timo Mäkinen, Rauno Aaltonen, Paddy Hopkirk era.
Paul Easter.
Yeah, Paul Easter as a navigator. Yeah.
Yes. Henry Liddon, of course.
The late Henry Liddon. Yeah. Was he? Bristol. Bristol.
They had quite a few co-drivers come out of
Paul White, of course. Yeah.
Sadly, we lost Paul a few months ago, which was a great shame. Always had a very, very enjoyable tale to tell. Great company to be with.
Being a co-driver in an international rally team must be absolutely an epic career.
Oh, it must be. The pressure on them, because obviously they have to make sure everything's in place for the team. Or they did in those days. These days, there's probably a team manager who does all the logistics. But in those days, the co-driver was responsible for the logistics, the maps, getting
team manager, in effect, wasn't he? Office manager and team manager both during the event and leading up to it.
Yeah, there's so much work that's involved. And then if you've got to then go and sit in the car and be chauffeured around for 4 days. You know, it's a lot of work. Yeah, I thankfully never reached that level, of course. Surprisingly.
Ditto. Probably just as well.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I was lucky enough to co-drive a few, the Welsh Internationals, a couple of those, and an RAC, and it was a lot of work and very, very tiring when you're being driven through a forest and what have you.
And that was when you were a young lad.
I was much, much younger. We won't go say how much younger, but a long, long time ago. Yeah. So, anyway, we got the course car back here. I think we're just waiting for some cars to come out there now.
Yes, I think there might be. Let me have a look, see.
It was a pleasant surprise bumping into Natalie. She was hiding behind the catering unit. I don't know how she hid there.
Okay, so we've got a rerun happening. That's good. We got it sorted. Simon Carey coming down with the Dallara. So we're back into action.
Well, next time I speak to you, when the
You'll
next
be
batch are coming down,
elevated, will you?
I'll be up on Saw Bench, and then we're prepared for our runoffs from Saw Bench.
Yes, yep. The Tin Top Challenge runoff, top 10, and the top 12 for the British Hillclimb Championship. And we're getting to the main protagonist of the latter series. So getting quite critical now. No room for error. Simon Carey from the Channel Islands with his Dallara F302 way off the line in 2.28 seconds, taking that a rerun. And it looks like we've got the Warburton Gould GR59 back as well. That's David Warburton. Had a red flag, and he'll be looking to make his bid to see if he can get into that top 12. He's off the line in 2.35 seconds, so 700th of a second shy of Carey with the Dallara, and the Channel Islander is over the line in 38.94. So he's picked up good 1.5 seconds over his time yesterday. Now he's probably a little bit more familiar with the course here. 102, Warburton 16.58 out of the S's, and completes the climb on 34.16. That's 102. That puts him at the top of the potential qualifiers at the moment, just demoting Jonathan Varley down to second, Jason Tunnicliffe third, and so on. Ed Hollier now fourth fastest qualifier, and the person vulnerable, shall we say, is Liam Cooper in 12th, and wife Olivia in 11th. So as we get to the large capacity cars, we're expecting things to change in the order of qualifiers. Dean Ty then next to run, getting to grips with his new machine, the Gould GR59 and Judd DB4. Now the mechanical engineer from Brisbane would be dead chuffed, or whatever the appropriate Aussie equivalent would be, to get into the top 12. Possibly early days with his relationship with this car, but 2.45 as he's way off the line, carrying good speed over Bunny's Leap into the gate. Picks up the first apex in the S's, and way up to Saw Bench in 17.5. Neatly through that left-hand flick before Saw Bench. Neat and tidy through there. Castle Straight is the next. And round Martini in 36.38. 36.38 for Dean Ty. So that is put him in at 11th qualifier at the moment. So 113 next to run. But is he? This is Andy Short from Exeter with his supercharged 1300 OMS 28, but receiving assistance from the marshals at the moment, being pulled back from the start line, which will enable Richard Alexander to move up with his turbocharged Force TA. Richard's time run yesterday was a 37.47. As the short crew now have a look-see on the OMS 28 to see if there's I think it's quite possible. Tyre warming going down to the start line does bring about the odd drive shaft failure, as we've seen yesterday. So 115, Richard Alexander gets the green light and is away in 2.15 seconds. Up through the gears now, over Bunny's Leap, lets the car settle before going through the gears, downwards through the box, and putting the steering input to get through the right hander and into the S's. 17.44, smoothly picking up his apexes at the top of the S's and around Saw Bench without drama. Trying to maximise that run up Castle Straight as he's now round Martini, and then a flourish of power over the finish line to record 36.27. 36.27 for Richard 36.26, sorry, for Richard Alexander from Blandford in Dorset. Paul Hames steps the Gould GR59 off the start line. 1300 turbocharged machine. Out of the S's in 16.06 for Paul. Alex Coles waiting on the start line next to go. Missed out on qualifying yesterday, but now's his chance to put it all behind him. 2.26 as he's away off the line and across the parkland. Let's have a look and see Paul Hames' time. It's a 33.78. 33.78, 300ths of a second faster than he was yesterday. And Cole's making good progress with the supercharged 1300 Force TA. 16.55 at the S's and 34.48 at the top. 34.48 for young Alex Coles. That makes it, at the moment, third fastest qualifier. Hames, Warburton and Coles the fastest trio, and Andrew Forsyth the next at the bottom of the list, in all likelihood to be surpassed by these more faster, more developed, more powerful single-seaters. Pitcomb with the OMS 28XD. Three of the S's in 16.78 seconds as Alex Summers comes to the line with the self-designed and self-built AFS P8T with the originally 1970s IndyCar engine providing the power, off the line in 2.14 seconds and at the S's in 15.96, but made progress yesterday by making it onto the podium for the first time. Time for 1:18 Harry Pick is a 34.72. 34.72 for Harry Pick, but car held in the, well, on the approach to Saw Bench, so that's brought the red flags out. So that's brought Alex's challenge to an end. Now, was he flagged, or is that a car issue? We will wait to see. Marshals in attendance and pushing the car arm up to Saul bench, I would imagine. So it is a red flag for Alex, so he will get that opportunity. We'll have to fit that rerun in before we get to the runoffs, of course, as this is a qualifying round, a qualifying run, shall we say. Next to run, sixth in last year's championship, David Uren with the 3.5 litre GR55B, the ex Martin Groves machine. David enjoying the morning sport, getting close to his personal best, down into the 33s. I think his PB is somewhere in the 32s, so he thought it was a possibility if all things aligned this afternoon.
It's all about that alignment, isn't it?
Alignment of, was it the stars or what?
Well, I'm not sure, but definitely the alignment. I think Alex is coming back down now. I think we're just sorting out. The marshals are out there waiting for him.
So we might get the rerun done. So we've got space to receive him on the start line, so we'll get the rerun done straight away. That's probably good.
He stopped very quickly with the red lights, obviously, you know. He got focus of them and everything. So now he's just being turned here on.
I keep hearing very positive things about these red warning lights.
Yes.
Everybody seems to have taken them. Just for those in the audience, we're trialling for the first time here at Wiscombe Park. Well, seriously, the first time. Sort of digital LED warning lights. In addition to the red flags, to make drivers aware that they're needed to stop because there's an issue further up the hill.
Yeah, and the red lights work from wherever they're activated incident-wise, right the way to the bottom of the hill, as the red flags would do when the red flags get pulled out, and that indicates to a driver to stop. And then all the flags on the lower side of that obviously get deployed as well, whereas with the red flags it takes a few seconds to get that to come down the cascade.
Yep.
With the electric light, it's instant. So if there's an incident up at Martini or somewhere and the lights get turned on, we know even down at Wiz Corner straight away.
Very quickly.
There's no delay in it.
Yep. And also a lot of them are closer to the track, in the driver's eye line better.
Oh, they are indeed, yes.
And also bright. When you're in the S's and that, and it's a little bit dark sometimes when it's cloudy, then they were shining out.
That's it.
Vividly.
I mean, it's certain times of the year here, the sun, as the afternoon wears on, quite often is sort of shining down Castle Straight, which makes it a little bit difficult to see Castle Straight. In the morning through the S's, it can be a bit difficult to see. So having the red light, which gives an instant response and tells you what's going on straight away to stop, much better, faster, means you can deal with the incidents that bit quicker. So I see they've pushed Alex back. I expect he's cleaning his tyres and everything for him.
Back to the beginning of the tyre warming area. So a bit of removal of debris from the tyres for Alex Summers, a car designer from Henley in Arden. And of course, Alex has driven for McCurtry Automotive with their electric car, the electric fan car, that in the hands of Max Chilton took FTT at Goodwood back in 2022, I think it was.
I think it was, yeah.
And in fact, back at Goodwood this year, Alex took third on the
in the
hill
Can-Am
climbs.
car. Yeah, the Shadow.
So, and
wonderful
what a
result.
car to drive.
And the noise. You looked at it, the noise that it made. I was talking to him about the in-car on it earlier. So anyway, he's back to the line.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold, hand back to you.
Okie dokie.
And I will...
So the noise we're hearing now is that of the Cosworth XD V8, a 2.65 litre ex-IndyCar engine that's going to propel Alex in his self-designed, self-built P8T AFS off the line in 2.31 seconds. Alex qualified yesterday on a time of 33.81. Through the S's it's 16.38. A lot of drivers have the ability to know how far to drive, how fast to drive at this point to get into the top 12 runoff and then save their best till later. But it's a 34 seconds dead for Alex Summers. 34 dead, a little shy of the 33.81 from yesterday. Across the parkland then goes Dave Ioran from Redditch, Director of Power Service Installation. Started hill climbing back in the 80s in a Talbot Samba, and then he's made his way up through Westfields, an ex-Will Hall Force, to the GR55B. Regular finisher in the mid area of the top 10. Running as 6th at the moment from his 6th place finish of last season, and he's posted a 33.14. So I think he said his PB was in the 32, so he's getting closer. As on the start line is Trevor Willis from Menith Wood near Chelsea Walsh. Trevor started his hill climbing in a self-built road-going Westfield and picked up a few championships back in the mid-90s, and then started competing in the Midland Hillclimb Championship.
Yet another drive shaft issue.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't think the surface was actually that abrasive and grippy, but obviously it must be.
So Trevor was warming the tyres and everybody's peering over the back, so yep, it looks highly like, so that's a few drive shafts that have gone.
It is this weekend, isn't it?
This weekend, which is unusual.
Yeah.
Did Matt Ryder tell you earlier on that he only had the spare? The spare has been fitted after the failure yesterday, so he's got to make that one last today, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah,
now, is that going to give those drivers a little bit of circumspection off the way off the line? Are they just not going to feed the utmost power? Because if it fails again, you're out of the championship runoffs. But if you can get away with the warm-up and off the line, then you're going to score points. So perhaps that's a tactical approach that some of the drivers may choose to take. But I expect competition will overtake all of that. 2.01 off the start line for Will Hall with the 4-litre Judd. So that is a good getaway. 15.23, low 15s on a qualifying run in the S's out around Sawbench, delivering the power to the utmost along Castle Straight and good through Martini and over the finish line in 32.02. 32.02 for Will Hall. Just over, just under a quarter of a second off the hill record. And now the Cosworth 3.3 litre Gould GR59M of Tillicourt True Quarries proprietor Wallace Mingy's. Warming up the Pirellis on those distinctive yellow rims as he makes his way to the start line. took the fastest time of the day here yesterday afternoon. That was his 5th run-off victory in a row, and he's had a couple of records over at Val de Terre, so is there one waiting here today? 2.01 for the Scotsman off of the start line. Quickly through that first part of the S's, and in 15.77, so dropped a little time there compared to Hall, and possibly a little bit cautious around Saw Bench as the bank loomed up in front of him. But now making the most of that 3.3 Cosworth along Castle Straight to record 32.69. 32.69 for Wallace Mingies. Goes second fastest qualifier unofficially at the moment. So it reads Hall, Mingies, Uren, Hames, Summers, Warburton, Cole, Pitt, Varley, Tunnicliffe, Hollier and Weaver. But we're not done yet, because Matt Ryder, double and reigning champion, is out with his GR59 4-litre Judd. He stepped it off the line in 2.11. He clocked 15.5 at the S's, and he's neat on the way up to Saw Bench. And yep, gets a tad bit of an understeer as he moves away from the hairpin. Now it's Martini, and over the finish line in 32.27. 32.27 for reigning champion Matt Ryder, second fastest qualifier, and his adversary and previous co-leader of the championship prior to this weekend, Will Hall, the fastest qualifier, just over a quarter of a second faster. So I think it looks like we've got Ed Hollier into the runoff, Jason Tunnicliffe, Jonathan Varley, Harry Pick, Alex Coles, David Warburton, Alex Summers, Paul Hames, David Uren, Wallace Mingies, Matthew Ryder and Will Hall. But we'll wait for official confirmation of that. But before we get to that top 12 runoff, we have the top 10 for the tin tops, and before either of those, we've got to deal with the final run of the day for the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship, and the first of their cars away up the line is going to be the Mini Cooper R53 in the hands of Ruby Riggs, sharing with David Lord, both from Shaftesbury in Dorset. Ruby's run earlier today was 52.40 as Chris Stone takes the 911 Carrera RS on over Bunny's Leap. So from the earlier runs, Derek Kessel leading the way at the moment in the Downton division on 42.99 with the Maguire Space Frame Chassis Mini. Toby Bishop with his supercharged Cooper S in second place ahead of Dominic Bishop with the SR4 Radical. So it's another issue of returning those cars to the main paddock area. And whilst we do that, we can confirm the positions of those early classes this afternoon. Class A1 road going series production cars, and John Langmead at the head of the order there with the Lotus Elise Sport on 43.18, narrowly taking the win by actually 0.03 of a second from Michael Thompson in his Exige. Julian Rinaldi with the 1 litre turbo go faster Ford Fiesta capturing third on 45.46. A2 then, still road going series production cars, but we moved up a capacity division to over 2 litres. Richard Snow taking the honours there with the Porsche GT4 RS on a best climb of 43.83. James Hudson coming through with the Subaru Impreza to second on 45.35. And another Porsche, that's the Cayman of Tony Adams, in third on a best time of 44.57. Road going four-wheel drive cars, class A3, and Rodney Isles taking the win there with the Porsche 911 Turbo, 3.8 turbo on a best climb of 42.36, ahead of the Toyota Yaris GR Circuit in the hands of John Simpson, whose best climb was 45.49, and Simon Neve with the Mitsubishi GSR on 46.32. Class B then, road going specialist production cars. The winner there, Richard Price, looking to make a few more points together for his attempt on the British Hillclimb Cup. Richard with the Caterham 7 recorded a best time of 40.73, and that was at yesterday afternoon's time. Couldn't quite make it to that today. 40.87 was his time just a short while ago. Rob Brodie in second place with the diminutive 893 cc Fisher Fury on 42.72. James Toon in third with his 2 litre version on a best climb of 43.76. So Class C1, it's a Tin Top Challenger qualifier. Paul Talbot at the head of the order with his fastest time of 42.28. Heading up, Andrew Russell with the Ginetta G15, who recorded a 47.57. Class C2 then, that's all about Mike Green and his best climb of 48.70 with the Peugeot 206 GTI. Modified series production cars, that's Class C3. Jonathan Williamson takes the honours there with the Porsche Carrera on 42.33. Another Porsche man, Paul Howells, with his RSR, secures second on 42.37. Rob Toon taking his Morgan +8 into third with a best climb of 44.99. Modified series production cars in, and it's Stephen Darley taking the victory on 39.91. So Simon Darley at the head of the order in Class C4 with the Red Baron Impreza. Stephen's best climb 39.91. Heading up, Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi 41.19. And Einan Price from his time of yesterday with the Audi TT taking third on 42.69. Modified specialist production cars, Paul Reynolds taking the advantage there over Peter Eade, 38.78 against 42.24 for the Westfield and Caterham drivers. Then on into Sports Libre and Damien Bradley, fastest qualifier for the soon to come Tin Top Challenge with the Subaru Legacy. He posted a time of 38.21 ahead of Roger Moran with the Fiesta on 40.2. And Wayne Penrose, despite all his problems, collecting third on 41.63.
Jeff.
Yes, David, yes.
Good, I'm glad you can hear me. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, are you there?
Obviously we didn't have a link up to here yesterday, but now it's all working.
Oh, brilliant.
Be quite good. I'm just watching and at the moment waiting for the people to finish crossing on the crossing point, and once that cleared, and obviously we can get the course car on down and get ahead with the exciting part of the day.
Yeah.
Then.
How's it looking up there? I mean,
It's
the
looking
times
very
the
nice.
times are getting close to you know, what we might be expecting.
It's very dry up here, which is good.
Yeah.
Can't see any slip. All looking very very clear.
Not too much bright sun, so the drivers won't be going from shadow to bright sun. Having said that, I can see the sun's coming.
We have
through
a bit of
little
sun.
Yeah.
Sunlight.
Yeah.
It's a phrase.
Yep.
So a bit of dappled sunlight up here. It was quite nice actually, very pleasant up here. David Patrick here beside me. He's one of our marshals here. He's also the chief marshal at Gurston Downs. So you've got a busy weekend next weekend, David, at Gurston, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got 170 competitors competing next weekend. So mixture of all sorts of cars, and we've got the motorbikes that compete here coming to visit us for the second time of the season.
They're always exciting to watch, the motorcycles, aren't they? Is it exciting or frightening? I can't make my mind up.
No, it's definitely exciting. With them, they sort themselves out, have a wonderful time, and we all go home happy.
That's what it's about, isn't it? Of course, happy. So the course car's just left up here. The crossing points will be, as I say, in action with you as soon as you have something to send to us. Have you had a list of the top 10?
Yes, we've got
or
that.
the top 12, I
We've
should
got
say.
that all sorted. We just got to do a bit of housekeeping to do down here, recovering cars that have failed on the way to the start line and away. So we've got Andy Short's OMS 28 to get back into the paddock, and then the OMS, of course, of Trevor Willis.
Yes. No, I've got the list of the top 12 runners.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Starting off with Ed Hollier.
Starting off with Ed Hollier.
Mm-hmm.
Then local man Jason Tunnicliffe as well.
Two local drivers there.
Two local drivers there.
Yeah.
Jonathan Varley with a time of 34.91. Then Harry Pick with a time of 34.72. Then Alex Coles with a time of 34.48. David Warburton, a time of 34.16. Alex Summers with a time of 34 seconds exactly. Paul Hames with a time of 33.7. And David Urin, 0.14. Wallace Mingies, 32.69. Matthew Ryder, 32.27. And Will Hall on 32.02. So that's the top 12 for the runoff.
That's your runners, or more to the point, your riders, so to speak.
Yes. So that's our list there. But before that, of course, obviously we got the top 10 tin top.
Yep. No, before that we've got the...
we got the Jews, I think, haven't we?
Yes, indeed, and they're on their way to the start line. Downton Motor Club, to bring us up to date. Peter Smith.
It's because they changed their title, didn't they?
Yes, yeah.
Jews, which was
Downton Engineering Works
Social Club.
Yeah.
And then they went on to become the...
bit more formalised in the motorsport world with the Downton Motor Club. And we're featuring today many competitors in their Hillclimb Championship. One of such is Peter Smith on the start line at the moment with the Mazda MX-5. Quickly away.
Jeff,
yes,
they're playing tactics up here. They're giving me sweeties, which are chewy, so that I can't speak.
Oh, the problems you have to live with.
Yes.
So Peter Smith on his way there through the gate with this Mazda, purchased off of eBay, as we mentioned earlier on. They'd already had a lowering kit on it before Peter got his hands on it, and no doubt his heritage as a maintenance manager has brought a few more modifications since then. Out of the S's goes Toby Bishop in the supercharged Cooper S, running as 132 in 21.34. Toby very much in the top of the list in Class W. Yep, running second at the moment to Derek Kessel. So the time we have for 131, which was Peter Smith with the Mazda, is 50.29. Toby Bishop has his second climb complete on 43.83. So that is 1200th shy of his earlier time, but he's still in second place with that 43.71. Kieran Stevens, 133. Over the line in 50.48. A little shy of his best from yesterday from Kieran. He's away off the line in 3.16 seconds. Goes Lee Kessel with his Mini. Dominic Bishop in the top paddock with the Radical. Was in third place, and the Dorset driver clocks up 43.55, so that doesn't help him move up the order. So still in third place by virtue. Actually moves up to second place, so it has done him some good. 43.55. As on the start line, now waiting for the green light, Matthew Eardley with his Renault Clio. Matthew in his first season of hill climbing with his basically standard budget effort by his own admission. Lee Kessel 136 stops the clocks on 46.47. Derek Kessel running as 135 over the line in 43.39. So Derek improves his margin at the top. Well, in fact, doesn't do so because he's 42.99, so no improvement there. John White with the Fiesta, car 137, over the finish line in 42.46. As off the line in 3.05 seconds goes Steve Jarrett from Corfmullen near Bournemouth. Started hill climbing about 4 years ago. Was Downton Motor Club Speed Champion in 2025. So he's the reigning champion. 138 Matthew Eardley over the finish line in 51.20 for his final climb of the weekend. He's followed up the hill by Zach Cobb with his R53, recording 44.35. That's car 139, the time of 44.35. Chris Bryant, driving instructor from Bridport, away from the line with his MG-ZR, self-built engine over the closed season. Time for Steve Jarrett is a 45.03. Time of 45.03, and now on the start line, waiting for the green light, is Graham Gonzalez from Cardiff, supplier to the leisure industry under the name of Fair Games. So whether that's one-armed bandits or very similar, I'm not sure. Started off rallying back in the 70s and 80s. Began hill climbing in about 2012, and now has put this Hayabusa motorcycle engine in the Mini, and that seems to be working to good effect. Robbie King with the Audi car 142 over the finish line in 46.37. Chris Bryant has made it to the top, not quite on the pace of yesterday. The Bridport driver clocking a 46.12. In today's competition, as around West Corner goes Alan Dyke with his 1400 turbo Fiat Abarth. Gonzalez, meanwhile, has completed his run, car 144 in 44.35. 44.35. That's good enough for 5th place at the moment. So Kessel leads Bishop, Dominic leads Bishop, brackets Toby, close brackets, leads Zach Cobb, leads Graham Gonzalez. CJ Matthews' time, car 145, so 47.56. Waiting on the start line, David Lord with the R53, steps away in 3.24 seconds. Alan Dyke at the top with the Fiat car 146 in 51.44. So John Wells with his 2-litre turbo Cooper S over the finish line in 44.90. Doesn't impact the top 5. And now David Franklin, the Bristolian, former British Sprint champion, former British Hillclimb champion, and 49.67 on his earlier run. Meanwhile, David Lloyd completes his weekend sport on 48.27. That's car 150, 48.27. Franklin's clear of the S's in 23.63 and is now along Castle Straight, making his way to the Martini left-hand hairpin, through there without drama and over the finish line in 49.57. So he's found 1/10 of a second on that last climb. So the finishing order for competitors in the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship class. First, Derek Kessel on 42.99, heading up the radical of Dominic Bishop, who got to the top in 43.55. Another Bishop, Toby this time, with his Cooper S in third on 43.71, ahead of Zach Cobb and Graham Gonzalez. So we return those cars to the down the hill to the main paddock area before we then get invested in the AET Turbos British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top Top 10 Challenge, and of course the British Hillclimb Championship, or to give it its full title, Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Motorsport. And that will be the...
So we're all excited up here, Jeff. We're all ready for it. Yeah.
Are you
yeah.
on the edge of your seats?
Indeed I am, yeah. There's a very nice spectator presence up here as well.
Good. All right.
Because obviously it's the afternoon, go home for commitments and things, but yeah, very, very good. Is my mic breaking up, by the way?
A little bit sometimes, but
yeah, okay.
Not too bad.
I might just have to move position so that I can be a little bit higher up and pointing towards the receiver. If I can find the receiver in amongst all these bushes.
Did they not put it on a nice post or something? So
Well, they might have done, but you know,
no, they were climbing up a post last
I'm scared
night.
of heights. I can't climb a post. So, yeah, yeah. So lovely, as you say, lovely selection of cars in the Downton group. The little courser, I believe, is Steve, who used to run the championships car.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Sadly, we lost a few years ago, didn't we?
Indeed. Yep. Yeah. Steve Harris.
Steve Harris, that was it.
Yeah.
I knew it began with an H, and I wasn't going to guess in case I got it wrong.
And that's
I've done that already.
He was the instigator of the club, wasn't he?
He was indeed,
because
yes.
he was an apprentice. Is that right? Back in the 60s.
Right back in the very beginnings of it.
When Downton were at the sharp end of tuning for minis, etc.
I mean, because also the other man who was involved in Downton engineering was Richard Miles, who's down at Tipton St John.
Ah, right.
He actually worked in the London branch of Downton. And his customers were people like the Beatles and Peter Sellers and Britt Ekland and the such like.
Ah, right.
So, very active now.
Breaking up a bit, Dave.
Yeah. I might have to up and be opposite, rather than be on the actual corner, move up and be opposite the receiver. I think the receiver's just up the track a bit from me.
Okay.
I'm going to try and climb through the fence. Oh, well done.
Well, yeah. He's like
I think I'm through the fence. Is that
Right.
clearer?
That's sounding good. Are you in one piece?
Yeah, you can hear me now, can you?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, that's right then. Actually, it's quite a good view. I mean, up amongst the spectators as well. So they're all looking at me. Phone at any minute, as if I would. Ah, there's a man who knows a bit about hill climbing. What are you going to do then? You giving it up, have you? Stuart is here with me. He used to run the British Hillclimb Championship years ago and do all the publicity for it. He's also the years in years gone by. So no longer involved in the British Championship, then, Stuart?
That's right, yes. I stopped last year here just as a spectator with one of my nephews, Teddy.
You enjoying the day, Teddy?
Yeah.
Have you got a favourite amongst them all?
Probably one of the golf Porsches.
I like that idea. Yeah, I think that's quite nice. He's obviously going to be a classic person.
Absolutely, yes. He's a good boy.
Good boy. Yeah. So, yeah. So it's actually, this is one of the better parts to watch, especially the runoffs, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. This is the most exciting time of the day. Always the pinnacle of the meeting. We should see some good stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a new record.
I think that it's not too hot, so the engines are running out a little bit cooler, which makes them run a little bit sweeter. So let's just see what happens. I mean, Matthew's got the record at the moment, and I know that he would like to consolidate that and make sure nobody takes it away from him. He has got the advantage of going after everybody else, so he's got a good chance of seeing it and keeping it, hasn't he?
I think so. I think Will looked really strong in the qualifying times, so watch out for Will.
Yeah, Will was a light this year, isn't he? You know, he's moved on to that Gould last year. He's found his way around it. He's now actually really enjoying it. He said to me he's getting the grips with it. He's got the measure of it now.
Shown in the results, yeah. He's had a very good season. A few more rounds, but we'll see.
Shouldn't we? Oh, I'll move back up a bit. You'll probably be able to hear better then. Right. So are they starting to form a line down there for you?
Okay, we are. Yep. And of course.
I hear a car.
You do. Richard Hampstead first
yes, to
run with the Subaru. Indeed. On the line. The first of our qualifiers. First of 10, obviously. And away off the line in 2.49 seconds. So we've got no shortage of four-wheel drive supercars to do battle here. But having said that, next man to the line, Jonathan Williamson with the Porsche Carrera, of course. But he does have the advantage of the engine over the wheels as far as getting off the start line and getting out of those two hairpins. 20.86 for Richard
He's with
Hampstead.
me now. He's turning it in. Big backfire. Inside wheel lift. There's die up. Castle straight. What time he gets over the finish?
42.62.
Wonderful.
So that's the opening time. The target. Stepped it off the line in 2.49 seconds. Jonathan Williamson, 3 times Association Southwestern Motor Club's Hillclimb champion, has launched in 2.3, so he's taken 19/100ths of a second off of the four-wheel drive machine. He's now coming out of the sunshine of the straight across Wiss into the gate, into the S's, 20.77, so still has an advantage over Williamson.
Yeah, Jonathan using the curb, going the wide line around Sawbench. Very experienced competitor, knows the way around the corner, knows not to tuck it in too tight because it just makes the car unstable. So beyond the brakes now and into Martini. 42.84.
Into second place. 42.62 Richard Hampstead, 42.84 for Jonathan Williamson. From one Porsche to another, this time the 3.8 RSR of Paul Howells, qualified on 42.38, leaves the line in 2.41, so not on the pace of Williamson, but a tad faster than the Subaru of Hampstead. Through the gate and into the S's, and it's 20.79.
Yes, he's...
I think we've lost you, Dave. And over the finish line in 42.47.
42.47, yeah.
So Porsche, the third Porsche being in the hands of Rod Isles, former British sprint champion, and he took his four-wheel drive turbo off the line in 2.67 seconds, so not as fast as Williamson and Howells away from the line, but the prodigious power is pushing him on up through the S's in 20.88.
Yeah, taking a lot of curb on his way as he gets towards us here at Sawbench. Again, around the middle of the... straight up the Castle Straight. Very, very quiet, very deceptive.
42.31 for Rod Isles then. So he's the fastest of the Porsches and fastest of all four challengers so far. In fact, 42.31. As across the parkland goes the 1275 GT in the hands of Paul Talbot, qualified on 42.28, away off the line in 2.94. which for a front-wheel drive machine is good. 20.61 in the S's.
Yeah, locked it up on his way in. Lift the back wheel, gets the power down. Really, really tidy little run, that.
So Rod Isles still rules the roost as Talbot's over the line in 42.62. So that actually is the same time as Richard Hampstead, 42.62, but 42.31 still the target. Talbot in fourth place ahead of Jonathan Williamson, and now Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi, the Evo, away from the line in 2.35 seconds. So that's our second fastest launch, only surpassed by Jonathan Williamson. 20.47 is the benchmark at the S's.
And banging on the overrun up here. Back wheel in the...
So it's a 41 dead at the top for...
he looked quite committed to us.
So 41.64 in fact, as Roger Moran is away off the line. So Stephen Moore now at the head of the table, demoting the Porsches of Rodney Isles and Paul Howells down to second and third Richard Hampstead with the Subaru ahead of Paul Talbot and Jonathan Williamson. Moran then 2.32 off the line and 19.35 in the S's.
Bags of data under the back wheel, very close to the curve this side, banging the overrun as he goes up Castle Straight. Very spectacular.
On the brakes through the hairpin, and our first sub 40 second time, so 39.60 for Roger Moran. So he goes to the head of the order. Moran, Moore, Isles, Howells, Hampstead, Talbot and Williamson. Next to run, Stephen Darley with the Impreza, the Red Baron as it's affectionately known. Room to have about 700 brake horsepower to play with. Qualified on 40.21. We're getting now to possibly the exciting part of the class, our fastest three qualifiers. Darley, Bainbridge and Bradley. The Subaru held briefly on the start line.
Yeah, I think there might be a little hold because Pheasant in the path of Roger.
Right, okay. I don't know whether there's anything you could do, David, breaking up a bit again. And the SBR Chrono coming down.
I tried to change your position.
Okay. Joining the fray. And Damien Bradley with the Pikes Peak Legacy also coming down towards the tyre warming area. So once we've got those little pheasanty jobs rounded up and herded off,
is that any clearer, Jeff?
Ah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep talking. No, gone.
Yeah.
No, we missed all that. Sorry.
You didn't miss much, I can assure you. I'm getting further and further up into the trees, you realise?
Yeah.
I now stand on a tree stump.
It seems to be fine and then disappears. Green light for Darley and away. Steps it away off the line in 2.38 seconds. So that's 600th down on Moran, who is our fastest contestant in the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge runoffs at the moment of 39.60. So 19.03 at the S's, our fastest time so far at that point. Along Castle Straight, making his way up into the braking area for Martini and around in 38.88. So a new leader in the form of Stephen Darley with the Impreza as the Audi powered Chronos is on the start line. The SBR of Simon Bainbridge, 4.2 litre turbo, just trickling away from the start line in 2.62 seconds. And now using that power to good effect across the parkland over Bunny's Leap, making good arc through the right-hander at the gate into the S's, and on 19.07.
Looking well up here, turns it in, big car using the to get around, but he's around on his way to Martini.
Smooth line under braking for Martini and 39.35 for the large SBR Chronos, 39.35. Yesterday's victor Damien Bradley finished on a climb of 38.21 yesterday. Qualified today on 38.63. 3. Green light showing, so Bradley can make his start in his own time. Construction is his business, family concern in Purley near London, and Bradley steps it off the line in 2.22 seconds, so that's the fastest launch, and he's swiftly through the lower part of the S's in 18.21. So 18.21 out of the S's, and now smoothly around Saw Bench as he makes his way along that critical part, which is Castle Straight. And now looking to negotiate the left-hand hairpin, which he achieves on a time of 44.80.
Yes, I think he backed off. I'm up opposite my. No. I think he backed off on Castle Straight there, Jeff.
So perhaps he had some warnings on the dash.
He could well have done. I mean, he definitely wasn't. He came around Saw Bench and he put the power down, but he definitely wasn't keeping it down all the way up there. So I'm not sure why.
Okay, so AET Tin Top Turbos Challenge runoff. Stephen Darley taking the win on 38.88 and maximum points, ahead of Simon Bainbridge, making up for his disappointment yesterday. Roger Moran in third. Stephen Moore finishes fourth, ahead of Rod Isles and Paul Howells with the RSR. Richard Hampstead with the Subaru is seventh, ahead of Paul Talbot, Jonathan Williamson, and unfortunately Damon Bradley, who bailed out of that presumably for mechanical reasons. Great disappointment there, as he qualified faster than he did yesterday. So
yeah, definitely there was an issue, because the like I say, so there's obviously something there. I'm right opposite my receiver now, but I'm not sure that it's actually giving you all the.
Well, you start off well, and then you disappear.
Yeah, it's life.
So Ed Hollier, of course, the first man to run, having qualified on 35.17 in the top 12 runoff for the British Championships, the Motorsport UK, sponsored by Nova Motorsport British Championships. And now we've known that Ed's done some giant killing acts here at Wiscombe, finished with a point yesterday. So the Clumpton driver on the start line qualified on 35.28.
Again,
sorry, go on. Got the green light and is away in 2.33 seconds. Over Bunny's Leap, feathers the throttle on the brakes for the gate. Oh, a little bit of a squirrely moment on the brakes, but okay. Through the S's in 17.26.
You know, get into the Saw Bench. Any of that really, but there he goes.
Up towards Martini, neat and tidy on the braking and over the finish line to record a time of 35.76 for our first qualifier, Ed Hollier. Jason Tunnicliffe, another Southwest competitor, next to run then.
Hang on. You'll be pleased to hear I'm standing in a holly bush at the moment. It's not the most comfortable places to be.
So Jason Tunnicliffe, garage proprietor from Wedmore in Somerset. Been competing in Southwest events since 2005, and now with this 1 litre turbocharged engine in the Empire Evo. Now Jason qualified yesterday, but was prevented from taking his run in the actual runoff, so he'll be relishing the fact that he's made it today, and he's the next in the line to warm up his tyres make his way to the start line. Which he does so very quietly. No mad spinning of rear wheels. Just ambles up to the start line, calm as you like, and the marshals now line him up for his final run of the weekend. Jason qualified on 35.17 and he launches in 2.38. So 500ths down on Hollier away from the line, but striding out across the parkland. Got the gate, done that. Neat on the lower part of the S. It's 16.68. So he's now on Castle Straight, steaming up towards Martini, and it's got that neat and tidy in 35.78, 35.78. So just 200ths of a second shy of Ed Hollier. So Hollier leads Tunnicliffe at this early stage of the runoffs, with Jonathan Varley next to run with the TKD engined GWR Predator up to the line. Remember, this is two Yamaha R1 engines running on a single crankshaft. Jonathan from Telford, and as his number suggests, finished 10th in last year's British Hillclimb Championship. Well, no, he has finished in the top 10, but not last year. So 108 away off the line, 2.24 seconds. Our fastest launch by some, by 900ths of a second, in fact. Keeping it all neat and tidy in the S. It's 16.79.
It's Jonathan with us now. Turns it in. Gets the power down. Lovely sound.
So at Martini, neat and tidy and over the line in 35.22. So it goes to the top of the list. Jonathan Varley leads Ed Hollier, leads Jason Tunnicliffe. Next to run then, Harry Pick. With the strikingly red OMS 28XD, but being held on the line at the moment.
It's clouding over a bit up here, so that may help. I don't know.
Have we a pheasant issue? Is that?
I don't know. I've not one here. No. There may be pheasants further down. I'm not moving. I'm just going to stand perfectly still and not move. Could become like a statue of David. So I'm not going to be dressed like the Statue of David, I hasten to add. It seems to work at the moment, Jeff, as long as I don't move.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming through loud and clear at the moment.
Yeah.
No problems.
I
So
do apologise for that.
Just hang on to that pose, David.
I will. I've come out to Hollybush, though, you'll be pleased to hear.
Oh,
It was getting a bit
I'm thankful on your
there, you know.
behalf, if nothing else.
Thankfully, no stinging nettles that I could find anyway.
You'll have the scars too.
Oh, I'm scarred emotionally as well. So what have you got? You got Harry Pick waiting, have you?
We have indeed, yep.
Oh, people want to come through.
Harry with the...
I moved and it all went and it come back.
It disappeared, yeah. 28 XD OMS. With none of these previously IndyCar engines, 2.65. He's just collecting his thoughts, of course. And then we'll be looking at Alex Coles, who will certainly be looking to get a good score here after yesterday. Put that behind him and go away with a few points on this second.
It was great
runoff.
seeing all the others from the class out there. helping him this morning.
I think have we got a fluid situation on the track, as in
dear.
spilt. So I think the marshals have probably attended to that and done their put their compounds down and brushed it in and dealt with that. So hopefully we'll be good to go.
One of the last things you want to
Hello, David. Oh, there you are.
Everybody say hello. Hello going up here now. Oh. Disappeared again. There we are.
Yeah. You're coming and going, as they say.
Yeah. It makes for an Am I back? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Makes for an interesting day, mine, doesn't it?
Yes, that's good.
Yes.
Don't do anything else. Just.
Do you remember Norm?
No, you're gone. So I think all the work seems to be complete. We can't see any marshals working on the hill. So hopefully soon we can pull Harry Pick forward and he can get on with this.
His tyres would have cooled, his engine would have cooled a bit, so he'd probably want to.
Oh, he's at the beginning of the tyre warming area, so they're just taking the covers off.
I'm back in the holly bush,
again.
but standing on one leg. I think that's helping.
Oh, right. What, the one leg bit? Yeah. So yeah, they're going to give him a good opportunity to spin up that rear axle and get some heat in those tyres. All important to get some adhesion out of these soft compound hill climb slicks. Marshals at Wisp making their way back on the post. They've been gone walkabout, so
They've probably gone find Dean or Wayne, one of them.
Now this is slightly unfortunate for all the championship runners that are sat in the sun waiting to have their chance at scoring points in today's championship runoff.
So the sun's come out up again.
Ah, good. I can't see that because the pictures have disappeared. So thanks for that, David.
No, it's all right. It's lovely up here in the sunshine.
We're back. Right. Oh, no, we're not. The pictures disappear almost as frequently as your audio does.
Oh, how cruel.
Yeah.
I've gone again.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. I can. Well, it does. Can you hear me now?
I can now, yes, but there was a long silence before. I guess you were talking, but we couldn't hear you.
No, I just went quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was enjoying the moment.
Oh, right.
Yeah. There's a lot of people up here laughing. I don't know why.
Right, well, we haven't had an update to the dropping fluid on the track scenario, so I can't impart any further information.
I can actually see my receiver, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to want to see me. Well, that's a hello. That's a normal Oh, we got some cars coming back down now.
Oh, right.
Looks like
Not quite sure where we're going to put them when they come back down, but...
just the one.
Ah, just the one. That's all right.
Or anything, Colin. I don't know. But Jonathan's just on his way back down now. Oh, that was only 10 seconds of clear. 10
Oh dear, lots of people walking around, pacing backwards and forwards.
Ah.
And
Yeah, pacing,
yeah,
hey?
we've got Jonathan Varley and his car back. I think that could be a rerun. Is there a rerun?
I think a rerun. They wouldn't have put him back otherwise. That's why I
Yeah.
think he may have had a red flag somewhere.
Looks like he
or
got
he
at
may,
times, but-
his flow may have been impeded by a spare pheasant. Or errant pheasant even.
Yeah, well.
I'm not doing the rhyme, I refuse.
We must assume that is the case. Nobody's told us that, but I think we can say that's going to be the issue, don't you?
I
Dave?
think so,
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah.
I mean, they wouldn't be giving him a rerun.
He got a rerun because a pheasant looked at him, stared at him as he was going up.
I think they give him a rerun so I can have another practice at not speak.
Hard-working marshals with a final effort, or they hope it'll be a final effort, to push the car back up to the beginning of the tyre warming area so that Jonathan can have another go. Of course, you know, he's got a bit of inside information in that he's just attacked the hill, knows what the conditions are. He might better use that to his advantage. And it looked like he'd scored a time of 35.22. Perhaps there's an improved time waiting to be had here. Twice winner of the British Hillclimb Cup. Just missed out on it last year by 3 points. Leading this year's series prior to this weekend here at Wiscombe Park. Bit of tyre tidying up, just rubbing and cleaning all the debris off the surface of these soft compound slick tyres just to maximise the performance, and all the bits that have been removed and are being brushed off the track so that they don't stick on the following cars as they make their way down to the start line. So that's very thoughtful. Jonathan putting his gloves on, so in preparation to take this rerun.
After almost a year of redevelopment, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our
Towards the start line, and they're doing that bit of a one tyre spin. That's judged enough. Up to the start line goes Jonathan Varley then. He did a start of 2.24 a while ago. Let's see how he can perform on that as he's way off the line with the green light, and it's 2.34, so 1/10 of a second loss there off the start line as he goes over Bunning's lead. Now can he make that time up on his way through the gate into the S's, where he clocks a 17.01.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Door bench. Round. Carry on. Hopefully you could hear that car engine then.
David, we can. Keep going. 35.41 at the top, so not quite on the pace of earlier, but still good enough as the fastest time so far. So now the patient Harry Pick gets his chance of championship points with the OMS 28 XD as he comes forward to the start line. Harry's qualifying time of 34.72. Takes up a sort of middle stance on the start line. We're looking for a bit of a rubber that's been laid. See if we can get an extra grip from that. Brings up the revs, lets him free in 2.41 seconds. So that's our slowest launch to date. As Harry takes the OMS through the gate, and it's the S's in a time of 16.85.
Yeah. Apart from you can't hear me.
We did then briefly. He's over the finish line in 34.69. 34.69 for Harry Pick. As down to the start line comes Alex Coles, 8th in last year's championship. Alex from Plymouth, 3rd generation in motorsport, following his father Neil and his grandfather Roger. First started driving at the age of 15 years at the Kerborough Sprint Course in the Midlands. Makes a departure from the start in 2.28 seconds. So our fastest by some with this Force TA 1300 supercharged, getting him through the S's in 16.58.
Yeah, he's on a charge, definitely. Tidy, little bit of power. As he went past us here, our ears hurt from the gear change.
And way over the line in 34.11, our new leader in the runoffs, 34.11 for Alex Coles. Next to run, coming down to the start line, David Warburton with the 1600 Gould GR59. Quickly away, no dilly-dallying in 2.31 seconds. So that's our second fastest launch, 300th off of Alex Coles, 200th better than Ed Hollier. Now it's the S's in 16.31.
Yeah, very, very tidy. Locks it up on his way into Sawbench. A little bit of oversteer as he comes round there. I think he chucked it into the corner because he was braking hard and locked up on the way in.
So our fastest competitor in the S's gets to the top in 34.57. 34.57, our second 34-second climb. So puts David Warburton into second place, trailing Alex Coles, but ahead of Harry Pick. As Alex Summers made the podium yesterday, comes to the line with the AFS P8T. Coventry XD V8 power. Former champion, of course, probably former record holder, I think, here at Wiscombe Park. 2.10 off the start line. That's our best performance away from the line so far. So the car design up from Henley and Arden now through the gate into the S's in 15.84.
Oh, that's fast. He's coming into us really fast. On the brakes. Brings it round. Gets the power down. And he's gone. He's disappeared. That was quick. Alex is definitely on a charge.
Rapidly at the end of the braking and through Martini in 33.11. So a new leader, and now we're down into the 33s. We've progressed 35.76, then through the 35s, 34s, now into the low 33s with Alex Summers. Qualified on 34 seconds and posted a time of 33.11. Paul Hames then next on the start line. Waits for the green light, building the revs, and away in 2.16 seconds. That's our second fastest launch with this Suzuka twin turbo Hayabusa powering the Gould GR59 into the S's in a time of 16.08.
Yes, he's with us now. Very tidy, very neat, controlled, power down, gone. He's now approaching Martini on the brakes.
Smoothly carried out and around the hairpin over the line in 33.84, so moves into second place. Alex Summers, Paul Hames, Alex Coles, David Warburton, Harry Pick, Jonathan Varley, Ed Hollier, Jason Tunnicliffe, and Jonathan Varley from his flagged time, so we'll ignore that. And remember, we've got 12 in the runoff, only the fastest 10 score points.
Because we get a
Yep, bonus points are on offer. David Uren coming to the line now, qualified on 33.14. He'd quite like to go back to the Midlands with a PB, but he needs to get into the 32s to achieve that with this 3.5 litre GR55. David from Redditch releases away from the line in 2.18 seconds, our third fastest launch. Then brings Alex Summers on 2.1. 3.5 litre V8 propelling the car through the S's in 15.90.
very neat, very tidy, and you hear it.
Makes it Martini, or doesn't in this case. He was on his way, but doesn't make the Exeter Martini, therefore the finish line. Car just got away from him a little bit, and he jammed on the anchors because of the bank on the outside was looming rapidly. I can only see the left-hand side of the car being chocked now to make sure it doesn't run back down the hill. But Dave Uren not getting the finish there that he was looking for and hoping for.
He was carrying a lot of speed.
He was second fastest in the S's, just 600th down on Alex Summers. I mean, he was 15.84 there, our fastest at the midpoint, so to speak. So
how many more runners we got?
We've just got Wallace, Matthew and Will. The big three, as far as this year's championship is concerned. Wallace Mingy's made up 1 point yesterday by taking the victory. Will Hall second, Matthew Ryder sidelined. There'll be points that can be dropped at the end of the season, so that may well not be too dramatic for Matthew's championship aspirations. But we've still got...
I see the recovery vehicle has been launched, so...
right.
Gavin is on his way up to car over the finish line.
I wonder whether...
He's put a line around the corner there at Sawbench. He's putting the... Oh no, there's a Land Rover.
I wonder whether David Uren just got on the power and, you know,
just a wee bit too early.
Yeah,
pushed it straight on.
Pushed it straight on, but we'll see how they recover it. Or is it just possibly the transmission went bang or the drive shaft went?
It could be almost anything. This Holly is annoying, you know.
Just under power as he booted it out of Martini, but yeah, he's a bit out of shot from me, so I can't ascertain whether he did get, shall we say, too close to the bank on the outside. What a disjointed runoff, gosh.
Oh, it's just like my commentary, isn't it? All over the place.
But it's got better, Dave. I mean, not your commentary, but the broadcast has got better.
Let's move up a bit further and see
we're hearing more of you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, most certainly, yeah.
Oh, I can see the track now. That makes it even easier. And I went again then.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if there's something upsetting the signal or what it is, but...
there's a gremlin somewhere.
Yeah, there's a gremlin.
So Wallace Mingy's waiting on the start line.
He won't want to be sat there too long because obviously the temperature, operating temperature that he will soon want to be.
Yeah. Helmet comes off, balaclava comes off, so fully expecting to be there for a little while.
Yeah.
And of course, Wallace has taken the last 5 runoffs, taken victory in the last 5, 2 at Boulay, 2 at Val de Terre, and yesterday here.
Yeah,
he's actually getting out of the car, Wallace. And yeah,
it sounds like it may be that David more damage than we think to his car, so they're
going to stretch his legs, perhaps. Yeah, as you say, we're still surveying the situation. We haven't actually embarked upon the recovery at the moment, so there's obviously things to assess. But yeah,
still a nice here though.
Go on.
There's a lovely, lovely ball still up here, which. Can you hear me now, Jack?
No. Yes. No.
Make your mind up.
Can now.
Apparently.
Can't now.
David's. Have you got a couple of carrier pigeons? I could send you a message. He's damaged the nose cone and it's got to be get off, and then he can actually drive it to the top.
Good.
So,
right. Well,
but they obviously have to remove it.
Yep. Okay.
But he got his.
So Wallace now out of the car, and of course, as we were saying, taking the last 5 runoffs with 2 records, bonus point for a record. So we got 2 of those in Val de Terre, the 2 runoffs, and gradually nibbling away at the advantage of the leaders. All after a new replacement engine following a failure at Harewood. The beginning took a one-off victory, and then on the second run, bang, the engine failed. So engine in a rush before they went off to the Channel Islands.
They had no chance to run it in. The first time it actually ran was in anger, actually, on the event.
On Boulay Bay.
So they never really know whether or not it's.
So we're still fettling the front end of the GR55.
Do I have to sway? I'm going to try and talk.
After almost a year of redevelopment, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our brand new showroom, you will be welcomed by our new layout and our lovely showroom hosts.
Who will guide you to the most appropriate colleague and make your visit to our showroom as seamless as possible.
Throughout the building, you'll find inviting spaces designed for comfort and connection, perfect for relaxing while we take care of you and your Porsche.
We've reimagined the experience with an updated, tech-focused configuration lounge, where you can spec your Porsche in detail. We also have dedicated breakout rooms for your appointments, creating a more private and relaxed environment. And when it's time to collect your new Porsche, our 2 state-of-the-art handover bays allow us to deliver a truly personalised experience, making your handover moment unforgettable.
Let's take a look upstairs.
Welcome to our Work One Lounge, a spacious and inviting area open to all customers, whether you're visiting with your Porsche or simply stopping by.
When you arrive on site, you'll notice a few changes. Parking has moved and you'll now park to the left instead of the right. We currently have 2 fast chargers, but when we complete, we will have 7 with 1 available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together.
Whether you are here to explore, connect, or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Strange that, isn't it? Because if I hold the 2 microphones next to each other, I can do stereo. No, it's actually...
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
No, this is ridiculous, this is. I don't know whether there's a sensor up here still to pick up the old mic, because on Thursday we set it up and I could walk from halfway down Castle Street right way to the bottom using the big mic. This is good.
Stay with it as you are.
I'm not moving. This is the Hollybush though. It's getting a bit prickly in there.
This is the best. This is the best you've been. So stick with it.
Yeah, that's not good though, is it?
No. Wallace has got the helmet back on. I expect somebody's leaned into the cockpit and give him a bit of a on the old seat belts.
Oh, worried what you're going to say then.
Yeah.
We Urin's car start up and drive away from up the top there.
Did as we've suggested, it did make light contact with the bank.
I'm going to do something a minute. Hang on. Picture me holding these 2. I'm getting somebody to take a picture of me holding the 2 mics so you can actually see what's going on. It's ridiculous, really.
David 2 mics.
David 2 mics, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, Wallace is getting his head together.
For that.
Getting his thoughts together.
You don't charge for taking photos, do you? Oh, that's all right then.
And now they're getting ready to bring the car down onto the tyre warming area and see if Wallace can make it a double here at Wiscombe Park this weekend. Make it a brace of runoff victories with the 3.3 litre Cosworth powered GR59M. And he gets it all lined up on the start line right in the middle of the track, aimed at the left-hander at Wiss corner. He's got the green light, brings the revs up and away off the line in 2.01. So that's our fastest launch of the day. The talk of the 3.3 Cosworth and Wallace's skill working well there into the S's, and it's a 15.43.
That's a fast time, pretty on it. Very sore bench. I don't.
So neat and tidy into Martini. A little bit of opposite lock and correction there. It's a 32-second climb, a 32.26 to go into the lead. Our first 32-second climb.
So we got Will next.
Matthew Ryder next.
Oh, Matthew next, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, he could be as the current hill record holder of 31.77. He stay there at the lead at the front, won't he?
So we were down in the 32.1s with Wallace's time yesterday afternoon. as Matthew Ryder comes to the line. Matthew, of course, missed out on the excitement yesterday, so looking to put that all to bed and get a good result here this afternoon to make up for that loss. Green light away, and the 4-litre Judd propels the Gould away off the line. 2.08, so just 0.07 of a second down on Mingies as he's into the gate. How's he going in the S's? 15.26, so he's faster than the Scotsman.
He's blasting it, isn't he? Yeah, very tidy, neat.
Nice clean power delivery away from Saul Bench, and it's a 31.73. 31.73, which is by 0.04 of a second a new record. So he's beaten his old mark of 31.7, new record on 31.73. So what is the reply? What is the response from Stourbridge driver Will Hall, likewise equipped with a 4-litre Judd-powered GR59? They've been nip and tuck all season long. So this is a big crunch moment in the championship, and I'm sure his crew have passed on the 31.73 second climb from Matthew Ryder. So he's judiciously going through his procedure, going through the processes, warming the tyres. He's a little bit more to the left-hand side of the start line than others. He's being asked to hold on there.
I can recall seeing Will Hall come up when Trevor Willis set a new hill record, and Will equalled it to the 100 on the next run. So
unfortunately that tyre warming now going to waste a little bit as he's held on the start line waiting for the green light, which he has. So I'm sure once he's composed himself, he eases the car away in 2.11. So slowest start off that actual line when compared to Ryder and Mingies. So if he's going to get ahead of Ryder at the midpoint, he's got to be looking at beating 15.26, but he's a little shy, 15.4.
Still very, very neat and tidy. On the power. Great. Hard onto the brakes in the Martini. Let's see what comes back in the display.
It's a good clean exit.
It's a 32 time.
32.73.
Oh, what a shame.
Puts him into third place. So the finishing order, Matthew Ryder on 31.73. Wallace Mingies on 32.26. Will Hall third place in 32.73.
We need everybody to give them a great round of applause. And wave your hats, anything, walking sticks, it doesn't matter. Just. See, Stuart. Hi.
So that, in some ways, for Matthew Ryder, makes up a little for the disappointment yesterday. Not only has he scored maximum points, 10 points, but he's got an additional 1 for a new hill record. So that all help in his cause as the season progresses.
And he gets a very nice bottle at the end of the day for setting a new hill record.
I think he does, yes.
He does indeed.
He gets a nice bottle of bubbly, and I'm sure he'll sit back and enjoy that somewhere along the way. Sorry, couldn't understand that, Dave.
Said, is he not sharing it with us?
Oh, well, what do you think?
Probably not. I wouldn't. I know.
Right. So the course vehicle just about making their way up the hill. So to those in the crowd, thank you for coming and joining us here for the British Hillclimb Championship this weekend, and for staying for this very prestigious hill climb. A little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for circumstances out of the organisers' control. But do join us in the paddock for the awards presentation in due course, and do stay alongside and applaud these guys as they come back down. And as Dave was saying, make a noise and wave and shout, because it's not every day we get a new hill record here at Wiscombe Park.
Yes, we need to really show our appreciation for the time that Matthew's just put in. Show our appreciation for all of them that have come down, and obviously the Tin Top Award as well. All the course vehicles are coming up. Once the course vehicles have cleared the top, they set the racing cars back down to us. I just had a message from the PA man. He says, "You battled on."
In adversity.
Yeah. It is. If I put these like this, they seem to work, David. What?
That was the best with the microphones together. That's for sure.
Yes. So I got them both together. I'm not sure which is working and which is not working, or
No, but
how long they're going to work for, or anything else. But
generally, it was the best. So
is that the best?
That's
I'm
the
actually
best.
stood on saw bench, right in the prone position. So yeah, it wouldn't have worked. I wouldn't have been able to stand here.
Any takeaway memories from the weekend then, Dave?
Oh, I thought you were going to say take away food. I just realised I haven't had lunch yet.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Takeaway memories from the weekend. I think obviously seeing everybody helping this morning to get Alex Cole's car back together. Obviously Matthew putting in this run he's just put in.
Certainly.
Yeah. It's always very difficult because there's so many things that go on, and you sort of you rush from one little thing to another. I think really it's just nice to get to the end of the day. One of my biggest things is getting to the end of the day and there's no major incidents and things like that. Is to me is always the better memories of the events.
Yeah. 2 records for Sam Wilson as
2
well.
records
That's
for
a
Sam
positive.
Wilson. He'd be grinning till next Christmas, you know, that boy. Yeah.
Just 300ths of a second, but nonetheless, it's
Yeah.
a new.
He
beats his own record.
Sarah Bosworth was the previous record holder, and he did take the time to contact her and just let her know last night. What a thoughtful lad.
Good stuff.
I'm not sure that's what she said, but there we go.
All right. I'll set
So
myself up.
no doubt the
By the
vehicles
way,
will be on their way down in a minute, so see what comes first. Do we get the racing cars or the tin tops? Oh, we got a tin top coming first. So I don't know what happened to Damien on his run, but obviously he had an issue.
Yes, I think he must have had something come up on the display and thought.
Yeah, I think he backed off, preserve the vehicle.
Yeah, rather than have an expensive repair bill or something like that. Indeed.
Rich Hampstead coming to us first. And Jonathan Williamson. Rod Isles in his Porsche. And then the Mighty Mini. Yeah. Here's Rodney in his Porsche. Yeah. Roger. Simon Bainbridge. Ed Hollier. Hooray! And then the beginning of the single-seaters. Jonathan from Varley, just going around the corner then. Alex Summers on his way down. And here comes Wallace Mingies. Big cheer for Wallace. All right, Wallace. Dave Uren, noseless. They're waiting for 2 now. And we have the first one coming towards us now. Will Hall. Everybody give Will a big cheer. Wave. And now we're just waiting for that one car that's just set a new hill record. Matt Ryder. There'll be a big smile inside that helmet, I'm sure. I can hear the clapping from here. And that's just Matt clapping himself. So here we go. So Matt Ryder, the new hill record holder of yeah, we have a coming down at the moment which is letting water out on its way down for the grey vans. If anybody sees any fluid coming out, well, Jeff, what have you got? You takeaway moments.
Well, certainly the double record for
Sam
Wilson, that youngster running achievement. I'd echo the Alex Cole situation. That's typical of the fraternity that is British hill climbing. Always good to see. When you hear such stories about the competitive nature in so many motorsport categories, that's good. And a weekend where the best in the country have come together and given their all. Different conditions. It's just the spectacle of the British Hillclimb Championship. It's brilliant.
It is a spectacle, isn't it?
We'll hold back into the paddock area, and as you say, Matthew Ryder fighting to keep that number 1 on the front of the Gould.
So it's 11 points got today.
Yep. And the applause continues as he makes his way back up to his paddock slot. And what a climax to a weekend of British Championship hill climbing. British Hillclimb Club, British Tin Top Challenge, and the top 12 runoffs for the Championship itself.
We'll have prize giving fairly shortly, won't we? Which will be over.
Of course, once all the results have been signed off and confirmed, and to bring the weekend to a conclusion. Trevor Willis and his crew just recovering the OMS and getting it back up to its paddock slot. A sad anticlimax for the Worcester driver, but that's hill climbing, that's motorsport.
It is, unfortunately, and it does seem to be a weekend of drive shafts.
Yes, indeed.
Without a doubt.
Okay. So as we move towards the presentation, there's an ideal opportunity to say thank you, David, for all your efforts and all your running around and interviews. Thank you for the crowd who have joined us here at Wiscombe Park. We resume with hill climbs here in September with some regional championship events, then the MG Car Club meeting, and we finalise the season with motorcycles, a dedicated event for motorcycles. That brings the season to an end here at Wiscombe Park. But keep abreast of the Wiscombe website and Facebook pages for what's happening in speed hill climbing here in East Devon and in the southwest. And a big thank you to all the officials and marshals on behalf of the organisers who've been standing out for 2 days, and without their contribution, of course, this all wouldn't happen. So as ever, a big thank you to you all and to all the volunteers who of course have yet to pack up and clear away. So a good weekend from you all. Thank you very much. The prize giving awaits. So from Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, thank you, good afternoon, have a safe journey home. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. We've made all the preparations for the awards presentation, so if we could have you all down to the Woolbridge unit adjacent to race control, that would be great. All the trophies are out, everything's ready to go. So if we could have your company, be much obliged.
Who's signing my form?
Where's David Franklin gone? They said they had a train. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the awards presentation. To get that underway, I'd like to introduce you, if you don't know her already, of course, Sarah Forsyth, Chairman of Woolwich Motor Club and Director of Wiscombe Limited.
Thanks, Jeff. Just wait, a few more people making their way over from the beer tent. I know it's difficult to drag yourself away. Just want to say a few words of thanks. Firstly, thank you to you all for coming. Some of you have come a very long way. I hope you've enjoyed a good weekend. As Jason said yesterday morning at the driver's briefing, there's an awful lot of people behind the scenes who have put in hard work into making this event a success, from Woolbridge committee members, Jenny and Merv especially, Jason and his team on the clerking side, and Jeff and Dave for whipping the crowd into a frenzy during the runoff. It really is a great team effort. On the Wiscombe Limited side, obviously Peter Isaac and his team, affectionately known as the Wimps. I know I thank them every year, but this year has been incredibly tough for them. It has been so hot in the preceding weeks to this event. They've been down here strimming and cutting and getting the place looking as good as it does. But it's always a challenge, but I think this year they deserve an extra big round of applause, please. Thank you also to our landowners, the Chichester family, who I can see over in the beer tent, for letting us come and drive up their front drive. So if we could have a round of applause for them as well, that would be much appreciated. And a special thanks. We've been fortunate enough to have this event live streamed. A lot of work's gone in behind the scenes, from speed on screen, Peter Locke of Southwest Timekeeping, Will flying the drone pilot, and they've all been working together so that the times could go up on the screen. A lot of weeks' work has gone into that. So again, if we could give them a round of applause, that would be much appreciated. So now to introduce the person who's going to present the awards for us. This year, Woolbridge is celebrating the 50th anniversary of running hill climbs at Wiscombe Park. That takes us back to 1976. And in 1976, David Franklin was here competing in the British Hillclimb Championship. He finished fourth in the runoff, I think, and seventh in the championship, or maybe the other way around. And he was the only person in 1978 to hold at the same time the British Hillclimb title and the British Sprint title. So he's going to come forward. If we could have a round of applause for him to present the awards. And I'm going to hand over to Jeff to take you through the awards.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, David. We'll start with the awards for the Downton Motor Club. So there's two events there. So we'll go to yesterday's event. And in third place there with the Mini Cooper S, Toby Bishop. on a climb of 43.97. Runner-up on a climb of 43.54 was Derek Kessel with the ubiquitous Maguire Mini Cooper S. And the winner with a climb of 43.32 with the Radical SR4, Dominic Bishop. So from Saturday's event to today's, in third place, Toby Bishop with the Mini Cooper S again, 43.71, his best offering. Winner yesterday, runner-up today on 43.55, Dominic Bishop. And let's ask Derek Kessel back as the winner of today's event on 42.99. Right, now we move on to the national classes. Class A1, road going series production cars up to 2 litres. Finishing second there with the Exige, Michael Thompson on 43.21. Michael made for home. Okay, so the winner in Class A1 on 43.18 with the Elise Sport, John Langmead. Class A2, road going series production cars over 2,000 cc's. The award there goes to Richard Snow with the GT4 RS Porsche on a climb of 43.83. Class A3 then, road going 4-wheel drive machines, any capacity. Winner there with a 911 turbo, Rod Isles on 42.36. Class B, road going specialist production cars. And the winner there with the Caterham 7, Richard Price, with a climb of 40.73. On to C1 then, modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's, and having qualified twice for the Tin Top Challenge runoffs with the BL 2075 GT, 1275 GT rather, Paul Talbot, and a time of 42.28. No award in Class C2, so Class C3 modified series production, and the winner there, Paul Howells with the RS Air Porsche on 42.37. Jonathan Williamson, of course, will accept the trophy on his behalf. Modified series production cars, 4-wheel drive, second there, runner-up, Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Stephen put in a best climb of 41.84. And the winning time of 40.21 goes to Stephen Darley with the Red Baron, the Impreza Type RB. No award in Class D, so fast forward to Sports Libra Saloons. The winner there with the Legacy on a climb of 38.63, Damien Bradley. Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres. Runner up there with the Malak Mark 20, Samuel Nicholson, with a best climb of 40.37. And the class win on a time of 39.71 goes to Mike Lee with the Force LM. No award in Class G, so we move to racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's. In third place with the OMS, Will Hamer on 35.56. With the Empire Evo 3 in second place, Tom Weaver with a climb of 35.41. And winning the class on 35.28 with the Force HC, Ed Hollier. Class J1's Formula Ford, the winner there with the Jayman M90 with 2 new records to his name, Sam Wilson on 43.03. The 1100 to 1600 split of racing cars, runner up there, Jason Tunnicliffe with the 1 litre Evo 3. Second. On 35.17. And the winning time of 34.16 posted by David Warburton with the GR59. Class K1, racing cars 1600 to 2 litres, normally aspirated. Runner up there was Simon Ashley with the Rolt RT3 on a time of 37.22. And winning the division with a climb of 34.91 with the GWR Predator, Jonathan Varley. Class K1 then, racing cars again, 1600 to 2 litre again, normally aspirated. No, we've done that. This is forced induction. Second, Alex Coles with the Force TA with a time of 34.48. And winning K2 on 33.78 with the GR59, Paul Hames. So racing cars over 2000 cc. Third there with the GR55B, David Uren on 33.14. Time of 32.69 gives us the runner-up, Wallace Mingies. And the winner on 32.02, Will Hall, of course. And finally, in the classes, Class M, sports racing and racing cars up to 71. Trophy winner there, Andy Tippett with BT30X on 42.01. Next up we go to Best Lady, fastest time by a lady competitor. The time was 36.57. The driver was Olivia Cooper, and her son Archie will accept the award on her behalf. And now we go to the awards from the British Hillclimb Championship organisers for the winners of the tin top and the top 12 runoffs. And first of all, we'll deal with the tin tops. The winner yesterday, Damien Bradley. A trophy from the championship, and also a nice bag of bits and pieces from our sponsors, the Porsche Centre in Exeter. And that will go to all of the runoff victors across the 2 days. So going back to the tin tops, and today's winner, another Subaru man, put it together for Stephen Darley. And now to the winners of the top 12 runoffs. Yesterday, it was that man, Wallace Mingies. And today, of course, the man who set Wiscombe alight, Matt Ryder. And finally, today's prestigious award for the FTD, the Nicholas Williamson Memorial Trophy. And of course, you need no input for me to know who won that. And let's put your hands together for Matt Ryder.
Thank you very much. I always love coming to Wiscombe. We always have such a fantastic weekend, but it's been another one of those this weekend. So thank you very much to everyone who makes that possible. That starts with everyone who does all the prep before the weekend. So thank you to all the officials and organisers beforehand. Running out of hands. And also thank you for everyone who runs the event. So all the marshals, everyone who's in the office, the timekeepers, and everyone who helps make the event run so smoothly as well. And then from me, I couldn't be here without such a fantastic team. So thanks to Dad, Anthony, Mum, Kirsten, Liz, Catherine, Richard for some help today as well, pushing the car, and everyone else who comes over and helps, because we couldn't do it without. It's definitely a team sport. So thank you very much for all you do all year. Hopefully see you all next year. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Matt. And now, to finalise proceedings, can I introduce to you the man of Wiscombe, Peter Isaacs.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away, Matt. This is one of those special occasions we have at Wiscombe, an old tradition which was started by Richard Chichester, who, when they came to Wiscombe originally and started the hill climb, that the moment when a hill climb record is broken, it then represents a bottle of champagne to the holder of the record, the new record holder. So on behalf of Wiscombe Limited, it's a very, very great pleasure to present the bottle of champagne to you, Matt, for a wonderful, wonderful new record.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I've got it all wrong.
Have you?
Got it wrong.
All
yes.
wrong?
Got it all wrong. Yes, I do apologise. The bottle of champagne is to be presented to you by a member of the family, which is now the Katie Chichester, Got it all wrong again, Kate. Of the family who will present it to you. Dear, dear, dear.
Thank you. Do I shake your hand? I guess maybe. I think you're looking for a picture here. That's where we'll go. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Apologies, Katie. Bless you. Back to Jeffrey as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the weekend here at Wiscombe Park. And in this glorious sunshine, we say thanks again. Have a safe journey home. We appreciate some of you have got a long trip ahead of you. Take it easy. Take care. We look forward to seeing you back at Wiscombe. All the best. Thank you.